Insurance, Bristol Amoda Jaku, Bristol Fire, Digby Associates, Thatchers, Grundon Waste, Croft, Astra Security, R&R Catering, Barkin and Kirby, Amber, Almondsbury Garden Centre, Shepherd Funeral Services, Sports Rooms, 6 O'Clock Gin, Heineken, Pearcroft and Nutrition X. In the event of an emergency, you'll be notified over the public address system. Please comply with any instructions given by the stewards. Should you require any first aid treatment during the match, the first aid room is situated by the chapel. Anyone leaving the ground at any time will need their tickets scanned before exiting to re-enter the ground. And in line with most sports clubs, you are no longer permitted to smoke inside any of our indoor facilities or enclosed areas. Please do not leave bags unattended while in the stadium, and cars will be held at the end of the day's play for a short while, whilst pedestrians are allowed to leave. Please keep your eye on the ball at all times. Remember to watch the ball and keep your possessions with you. Keep hydrated and please drink responsibly. The main public bar is situated by the chapel end to the right of the side screen, serving a variety of hot and cold food, tea, coffee, soft and alcoholic drinks. The food village by the Sanford Road side of the ground is open and we're serving refreshments throughout the day. We have a burger unit, pizza van, fish and chips, a coffee and donut trailer, and remember that all catering units are cashless. Next week at Cheltenham we have Middlesex with the visitors. That's Tuesday the 29th of July to Friday the 1st of August. And followed by Gloucestershire men versus Derbyshire in the one-day cup on Tuesday the 5th of August. The club matchday retail shop will open each scheduled day's play and close 10 minutes after the final ball of the day has been bowled. Situated in the ticketing office at the end of the pavilion on the Thirlstane Road end of the ground, the retail shop stocks a selection of Gloucestershire County Cricket Club kit, as well as club memorabilia and branded items. Don't forget, they're a cashless venue as well, so payment can only be made by debit or credit card. And scorecards are available for every single day of home cricket, priced at £1.50. Scorecards can be purchased from the Matchday retail shop in the ticketing office at the pavilion on the Thirlstane Road end of the ground. And again, payment can only be made by debit or credit card.
Do you fancy doing some work? Not really. No, I didn't think so, but it's going to be time.
Please welcome here today our two umpires, Richard Illingworth and James Treadwell. Our match referee today is Steve Davis, and our scorers are Adrian Bull and Gary Morgan. Please welcome Cameron Bancroft and the Gloucestershire team.
Well, a very good morning to you all and welcome to the Cheltenham Festival. It is time for the County Championship portion of the festival as we play cricket in the County Championship on this ground, the first time since that extraordinary end to last year's festival, with James Bracey taking that one-handed catch without his glove on to end what was one of the most incredible games of County Championship cricket that has been played, with Gloucestershire and Glamorgan tying. Gloucestershire taking on Lancashire in this vital Division 2 match. We've got grey skies, and Cleve Hill in the distance is looking a little brooding, but I think, at least for now, we look as though we should be dry. I can tell you that Lancashire have won the toss. They've elected to bat first. My name is Ed Seaborn. Alongside me is Scott Reed. We've got Nathan Johns with us here as well. And Marchant de Lange is going to bowl the first ball of the 4-day portion of the festival. In over the wicket, bowling to Luke Wells. And Wells lets the ball go through outside the off stump. And we're underway. Good morning, Scott. What is the news from Lancashire?
Good morning, Ed. Good morning, everybody. Lovely to be here. The news from Lancashire, they've won the toss and they're batting first.
Yes.
You've already tipped that one off the list.
Thank you.
Jimmy Anderson's going to captain the side for a third straight championship match as well.
Here comes de Lange from the Chapel end, bowling to Wells, who's forward and pushing the ball firmly towards point. And there's a terrific bit of fielding there by Joe Phillips, because whilst it was basically a defensive shot, the boundary is short. The outfield is actually looking a little bit greener than it was for the T20s, but it's going to be absolutely rapid, and that would have been 4 if that weren't stopped. So the first run gets Wells up the other end, twiddling his bat as ever.
Yeah, they're quite short boundary square. Certainly this one, isn't it, to where we are in the balcony of the pavilion.
Yes. So we've had a couple of T20 matches already. We had a T20 double-header here and a standalone women's T20, as de Lange is into Jennings for the first time, and that has been inside-edged for 4, as Bracey's got his gloves clasped behind his hand. What? Clasped behind his head?
Behind his head, yeah.
Yes.
We knew what you meant.
It didn't help the fact that I was hearing myself talking because you'd failed to mute your laptop.
So it's not going very well so far.
However, the ball was a good one from de Lange, and it was on a good length. A slightly pokey shot from Jennings' first ball, but he's got 4 for it. Lancashire 5 for no wicket. De Lange into Jennings, and there's a confident leave that time through to the keeper. So we're playing on basically the middle strip. There are 5 pitches that have been prepared for this year's festival, and this is the one bang in the middle. The game on Sunday, which was an absolute thriller between Gloucestershire's women and Middlesex's women, with Middlesex winning by 1 run, as de Lange bowls full, and that's defended firmly back to the bowler for no run. That one was played on the pitch closest to where we are in this grand Victorian gymnasium building, the balcony thereof. The boundary, I reckon, can't have been much more than about 45 metres, so it might be, somewhere pushing 55, but it's short up the hill to this side, as forward is Jennings, defending to Graham van Buren at mid-off, and there is no run, and 5 runs have come from the opening over. But it will also be quick to the opposite end of the ground towards the hospital and in the direction of Cleve Hill, as it is downhill there and relatively short straight boundaries. So basically, with the Kookaburra ball, a strong batting lineup for Lancashire and an outfield which looks rapid. You can fairly see why Lancashire have decided to bat first. I don't think...
Number 39, Ajit Singh Dale.
Wow. I'm not sure that he's ever had a build-up quite like that for a championship match. Ajit Singh Dale, just in case you happened not to hear it, is going to bowl from the College lawn end. What was I saying? I can't remember. That was it. I don't think that Gloucestershire are going to be that disappointed with the fact that Lancashire decided to bat first. They do tend to like to bowl first themselves, as Singdale is over the wicket to Wells, and Wells shoulders arms. There are 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, mid-off, mid-on, forward square and fine leg. The Gloucestershire side, they have, as far as their bowling really, I think that was pretty much the only thing that was in question looking at the squad. The batting pretty much selected itself, with Bancroft and Charlesworth listed to open, so that might be a change with Charlesworth moving back to the top of the order with Joe Phillips at 3, Ollie Price dropping to 4, Hammond at 5, then Bracey and Van Buren. And then the bowling attack, well, you've already heard Singdale and De Lange. Singdale is over the wicket bowling, a little bit of a flinch at that one from Wells, but I think in the end he's tucked the bat close enough to his body, and the ball flies through to James Bracey. And then the other seam bowler, Zaman Akhtar, so there is no Archie Bailey, there is no Matt Taylor, there is no Josh Shaw, and then Todd Murphy, the Australian off-spinner. Singdale and De Lange, Gloucestershire going for their quickest pair, opening the attack. Singdale is past the umpire now, bowling was Yorker, which Wells jams down on, digs out into the offside, and Todd Murphy jogs in to pick up from mid-off.
Lancashire bring back Marcus Harris. He missed the last 2 county championship matches. He returned to Australia for the birth of his child against Kent and Derbyshire. And he returns. Phil Salt comes in, actually. Phil Salt comes in, actually.
Why not?
First championship match, first class game since September 2023.
Singdale bowls, was a good ball, which Wells is drawn forward to, and we are square on, so we will see probably in about 40 seconds ourselves whether that ball moved. If you're watching us on the live stream, of course you'll already have seen it, but we won't, as we're also going out on the BBC Sport website and the app. But it did look, from square on, a little bit more of a genuine play and miss that from Luke Wells. And Singdale angling the ball across the left-hander. Yeah, sort of did poke at it a little bit. Singdale in, I think he's beaten him again. And judging by Wells's body language, he's been beaten by that one as well. And also, I think he thinks that ball may have just stayed down a little bit, as he's gone down to do a little bit of tapping. But a couple of times ball beating bat. I mean, even with the Kookaburra, you know that the early stages are going to be important to get through. Once you've done that, then there's plenty of open road in front of you. Singdale in now, bowls and beats Wells for the 3rd time in a row. And Singdale looking understandably slightly disappointed, but that is a cracking start from Ajit Singdale, who bowled superbly actually in the reverse fixture at Old Trafford on the slab.
Yes. He was the only one, wasn't he, that kind of got any kind of life out of it, and then won a pretty slow 4 days. It was a good game of cricket, but it was a very difficult pitch, wasn't it?
It turned into a better game than I think most people thought on the final day, because it started turning out of the rough, and until that point there was nothing for anybody to work with.
No, there wasn't. But he was the one that got a bit of something from the surface, wasn't he? Gone with some pace here, haven't they, with De Lange as well in the side.
Well, it's been what Mark Elena said really about these Kookaburra matches from the start, really, that the stats tell you that it's high pace and spin that will get the majority of the wickets.
Jennings on strike and on the walk too, as De Lange comes in and bowls. Just plays inside the line of that and through to Bracey. There's no run. Yeah, Lancashire have gone for an extra spinner actually in their side. They've gone with Tom Hartley. So they named both Tom Bailey and Will Williams in their squad. Neither play. Blatherwick gets the nod, which I guess would probably go down the same track as being just that little extra pace than Bailey and Williams. And they've gone with Hartley and Green. So they've got kind of 2 frontline spinners in their side as well as Luke Wells. So maybe slightly different approach from Lancashire. 5 without loss, Lancashire. Here's Delanger with Keaton Jennings on 4. In bowls to Jennings off the back foot. That'll be 4. Carved away down towards the backward point boundary. Sliced away for the first boundary of the this game, I think. Oh, remember Jennings was second, isn't it? Yeah, the
yes,
inside
it's the
edge,
first
wasn't it?
authoritative
Yeah.
boundary.
Yes, it was. Yeah, there was the inside edge, wasn't it, which went past the keeper. So he's dealing in boundaries at the minute. Jennings. He moves to 8, and Lancashire 9 without loss. So yeah, I think Salt will probably bat at 5. Harris at 4, Bohannon at 3, Hurst at 6. Delanger comes in to Jennings off the back foot and defends to mid-off, and there's no run. But it's a strong-looking Lancashire side,
yeah,
that they've got for this fixture. Obviously, bolstered by the return of Phil Salt, playing first-class cricket for the first time in a wee while. It means that Michael Jones misses out. Ashton Turner, who's got back-to-back championship centuries in the last 2 games, doesn't play neither. Delanger over the wicket to Jennings again on the move. Jennings defends up towards mid-on. There's no run. 9 without loss, Lancashire.
He's bowling very wide of the crease from round the wicket. Delanger switched back to over the wicket for that ball, but so wide of the crease that his foot is almost cutting the return crease. He's having to basically, as much as the big man can tiptoe, he's just tiptoeing inside that return crease line.
In once more to Jennings on the front foot, plays solid in defence. Blocks it to mid-off. And there's no addition to the score. Van Buren fielding for Gloucestershire. 8 to Jennings, 1 to Wells. 3rd over of the game. But yes, lovely to be back. It's been a few years since Lancashire played. In fact, before COVID, isn't it, that Lancashire played?
Yes, and that
here
wasn't the Cheltenham Festival either.
It was just a standalone match, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a game that had to be moved, I think, because of an international fixture at Bristol.
Right, okay. Delanger over the wicket to Jennings. That's allowed to go through. Bracey takes it. No run. End of the over. That 4, lovely back foot square drive by Jennings. The only runs coming off the over. Lancashire 9 without loss. Jennings on 8 and Wells on 1.
So if this fixture had been played at a different time of the season, we could have had 2 sea greens and 2 Baileys. We've got neither Bailey because neither Tom nor Archie are playing, and we've only got 1 sea green. So I did notice that the Lancashire social media post proclaimed that they had the better sea green.
Did they?
So I suppose we'll see. Here comes Ajit Singh Dale to Wells, who's walking at him and then working the ball into the onside. Maybe even just for a single. In fact, it will be, because whilst the ball has gone 3/4 of the way to the boundary, there's barely going to be any 2s available, and neither Wells nor Jennings were at all interested in a second run. So Wells moves on to 2. Lancashire 10 without loss, and Jennings will get to take strike to Singh Dale for the first time. I think I probably should look at this, but I'm just going to do it from my head. I believe that Singh Dale got Jennings both times at Old Trafford, from memory.
I can't remember.
Scott's going to hope to prove me wrong now, thumbing through his notebook.
I'm desperately hoping to prove you right.
Yeah, right.
You are right.
Am I?
Yeah.
Thank you. In comes Singh Dale over the wicket to Jennings, who's forward confidently again down the pitch despite the pace of Singh Dale, defending back to the bowler.
Caught Bancroft for 5 in the first innings and caught Bancroft for 16 in the second.
Got him over the wicket twice, angling across and nicking off into the slips both times. So the aforementioned is at second slip. The Gloucestershire captain. Ollie Price is at first. Miles Hammond looks to be at third. Singh Dale bowls back of a length. Doesn't bounce an enormous amount, and Jennings tucks it to Van Buren at mid-on, and there's no run. Deep square has gone back, so there's deep square and fine leg. Actor down below us in the balcony, and Delanger at fine leg. And it is Ben Charlesworth, I think, in the gully, so there's been a bit of a rejig, possibly in terms of the batting order. We'll find that out in due course, but there's been a little bit of a change as far as the slips are concerned as well. Singdale bowls a fuller ball, which is squeezed defensively by Jennings to backward point, intercepted by Charlesworth from the gully.
Well, I mean, Lancashire's batting order this season has been a flexible thing.
Movable feast.
It has. For example, when these two sides played each other back in that game we referred to just a few seconds ago, it was George Bell opening the batting with Keaton Jennings in that game, but they've had Bell and Harris and Wells all at different times this season.
Singdale in bowls, a shorter delivery, which Jennings, despite being down the pitch, then has to rise up tall to play down into the ground and to safety. There is no run.
But they kind of have reverted back to what was to this opening partnership now for a few seasons, but it wasn't the case at the start of the season. They had Wells batting at 6 and Harris at 4, with Michael Jones opening the batting for the first couple of games this season as well. So there's been a few that have been alongside Keaton Jennings this year.
Singdale runs in bowls and Jennings lifts the bat and the gloves well up out the way of that one, and it's been an impressive first couple of overs for Ajit Singdale, but as yet no breakthroughs, and Lancashire 10 for no wicket, 4 overs in, and certainly so far nothing really to suggest that they weren't justified in batting first. And of course they've got, as you mentioned, the 2 spinners, so they'll be hoping that they will come into play as the match goes on. I think hopefully we'll be hearing from the head of the ground staff here, Christian Brain.
Okay.
He is the brain behind the operation, and
he's gone in early with that, hasn't he?
We'll hope to hear from him tomorrow. He has very kindly offered his time to come up, so we'll
excellent. It's always good.
Hopefully be able to get some inside information. Now this is rather concerning because Marchant de Lange has bowled 2 overs. This is his first championship appearance since April. He is running off, but then when he, unfortunately 2 seasons back, he tore his quad so badly that he was out for the rest of the season, and he's still got the scar now.
Right.
He still marched off the field at full pace even when he'd done that. I'm hoping that there's nothing untoward, but given that Gloucestershire have gone with a lineup where they've got 3 seamers plus Ben Charlesworth, be hoping that Charlesworth doesn't have to do a massive amount of bowling, whilst he is a very useful operator. He's taken 10 wickets at 30 this season, which is more than handy to have as an extra seam bowling option. But they wouldn't want to go down to the 2 seamers plus him and then Todd Murphy. That would be a rather alarming start to the championship portion of the festival. So it'll be Actor to bowl,
with Wells on strike. How's that one to go through to the keeper, and there's no run? Well, there was clearly a bit of uncertainty there, because Cameron Bancroft, the captain, is at second slip. Was kind of looking towards the
number 17, Salman Akhtar.
Was looking towards the pavilion here with his arms outstretched, kind of just trying to work out what was wrong with de Lange. So he just, I mean, he'd actually taken his cap off as if he was going to bowl, I thought.
Yeah.
And then kind of last minute change of mind. Here is Akhtar in bowls. Forward again goes Wells, defends it, just smothers the ball away into the offside. And there's no run, but Bancroft clearly was a little uncertain as to what the issue was. But then he just rather alarmingly ran off.
Yeah.
But the fact that he ran off is encouraging, but then the point you just made about the injury before.
He wouldn't, I think partly he wouldn't want the injury to slow him down at all, but
right.
he also just, I think, probably wouldn't want to betray something were wrong, but I'm hoping that it's just sort of a boot issue or something this time.
Akhtar bowls to Wells, a straight to delivery which he defends to Van Buren at mid-off, and there's no run. Well, fingers crossed, that's nothing too sinister. But the fact he's had to go off is clearly an issue of some description.
Yeah. try and peer over the balcony to see if I can see him down below. He doesn't look immediately ready to come back on yet.
10 without loss, Wells on 2. Akhtar for Gloucestershire in past the umpire and bowls, and then pushed away by Wells, just nibbling around there, that delivery. As Wells indicates to Jennings at the non-striker's end, and playing it. There's a lot of caution and care. I guess you're opening batter, both batters coming down and having a little look at the pitch as well. 10 for no wicket, Lancashire. They won the toss and elected to bat first. Wells twirls his bat with 3 slip catches. They've pushed third man back towards the boundary, so a third man and a fine leg. Akhtar in and bowls again to Wells, who's off the front foot and defends once more. Deflects up to Van Buren at mid-off, and there's no run. So third man, fine leg, 3 slips, backward point. Square leg, mid-on, mid-off. With 1 ball left of this 5th over. Good start by Akhtar. I wouldn't even expecting to have called into action so early. Likely thinking that Marchand Delanga would have been for a reasonably lengthy opening spell with the new ball, but he's here to get his first over concluded. Bowls to Wells. Just nips a little bit on Wells. Takes his bottom hand off the bat, maybe just a little extra bounce. Yeah, just looking at the bat as to where that came off as he deflects it out towards the leg side. And there's no run, but a good start that by Akhtar. Maiden over, probing away, and trying to cause Luke Wells some difficulty. Lancashire, however, we're at 10 without loss. 5 overs gone.
So James Anderson certainly causing a lot of excitement around this morning.
Yes.
Is he the first knight to play at the Cheltenham Festival?
Well, can't be.
Well, as in actual at the time, you see.
Okay.
Because most of the time,
right.
it happens.
Got you.
No, not posthumously. It happens post-playing career.
Post-playing, yes.
So, could be.
Okay. All right.
At least an unnamed person from the club believes so. Singdale over the wicket bowling. This is pushed firmly by Jennings, but straight to mid-on, and there's no run. And of course, those spectators who've got tickets for today might be a little bit concerned.
Well, the Lancashire batter
they're
first.
not actually going to get to see him at all. But if you've got a ticket for tomorrow, then
yes,
you might have a chance.
Yeah.
You might. I think this Lancashire batting lineup would be hoping that it's not until well into tomorrow that Anderson gets a chance to bowl. Singdale bowls a bouncer, which is pulled in controlled fashion by Jennings, down to long leg for a single, 11 without loss. Steep square was actually up there, so possibly a bit of a bluff with a shorter ball from Singdale. But it is what you've got to do with this Kookaburra ball. We've seen it already in June, and pretty much as you'd love to be pitching it up and nicking people off to the slips, and with the new ball you've still got a chance of doing that, but actually you do have to think already a bit, especially if you've got some pace as Singdale does and as Delanga does and as Akhtar does, about actually using the hardness of the ball. Singdale bowls, there is another bumper, but it's beautifully played by Wells, just off the back foot. It didn't quite rise up as much as Singdale hoped, and he's just dropped the ball down between gully and backward point, and that rattles along to the boundary for 4. So Wells has his first boundary, Lancashire 15 for no loss.
The same thing happened in the game at Chesterfield a few weeks ago when Lancashire went there with Anderson, and Anderson as captain won the toss and elected to bat first.
Just wants to disappoint everyone, doesn't he?
Keep
them waiting to make a fashionable entrance late on day 2.
There's noticeable groans around Queen's Park. Oh, really?
Singdale goes in, bowls a fuller ball, which Wells allows to pass through behind the stumps.
Jimmy went to put his feet up on the first day. Yeah.
But
The Kookaburra ball, though, so the 2 rounds that we've had previously, this might be an exception, that they've actually produced 2 extremely good games of cricket. Lancashire in two belting games of cricket.
yeah, and it's the same with Gloucestershire as well. I'm not sure the game at Cardiff, maybe not belting, but there was real intrigue, and for a while it looked as though Ben Kellaway was going to be able to bowl Glamorgan to victory. Singdale in now, Fuller delivery, and Wells plays it to mid-on. Slight air of suspicion about that defensive shot, but he never really looked like missing it. And then the previous game was an absolute cracker between Gloucestershire and Derbyshire. At Bristol, Gloucestershire got skittled out in their first innings. Derbyshire looked as though they were building just an absolutely monumental lead, collapsed mightily to still give them a lead of about 200 on first innings. Gloucestershire then piled up the runs with Bancroft and Van Buren both making scores in the 170s. Singdale in, push and run from Wells into the vacant cover region, and that will keep him the strike at the end of over number 6. Lancashire 16 without loss, 7 to Wells and 9 to Jennings. And then Derbyshire absolutely cruising towards their target, 177 without loss.
Was that Caleb Jewell, was it?
Caleb Jewell, yes, blazing the ball to all parts of Bristol, and Harry came. And in the end, it was Derbyshire who, with about 20 runs needed and 4 or 5 overs to go, with number 10 out there, just decided, actually, it's time to shut up shop, as they'd collapsed from 177 without loss to 283 for 8.
It's Akhtar bowling, fallen, driven away by Wells to the right of mid-off. That'll be 4. As the ball rattles its way over this route, Brown, and quick, dry outfield towards the boundary. Wells moves to 7, Lancashire 16 without loss.
Yeah, so I don't imagine that's going to be an attitude that's reflected around the country.
Would appear not.
And to be honest, even though particularly the Glamorgan game ended up being a decent finish, there was still a lot of kookaburra-ness about the game itself, in that it was fairly slow moving. The ball did absolutely nothing whatsoever.
Akhtar over the wicket, bowls to Wells. That's turned through the onside this time, through mid-wicket, just working across his front pad. Hurtle through for 1, think about 2 and correctly decide against it. Single for Wells, moves him to 12, and Lancashire 21 without loss.
And as by the way, Matt Taylor was the fielder there, who's the substitute still on for Marchant de Lange. You know, something I've thought before about the kookaburra, especially when it comes to seam bowlers, is that there just feels like an air of randomness sometimes about the wickets that are taken.
Akhtar to Jennings, advancing towards the bowler, and then just defends it for a single. Just taps it up towards mid-on to the left fractionally of mid-on. Go throughs for 1. Jennings moves to 10, Lancashire 22 without loss.
Do you know what I mean, though? Because it feels as though it takes either a batter error that comes out of nowhere, or just, you know, a ball that happens to bounce a little bit more, that's maybe top edge down to a fielder in the deep. There are a lot of wickets like that because you just can't expect to be hitting the pads too much or catching the edge.
Akhtar to Wells, fires in a 4 delivery. Wells brings the bat down, jabs it away into the offside. It's bouncing out to the left of cover point, through for a single, 23 without loss.
But it's going to be so hard to defend on this ground, and that also may be why Gloucestershire might not be too disappointed to have lost this toss. Both sides, they're not in a situation where it's a must win, but I think in terms of moving up that table, they probably do need to.
Tapped into the offside by Keaton Jennings. They just moved Hammond into the offside to strengthen that cover position. Down to a couple of slips now. Backward point, cover, and a mid-off, mid-on, square leg, third man, and fine leg. 23 without loss, with 1 ball left of the 7th over. Jennings on 10. He's the man on strike. Wells at the non-strikers end on 13. We've had around about half an hour of play this morning. As Akhtar turns and sets off to complete the over into to Jennings. Again, just played calmly and into the onside. Deflected away defensively for no run. End of the over. But a decent one that for Lancashire. The 4 coming off the first delivery of the over, and then they picked up singles from the next 4 deliveries as well. 23 without loss, Wells 13, Jennings on 10.
So in terms of the table positioning, Gloucestershire 4th, Lancashire 6th, but that doesn't really tell much of a story. Everything's still quite tightly bunched apart from Leicestershire, who are still miles out in front, 31 points even ahead of second place. And that's Derbyshire still, despite Lancashire's win over Derbyshire. But Derbyshire very much clinging on to that spot now, only 2 points ahead of Glamorgan. And then Gloucestershire in fourth, 15 points behind second. Singdale in now, and a full ball is pushed into the offside, and Phillips has got the sleeves half rolled up at cover point, is able to get across and keep that to a dot delivery. Lancashire 9 back of Gloucestershire, but both with identical records, 1-1, lost 2, drawn 6, and the difference is that Gloucestershire have had 7 more batting points and 2 more bowling points than Gloucestershire's own, and than Lancashire. Sorry, it's only 2. And in the bowling point department, as Singdale bowls, and that's played into the covers. So, you know, you'd look at it and think first innings runs are the difference in the table at the moment. However, this season, I can tell you that Gloucestershire have only once limited a side to under 390 in their first innings. So whilst Gloucestershire have actually got a good haul of bowling points, 24, only Leicestershire have got more bowling points than Gloucestershire. It shows you sides have been scoring fairly quickly, but as Singdale is in now, Wells defends back to the bowler. Sides have been scoring fairly quickly. They've been getting about 400. It's not too often been much more than the 390. There've been an awful lot of scores around that mark, and maybe that's just the way it is in Championship cricket now, where 400 used to be a fairly hefty proposition, but I'm not sure it's quite the same now with the way that these pitches are, and especially using the Kookaburra. Singdale bowls another full ball. It's driven hard, and you're going to have to get your body behind it, fielding the ball there. It'll be a bit of an experience possibly for Todd Murphy, who had to get himself in line with that one. It was hit on one firm skidding bounce to him, and he did stop the ball at mid-off, and there's no run. So I don't know, in terms of what sort of a game to expect, I guess we're probably expecting something like that, but you just never know. Even though it was with the Duke's ball last year, the game that ended with the tie on 592, Gloucestershire were 88 for 8 at lunch. It was one of the things that made that game the most absurd 4 days you could ever wish to see. And Cheltenham does have a bit of a habit of producing games that go right down to the wire. Singdale round the wicket bowling, driven firmly for 4. That's a wonderful shot from Luke Wells, and he just actually stepped back after playing it. That's when you know it's a good one, because having played it a step or two outside his crease, he then just decided to go back and mark his guard again and dismiss the ball from his sight and from his mind as he played it straight of mid-off and away to the boundary, 27 without loss.
That's a lovely shot, isn't it?
So the last ball coming up of the 8th over. Singdale is in now, and that's steered away, past backward point by Wells, probably just for the single. Boundaries are fairly short everywhere really, and there's enough time for the fielder to get round from third man to backward point, and there is a single. So 28 without loss as we've had 8 overs, and despite the fact that we've had out and out pace really for the first 8 overs, it's actually not been bad from Gloucestershire in terms of getting through those overs. We haven't seen a huge amount of field changes or anything, so it's all rattled along fairly nicely. The ground continues to fill up, the temporary seating over on the far side, and it is great to have 4-day cricket back at the festival, and it is also a great pleasure to welcome Nathan Johns to the festival. How are you?
Very well, thank you for having me. Dare I say, I'm just keeping a nervous eye above me. I think I'm kind of half out of shot of this umbrella, and I'm feeling a few spots of rain, but it's nothing too heavy just yet.
Here comes Actor now, bowling to Wells, who is playing defensively back to the bowler, and there's no run. Should I introduce you as the Irish Times' Nathan Johns?
You can if you want. But yeah, once upon a time, was working for them frequently. But yeah, sadly, they haven't actually got too many international games this summer.
Right.
Due to financial constraints or what have you. So yeah, I'm over here watching and working at as much cricket as I possibly can.
Well, I think that sort of more or less answers the question of it being your first time at Cheltenham. In comes Actor over the wicket, bowls Wells, another studious defence to Hammond, who's moved out from third slip. The slip cordon is gradually getting less and less populated.
It did not take long. Just once Delanga went off and they lost that bit of extra pace. I was listening to you earlier making the point that with the Kookaburra ball it tends to be the extra pace that takes wickets, but I think it didn't take long once Actor came into the attack to move slip into cover. But yes, no, first time here at Cheltenham. Been to Gloucester plenty of times in Bristol, but not at Cheltenham.
Here comes Actor, presents the ball and bowls, and that's played pleasantly off the front foot by Wells, just a push drive, but it doesn't bring him a run as Van Buren is able to get across. So gradually getting used to all the quirks of Cheltenham with the two squares, the college square which Actor is actually running in from. He starts his run on a practice pitch, which is one of the curiosities here. The school play their matches on that square, and then we have the square for the festival. As Actor bowls, has been edged and caught behind, and Gloucestershire have got their first wicket. You could hear the edge from here, and just a cursory raise of the finger from the umpire as Zaman Actor has struck, and that's a key early breakthrough, because you have got to make some use of this Kookaburra whilst it is new. And Wells goes, caught Bracey, bowled Actor for 18, and James Bracey, who actually ended up breaking his own record only a matter of weeks afterwards, but in the last match on this ground he broke the record for the number of catches in an innings by a Gloucestershire keeper, but he's at it again with the first wicket there, 28 for 1.
Yeah, good start for Bracey. That looked like that was the first ball that actually moved in quite a while. You could see Wells was just looking to become a bit more comfortable, driving hard, going hard hands at the ball, and just one left him just enough just to catch the edge. You're right, you have to take advantage of those opportunities with that new Kookaburra, because we all know how it tends to go later on. So a big first wicket for Gloucestershire.
Yes, it tends to become an ex-Kookaburra.
Don't know quite
from about 15 overs.
Don't know what to describe it then as that, but no, that's a surprising one, because the last 3 overs I just got a sense that Lancashire started to look a bit more comfortable. The early help had disappeared.
Yeah.
So a bonus perhaps.
So Josh Bohannon comes out at 3. This formidable looking top order for Lancashire that Gloucestershire have got to try and make inroads into. Marcus Harris due in next, who's plenty familiar with these surroundings. Played a couple of Cheltenhams. I believe he scored 100 here against Hampshire, if memory serves. Then Phil Salt, Matty Hurst, Chris Green, who's been in the runs for Lancashire, and George Balderson coming in at 8, Tom Hartley at 9. It's a long lineup. I mean, Jack Blatherwick is no mug at 10. So certainly by no means through, but you're going to have to continue to make inroads as Bohannon, the slightly diminutive right-hander, faces up to Actor, and that's defended back to the bowler.
Yeah, God love him. Big difference from the two openers. Yeah. Two left-handed 6'3" looking batters, and yeah, standing next to Jennings between overs could be an interesting one.
Yeah, it's almost like the reverse Crawley Duckett, isn't it? With the tall left-hander in Jennings now and the more diminutive right-hander in Bohannon. Bohannon has certainly enjoyed batting against Gloucestershire in recent times as Actor is into him, and that's just maybe bounced a little bit, and Bohannon plays it pretty well in the end, taking a hand off the bat, playing it to backward point, but it's a wicket maiden for Zaman Actor. And he's bowled 2 maidens out of his 3 overs. 1 over went for 7, So it's been a bit feast or famine so far, but he's got that scalp. And Lancashire 28 for 1. We've had 9 overs.
Looks like Ajit Singh Dale will continue. Keaton Jennings stays on strike. Interesting for Jennings, they have that cover out. He's gone back into that third slip position. He stands very deep in his crease. Does Jennings, big wide stance as here comes Singh Dale. Full ball, defended solidly to mid-off, where Todd Murphy does the fielding.
Yes. We've got the white marquees back this year at Cheltenham. If you come last year, you've seen some sort of sandy brown jobs which looked as though they belonged in the desert.
You say that as if it was a controversial colour choice.
Well, I think some people did prefer the white marquees. It certainly lends more of an air that there are more people in.
Here comes Singh Dale down the track. Jennings defends to cover point. He's done that a few times this morning. Jennings says every now and then he likes to go for a walk out of his crease as the bowler comes in. I wonder if that's just with a view to negating any movement that might be coming from that new Kookaburra, if there is still any. Over 9 overs old now.
Yeah, he does seem to be switching it up quite a bit. I mean, it's one thing that you do get a good sense of from square on, isn't it? Whilst we can't see much of the movement of the ball, you can really get a good sense of how the batter's feet are working.
Singh Dale in once again. Full ball, outside off. Jennings leaves that alone as it goes through to Bracey.
But yes, I think we'll probably start to see a few more people filing towards the particular marquee over at the chapel end, where you can see the streamers out of various beer and cider manufacturers. It's not doing a roaring trade at the moment. The ice cream truck seems to have set up stall right next to that particular marquee. So good to see that that's here already. Various food outlets on the far side of the ground, just behind the Sanford Road, or in front of it.
Shorter from Singh Dale. Jennings walks down the track again, as we've already said he's done in this over. Squirts off the outside half of the bat to backward point for no run.
But yeah, the temporary seating is, well, I don't know what you say about now, and lots of people positioned around the ground. The outdoor white plastic chairs are in use. Some areas of the ground where there had been marquees before, not quite as many marquees this year, but spectators, I'm sure, like to get here nice and early to grab the spot right in that front row.
Change in the field here for Singh Dale. He's got a silly mid-on in now as deep backward square goes on the fence. Set up for a short ball, but it's a good length outside off. Jennings leaves it well alone. Yes, perhaps just a sign that the ball is not doing as much as it had been already. Less than 10 overs old now, as they've already gone with the 2 men back on the hook ploy, just to give themselves the option, I suppose, of challenging Jennings, especially when he's walking down. When he's walking down the track, that short ball could be an interesting ploy.
Yeah, I mean, pitches at Cheltenham have tended to have the reputation of being a little bit quicker, but then of course you play at Bristol for most of the season. I think a lot of pitches are going to seem a bit quicker.
Jennings down the track again, just guides that nicely. The deep third, 1 run to end the 10th over. Jennings will keep the strike. Lancashire are 29 for 1.
But yeah, I think early on it doesn't look as though there's really too many demons in it, and it's not carrying through badly, but it doesn't seem as though there's absolute express nature to it, so there seem to be too many worries in that regard. The biggest worry for Gloucestershire is still that Marchant de Lange is off the field. In case you joined us a little bit late, Marchant de Lange bowling 2 overs to open the bowling from that chapel end, and then it sort of looked as if he was preparing to bowl again, but then took his cap and his sunglasses and We haven't seen him since what was going to be the start, I suppose, of the 5th over, as that's driven by Jennings just past a sprawling Hammond at extra cover, and they'll take 1 as Van Buren gets across from mid-off, so 30 for 1.
It was a bizarre passage of 30, 45 seconds, wasn't it? Because as you said, the cap was off. It was being handed to the umpire. And it was almost as if all of a sudden either he noticed something or he got a call from the sideline. But he ran off very quickly. He looked very, very jovial, big smile on his face as he was running off. He didn't look like a man who had just tweaked something and had to rush off injured.
Actor into Bohannon, and that's let go. But of course, now that he's been off the field for best part of half an hour, he's going to have to wait that length of time when he does come back on, and hopefully it's when rather than if. So they won't be able to use him for a bit, so yeah, you'd imagine we might be seeing a little bit more of spin before lunch than Gloucestershire would initially have planned. They've got Ben Charlesworth, as I say, who can bowl and may well have to before too long, standing at forward square leg. There are 3 slips back in place for Actor and the new batter, Bohannon, who's forward and defending firmly. Back to the bowler, Bohannon yet to get off the mark. Wells dismissed for 18. And Keaton Jennings has looked very steady on 12 ever since he inside edged his first ball to the boundary, which got him underway, but it looks as if he's got himself set for the long haul, as we're just having a few little sprinklings of rain, nothing more than that, and hopefully that's all it amounts to, as Actor is in to Bohannon, and again that's let go.
Yeah, we've had a frantic reshuffling, haven't we? We were half in, half out underneath
you think
this
that
umbrella.
Was frantic, you wait until it rains properly.
Semi-frantic.
We do have a lot of equipment this year. I hope our listeners, via the medium of online stream, well, I say online stream, that's a bit ambiguous, isn't it? Via the radio stream, are appreciative of just how bizarre the setup is in front of us. Hopefully to bring you the best audio quality that we can. Actor in now, and good length ball, which rises up a little bit, but Bohannon ensures that he has nothing to do with it again. Yet to get off the mark, 6 deliveries into his innings. And we are working, I hope, I'm pretty sure we are, via the medium of not only internet, but 4G and 5G. I can see the 5G light flashing in front of me, so
I'm glad you know what those.
As good as we can do.
I'm glad you know what those flashing lights mean.
We can only do our best. Actor to Bohannon, and that's another forward defence, which is fielded by Singh Dale at mid-off. Just the 1 run from the over. Actor has been really very tidy. 4 overs, 1 for 8 from his first spell, and given that he wouldn't have really been expecting to come on and bowl, he's done a really important job for Gloucestershire. And Singh Dale, it is to have a 6th over, so no change yet from the college lawn end.
It really was a bizarre start to his spell, wasn't it, for Actor, because he was standing at his fielding position.
Yeah.
And it was such a late decision to say, here's the ball, off you go.
I don't know if almost one of the things that T20 does is maybe just allow bowlers to, to start a little bit more easily than before. So there's certainly no looseners.
Here comes Singh Dale, Jennings on strike. Beaten on the outside edge, good length. Jennings was in 2 minds, forward or back, and he ends up going neither, and it's through to Bracey, no run.
Bit of a smile there from Jennings, but you just got to smile it off. But that was the sort of length that I think Singh Dale got Jennings those 2 times with at Old Trafford as well. It was edged off very much a good length rather than it really being pitched up and it being the drive and the nick.
Singh Dale in again, over the wickets. Jennings down the pitch, flicks that one nicely off his pads into the gap. It's a race on here to try and cut it off from the boundary, and the ball wins. Jennings flicks that one off his pads through mid-wicket to add to his total. He is on 16 now off 29 deliveries. Lancashire at 34 for 1.
He set off with great determination there, Graham van Buren, and actually for a moment I thought he might just get there, but then because the outfield's so dry, and even though we've got a little bit of drizzle, it's not enough to be able to slide very much. So in another instance I think he would have slid and caught up with it and been able to tip it back in, but he just wasn't able to generate much pace on his slide.
Here comes Singdale. Full outside off. Jennings leaves that one alone. Well, dare I say, given how brown and dry the outfield is, it does not look very appealing for sliding.
No.
Lots of red knees, red elbows.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of players, especially in the T20, with those tuba grip sleeves on, and then you'd imagine that they've got, I don't know, some of those sort of, I was going to use a brand name but maybe not, of I don't know, lycra neoprene type legging things, whatever you call them, sportswear.
Is that the technical term, is it?
Underneath the trousers to stop, you know, shin burns.
Singdale bowls full outside off. Jennings once again leaves that go through to Bracey for no run.
Shin burns, carpet burns. So, yeah, it looks like, as you say, the sort of outfield where most of the time you can just wave the ball to the boundary anyway, because as soon as it gets past, it's going to be 4. And there are a few little bobbles to be had out there, but less of a factor really in Championship cricket than in the T20s.
Jennings plays this time, defends solidly straight back to Singdale, full of a length delivery dot ball. Well, it's so short this side in the pavilion as it comes towards us as well, isn't it? So, like you said, once you've beat the, well, there's no ring in red ball cricket, but you know what I mean, once you get it through the closer infielders, you tend to think it's going to reach the fence. The rain has just picked up here. There's a few concerned looks. Umpire James Treadwell at square leg here is just looking over his left shoulder with a bit of concern, but this delivery will take place. Full of a length again. Jennings walks down the pitch but lets it go through to James Bracey.
Yeah, it's still steady, but possibly just a bit lighter than it was. The main issue that, and I'm sure this is something, as I say, we'll have Christian Brain on tomorrow to talk about the challenges of it, but one of the things in particular which is tricky about managing this particular ground is that college square, because you know, you're not just covering one square. The priority is to cover the square and the pitch that is actually being played on, but quite often the thing which prevents play from occurring is actually the college square, because you just can't cover that as quickly. It takes time and manpower to cover one square, so then you've got to cover the other square as well, and you've got, as we have Actor now, running in directly on that square. Here he comes now to Bohannon, and that's clipped into the leg side. That will be Bohannon's first run as Charlesworth slides from square leg out to mid-wicket, but can't do anything about that single. So 35 for 1.
Bit of good news there as we were talking about squares. A round of applause went around the ground because Mark Chantalange has come back onto the field. He is now fielding at mid-off with the left-hander on strike, but he looks to be okay.
Yep, and the rain I think has more or less stopped. There's a bit of a hazy fuzz as we look over to Cleve Hill in the distance, but that I think is what's just come as Actor is into Jennings, and a step out of his crease to block that one away to extra cover, and there is no run. Yes, Scott, we've moved over here because we're under cover. Honestly, he's positioned himself expecting to have several square miles seemingly to do his updates in. I need my space to work. Here comes Zaman Actor. Bowls now, and that's worked away wristily by Jennings, but straight to forward square leg, and there is no run. Mentioned with Scott about the fact that this is the first time Lancashire have played here since 2019, but it's actually the first time that they've played at the festival, I believe, since 2004. So been a fair chunk of time, and been some exciting battles between these two sides over the years. Mark Lane has a couple of hundreds, Gloucestershire's head coach, against Lancashire on this ground, as Jennings leaves that one alone. Through again to James Bracey. 153rd Cheltenham Festival, kinda, sorta, maybe. The asterisk is quite small. Well, it's 153 years since the first county cricket that was played on this ground, so it's what we go with. Actor over the wicket, bowls. Jennings onto the front foot, plays the ball to Marchant de Lange, who fields it mid-off, and whilst he's not had any running to do or anything, he certainly doesn't look as if he's particularly encumbered by anything.
Oh, he jogged back onto the pitch again, in a very jovial manner. I really wonder what it was. That's really puzzling me now. What kept him off for about half an hour, but clearly was not particularly serious.
35 for 1. Actor in now to Jennings, who plays the ball respectfully back to the bowler. So 5 overs, 1 for 9. Actor's figures and the score 35 for 1 after 13 overs. We did have a bit of a break, of course, in the festival, so it's not really the 153rd anyway, with the small matter of a couple of world wars. And also, when it first started, for its first few years, it was just a one-off type of thing. The actual cricket week started 6 years after the first game was played, back in 1872. Gloucestershire taking on Surrey.
Ajit Singh Dale is going to continue from the College Lawn end. This will be his 7th over. Done for 17 with 1 maiden so far. First time he's going to be bowling to Josh Bohannon. He's on strike. Full in and around off stump. Bohannon defends resolutely towards mid-off. No run.
Yeah, I mention only because actually in one of the Lancashire games that I was looking back on at the Cheltenham Festival, it was Dilip Mendis, the Sri Lankan opening batter for Lancashire, who's one of many players that has had to go over the road to the hospital on the far side over the years and get something seen to.
Singdale straighter this time on the pads. Bohannon clips it out to square leg for a single. That man is back on the fence.
But I'm sure that Marchant de Lange didn't have to do that, but you do always know that there's plenty of medical attention here, thankfully. And on a more serious note, we did need that because, and there was an ambulance actually on the ground as well, but during one of the T20s, a pull shot smashed into the brickwork just behind us on the balcony, ricocheted back down and hit a spectator in the back of the head. Absolutely no chance of knowing where it was going to go. So he did thankfully return to his seat later on, but again, if he's listening, I hope you're doing okay.
Singdale into Jennings, left alone outside the off stump. So it literally just ricocheted off the facade and straight back down.
It was a hard flat pull shot. I think, was it James Cole's? And yes, off the brickwork just away to our right and back down.
And was it the ball that hit the spectator, or was it the loose brickwork?
No, not the brickwork. No, it wasn't like that. Was it the West Indies test a couple of years back at Trent Bridge where somebody smashed a ball into the tiles on the top of one of the stands and the tile came crashing down? Not good.
Singdale into Jennings again. as is his wont this morning, Jennings walks down but leaves it well alone outside off stump.
No, the Victorians built things far more sturdily than whenever that tiling work was done at Trent Bridge.
They future-proofed their
They
cricket
did,
grounds
yes.
for T20 cricket that they didn't know about. Because they talk about that actually, just given the weekend that was in it with the Open and the golf on. A lot of people talk about golf courses being not built for modern technology and modern clubs. You always wonder about some cricket grounds being too small, or if the pavilion and the tile work is in danger with modern T20 bats. Shorter delivery. Oh, that was off the edge of the bat. Inside edge, I think, as Jennings is looking to cut that short ball, and it's flown away for 4, just behind wicketkeeper Bracey. It's not the first time Keaton Jennings has had a fortuitous boundary this morning via his inside edge.
Oh, that must have been very close. I'm going to say, judging by the angle it went off at, that cannot have missed by much, and it didn't.
It was nearly off the bottom of his bat looking at it on replay. It's funny, he gave one of those apologetic waves to the bowler. You know, in tennis, if you hit the net, if you still win the point, he kind of waved to apologise. Jennings was acknowledging Singdale's frustration there, I think. And it brings Lancashire on to 40 for 1 delivery remaining in this 14th over. Jennings comes down again. That one just sticks in the pitch a little bit as he pushes to cover unconvincingly, but there is no run. 14 overs in. Lancashire 40 for 1. Jennings not out, 20 off 42. Josh Bohannon 2 off 10.
Yeah, so that will surely be the end of Singdale's spell after 7 overs, but it's one of those where, especially if you're a bowler, you probably just think, well, I've got an inside edge, I've got a really rather unconvincing looking defensive shot. You just love to be able to bowl another, but I guess he could bowl another, but it's more second, third, possibly fourth spells that he has to be thinking about.
Well, we'll see what happens, because they are making a change from the Chapel end. Looks like Todd Murphy's going to come into the attack. James Bracey's got his helmet on, so he's going to stand up to the stumps. Phillips has got his pads on, so he's going to be fielding somewhere in close to the bat, be it short leg or silly point. But they are going to bring on spin, although I said they might not make a change at both ends. I'm pretty sure we did just see Singdale walk off, which
Yes,
would suggest that his morning spell has been completed.
Yes, what a generous reception. 7 overs for 22 is figures, but we had that 1 over, was his second over, I think, where he beat Wells 3 times in a row to end it. Was probably the time he looked concertedly closest to taking a wicket, but then inside edge in the last over in terms of actual margin might still be the closest that he's come. So we are going to see Todd Murphy, who is playing his 3rd game for Gloucestershire, just the 6 wickets so far. And he's going to bowl, as he seems to very much like to do, around the wicket to the right-handed Bohannon. We've got Phillips under the helmet at short leg, Hammond at slip, and here is Murphy into Bohannon on the back foot and worked away straight past short leg to Ben Charlesworth, who's fielding at deep square leg. And single is added, 41 for 1. Bohannon on to 3. Bohannon, somebody who had a big double 100 against Gloucestershire back at Old Trafford in 2022, that was, when that was a Division 1 clash between these two counties. And it'll be Jennings just to do a little bit of tapping away and scraping, getting his guard sorted. Murphy round the wicket to him as well. Bowls now, and Jennings cuts just a fraction short. This might be 4 if Charlesworth doesn't field well, which he does. And sliding fashion, goes across to his left, keeps it down to a single, so 42 for 1 as Jennings is on to 21. I wonder what Todd Murphy makes of Cheltenham so far. Round the wicket he bowls, and it's nicely bowled, a little bit slower, and drawing Bohannon forward to defend.
Well, I suspect his answer to that question might be determined by his figures at the end of the day.
It might be. Getting the ball in the 15th over, so into the action pretty quickly. Bowling in the glasses with the towel tucked into the back of his trousers as Bohannon clips this one leg side for another single past Bancroft at mid-wicket, 43 for 1.
You always enjoy watching the short leg fielder when a spinner comes on, because they can tell just before the batter plays his shot how in the firing line they are.
Murphy into Jennings, who reaches forward, big stride in, plays the ball in defence, back to Todd Murphy, man from the Murray River. Played his state cricket for Victoria, but he comes a long way from Melbourne, as Jennings maybe plays inside the line of that one. He does Keaton Jennings very often play inside the line. He's one of those left-handers. There seems to be more left-handers than right-handers that do it, but Jennings is certainly one of them, where especially from side on you've got no hope really of telling whether there was a play and miss or not. It is 43 for 1. We've had 15 overs, and after a few more words from Nathan Johns, Scott Reed will be back.
Yeah, so it looks like, as promised, with Ajit Singh Dale gone off the pitch, there will be another change of bowling from the College Lawn end. So Gloucestershire making their changes in tandem. And it is Ben Charlesworth who's going to be taking the ball. Marchant Delanga is back on the pitch. He bowled 2 overs before going off with some sort of mysterious, what we think was an injury concern, but he's back on, but he's not back into the attack as of yet. So it will be Ben Charlesworth wearing number 64 from the College Lawn end.
Yeah, pretty solid first hour this, isn't it, for Lancashire? Losing Wells reasonably early on. It was a nice little ball from Akhtar. Just left him, found the edge, caught by Bracey.
Charlesworth in first ball short of a length, and he punched off the back foot beautifully by Bohannon. A loosener from Charlesworth, short and wide. Bohannon's first boundary.
I think since then, Lancashire should be pretty pleased, won't we, with the first hour. You kind of get through in the first 20 overs thereabouts with a Kookaburra ball. Things should get a little bit easier. It looks a pretty decent pitch to bat on. Quick outfield, pretty short boundary to this side. There's runs to be had here for Lancashire, I reckon, today.
Here comes Charlesworth in again. Bohannon on strike. Straighter delivery this time. Pushed towards mid-on for no run.
I guess if you win the toss and you're looking to bat first, they've gone with the extra spinner in Tom Hartley as well. So Hartley's left arm spin, they've got the off spin of Chris Green, they've got the leg spin of Luke Wells. So they've kind of picked a team that would back up a decision to win the toss and bat first. So the challenge will be first innings runs. That's been a challenge for Lancashire in the last couple of seasons, in truth.
Fuller this time and flicked off the pads nicely. That'll be another boundary for Bohannon. 2 full. Charlesworth. Bit of a tricky start. 2 boundaries in his first 3 deliveries here.
Yeah, that's a 50 up as well, isn't it, for Lancashire?
Yeah, and good time as well. Yeah. 16th over, just over an hour in. Yeah, Lancashire looking, you'd be very happy with this position, especially when you manage to get the spinner into the attack so early on day one.
Yeah, you do see that again. You do see quite a bit of that, don't you? With some, I think the previous 2 games that Lancashire have played, Chris Green's been bowling inside up to half an hour. Not a lot there for your seam bowlers. But so getting spinning early, of course, Murphy will be familiar with these conditions and this ball.
Full again. Extra protection on the leg side now with a change in the field. Bohannon flicks that one nicely, but it is straight to mid-on. Yet it only took 3 deliveries. And some of those catchers have come out from behind the wicket. So there's now 1 slip and a gully in. Deep point has gone out, and there's an extra man saving one on the leg side for Charlesworth.
Just a little bit of light drizzle around in the last kind of half an hour or so as well. Not too heavy.
Full again, driven nicely, but good piece of work from mid-on to come on and cut that off for another dot ball.
Just have a little walk around the edge of the ground while I was off commentary. Just a little bit of kind of light drizzle, but nothing too nasty. The forecast, I think he's all right, and it might just get the odd passing shower
but I don't think there's anything kind of too heavy or anything too sustained through the course of the day.
Shorter length this time. Judging by the reaction of Charlesworth, that might have just gone over the top of the stumps, but Bohannon shoulders arms, and it brings an end to the over. A good one for Lancashire. A pair of boundaries for Josh Bohannon in there. He moves to 12. Keaton Jennings is also there, not out on 21. Lancashire are 51 for 1. Wells, the man dismissed. He nicked off to Actor for 18.
It's a good comeback that one from Charlesworth, wasn't it? Last couple of deliveries, and the last ball of the over was was the best of that opening over, just settling into it. This is quirky start here for Gloucestershire in terms of the bowlers that they've used because of this mysterious issue with De Lange. It's in 2 overs from De Lange and went off the pitch. So they've been a bowler light for the first hour and 10 minutes. Murphy's going to continue with his off spin. It's worked into the onside by Keaton Jennings, a tumbling stop at mid wicket, and there's no run.
But he's very hard to read, De Lange, because he's just looked so happy the whole time.
He does. He ran off looking quite happy, actually.
He doesn't look like a man who's injured. Maybe he's just happy to be here. Happy to be here at the festival.
The way he ran off, I just thought he was. It's a bit of a comfort break required. As Murphy's in and bowling to Jennings off the back foot, playing it late, cutting the ball.
Well, if so, it ended up being quite a long comfort break.
He kind of just sprinted off. Oh, he'll be back in a minute because he just needs to pay a visit. But no, not sitting ball, but he's out there. So maybe that's an encouraging sign that whatever was the problem, there's nothing too sinister. But we've not seen him ball since those opening 2 overs. Murphy around the wicket bowls. Jennings leaves through to Bracey. And there's no run. They've got a slip in place. There's a short fine leg, short third man. Short straight mid on. Cover. And then orthodox mid on and mid off. 51 for 1. Lancashire. Jennings on 21. Murphy in and bowls. Jennings leaning into it and just taps the ball out towards the leg side. There's no run. Also a fielder at deep backwards square leg. So 51 for 1. Couple of deliveries to go of this 17th over. Very light drizzle, just the odd umbrella. And you can see dotted around. Actually, 1 or 2 are now just lowering their umbrellas, which maybe means that the drizzle's just drifted away. Murphy bowls again. Forward goes Jennings and defends. Balls push right back down the pitch to Murphy. He scoops it up off his own bowling, and there's no run.
Yes, well, we have our own umbrella here, and it's up permanently, but we've been kind of frantically moving in and out of coverage depending on what way the clouds are looking like.
Readjusting the positions. As Murphy's in to complete the over. Oh, and Jennings going back. Inside edging the ball down towards short fine leg for no run, but a probing, testing over from Todd Murphy. Could be in for a lengthy spell today. It's a maiden over for Murphy. His second over of the day. And Lancashire 51 for 1, 17 overs gone.
He's just had a few moments like that this morning, Jennings, hasn't he? That's the 3rd time an inside edge has maybe slightly fortuitously missed his leg stump. 2 of them actually brought boundaries off some of the quicker bowlers. And every now and then he just had that nervy moment, neither forward nor back, catches the inside half of the bat. But he is still there, 21 off 51. Ajit Singh Dale has come back onto the pitch. He's not bowling though after that lengthy spell. It is still Charlesworth, who had an expensive first over. Josh Bohannon took a bit of a liking to him with a pair of boundaries, but he's in now over the wickets. Into the pitch, straight line. Bohannon defends back to him for no run.
Yeah, it's a good start that, wasn't it? It's good line length that from Charlesworth. Just dropped a bit too short, didn't he, in the first couple of deliveries. Just getting used to the pace of the pitch and just getting into his spell. A good start for his to his second over.
Yeah, he's got a slip in the gully. The slip isn't at first though. I reckon it's kind of like a second or maybe even second and a half. I obviously think Bracey can cover a few positions with his ability to dive. And are we having a little look at the ball here for the first time today? Just asking the umpire just to check it's all in good condition, but Mr. Illingworth is happy, and Charlesworth has it at the top of his mark again. Fuller this time on the pads and flicks that identifying leg for 1.
I was looking at the Lancashire side that played here in 2019. So Lancashire, I think Ed mentioned it, didn't it? Lancashire's last game here was 2019. I was here for it, but I can't remember last week, let alone 2019. So I was looking at Lancashire side that played here, and it's a team with some very good names in it. There's quite a few players still that are left over from that game that played here in 2019. I'll run through the side in a moment or two. And Jimmy Anderson played that day back in 2019. Keaton Jennings was in that Lancashire side as well.
Speaking of Jennings, he's on strike now, and he just taps that one into the covers for a dot ball, back of a length delivery.
Stephen Croft played. He's Lancashire's interim head coach now. So they had Keaton Jennings and Hasib Hamid. They had Jake Lehman batting at 3. Rob Jones, Liam Livingston, Dane Velas, Stephen Croft, Tom Bailey, Sakib Mahmood, Richard Gleeson and James Anderson with the Lancashire 11 from 2019.
Charlesworth outside off, left alone by Jennings. What time of the year was that? Because presumably back in 2019, Jimmy Anderson wasn't playing that much county championship cricket, was he?
That was the last week of May.
Yes, what? But just before the first test of the summer, probably.
Yeah. Probably his last game for Lancashire, wasn't it? Before the test matches started.
You get him for May every year, and then see him in 12 months' time.
That's about it. Yeah, not anymore. We've got him all the time now.
Brilliant. Here comes Charlesworth over the wicket to the left-hander. Short of a length, Jennings defends to cover. No run. And
that's actually quite an interesting little point from today's game, because Marcus Harris, who was appointed kind of interim captain when Keaton Jennings moved away early this season, we were kind of half expecting that, well, Harris was captain after Jennings stood down, so Harris will come back and captain the side, but they've stuck with Jimmy as captain, so I presume it's James now for the rest of the season.
Jennings with a full-blooded drive. That's a brilliant bit of work at cover. Saves a boundary there. It was a full ball outside off. Jennings made good contact with it, but it's Zamanakta there with a diving one-handed stop to keep it to a dot ball. That brings the over to an end. Lancashire are 52 for 1. Jennings 21 off 55 and Bohannon 13 off 21.
That Gloucestershire side that played in the game against Lancashire 2019, Miles Hammond, there's a bit of a crossover with some of these players. Miles Hammond, Chris Dent was captain then, James Bracey, Gareth Roderick, Benny Howe, Jack Taylor, Ryan Higgins, Graham Van Buren, David Payne, Josh Shaw and Matt Taylor. The game finished in a draw, but I seem to recall there was a slight issue with the pitch. I think a bit of water got on the pitch, I think overnight, something like that. And we had quite a lot of time taken out of the match. As Murphy's in and bowling to Bohannon. It's just dropped into the offside. And jogged through for a single. Bohannon moves on to 14. And Lancashire moved to 53 for 1. Brings Jennings back on strike.
So what was the controversy? Was it a cover not placed correctly?
So yeah, I don't know. As I say, my memory's dreadful, so I don't want to say this and it's not correct, and if I'm incorrect, then let me know. But I seem to recall something like that happening, whether there wasn't quite covered properly, but a rain got on, or something along those lines, and it had quite a decent chunk of the match taken out of it as a result of that. Again, my memory's not playing tricks on me, but that's how I seem to recall the game from here back in 2019. So yeah, finished in a draw. So Murphy's in and bowling. That's off the back foot and pushed into the offside. Again, good stop. And it's extra cover. Jennings looking to add to his runs there, and it's one of the shorter of the boundaries, and off the back foot to Jennings trying to punch it away into the offside. A nice stop and extra cover. There's no addition to the Lancashire score. Jennings on the front foot this time, turns it out into the onside, and there's no run. Captain Cameron Bancroft doing a fine piece of work there, setting the example. Lurking in at short cover, Bancroft. There's a mid-off and a mid-on. Mid-wicket, deep backward square leg, one slip. Short third man, short fine leg. 53 for 1 Lancashire. Here's Tom Murphy for Gloucestershire from around the wicket and bowling, and Jennings playing forward, but off the inner half of the bat and just deflects down towards short fine leg. And there's no run. Phillips fielding there for Gloucestershire. Just a single coming off the over so far. It's the first delivery of the over, and just tapping it away for 1. Murphy strides in again, bowls, and Jennings trying to find the gap through the offside. He does, down towards the point boundary where Ben Charlesworth fields for Gloucestershire. Jennings goes through for a single. Moves on to 22, 54 for one, brings Josh Bohannon back on strike. And leg slip goes to forward short leg. Underneath the helmet, crouching down as Murphy's over the wicket to the right hand of Bohannon. That's turned in the air to the left of that man. Phillips at forward short leg, but too far to his left. And fielded by Bancroft at mid-wicket. It's the end of the over. 2 runs coming off it, with Lancashire on 54 for one. Josh Bohannon is on 14, and Keaton Jennings is 22 not out.
He gets through his over quickly, doesn't he, Murphy? He's got quite a long run up for an off spinner. I was noticing that he's almost starting at the school square, so to speak. So he's coming in from not far away from the seamers come in, but he charges in and he wastes no time getting back to the top of his mark. That over racing through, even with a couple of singles in it. But Jennings is on strike for Lancashire here, as Charlesworth has the ball from the college lawn end. Slipping a gully in place, deep point, extra cover. Charlesworth in, Jennings goes for that drive, and not for the first time. There's a very good piece of fielding. It's Zaman Akhtar again. He saved 4 runs the last ball of the previous Charlesworth over when he denied a full-blooded Jennings drive, and he's done the same this time, although Jennings does manage to get through for a single on this occasion.
Someone sent me a link already to the match report from that game back in 2019. 2 days lost to the weather. Matt Taylor picking up a fifer for Gloucestershire, but it finished in a draw because 2 days, or 2 of the 3 days, were lost to a wet outfield after a freak storm on the first night of the match. So according to the match report, so some bad weather that week.
I wonder what constitutes a freak storm.
I don't know.
An unexpected storm, or
apparently it will be remembered for the freak storm on the first night. I don't remember the freak storm on the first night. I just knew there was a bit of rain around.
Change the field here. There's a leg slip in place now for the right-handed Bohannon. And Charles has put it in the right area, just on his hip. Could easily have been tickled around the corner, but Bohannon plays and misses, and Bracey takes it safely down the leg side.
It's lovely to see when the fixtures are announced that Lancashire are playing here. It's probably the highlight of the kind of the fixture list from Lancashire's point of view. To have had to come here, I was really looking forward to it. Great to see the venue looking so great.
Charlesworth into Bohannon, full, flicked off the pads, but straight to mid-wicket for another dot ball.
I've not had a snoop around the college yet, but I'll have a little look around there. I think there's some wonderful architecture to see, and I think inside one of the rooms you can access into in the college is absolutely spectacular. Building with great art, and I'm very much looking forward to having a little snoop around there at some point over the next day or 2.
Over the wicket, defended once again into the leg side. It's been busy in there. Mid-wicket in this over.
But the difference from this game compared to when I was here in 2019, the setup wasn't as big as this. Now, I presume that's because that was just a standalone match and not part of the festival, but the marquees and the temporary stand that are here for this game, they were not here back in 2019.
Here comes Charlesworth. Shorter delivery. Bohannon is quickly onto the back foot and guides that down to deep point for a single. So there weren't as many marquees.
I don't think there was any. I don't recall particularly any marquees, and certainly not the temporary stand that we've got. It was kind of round the edge of the boundary row. People sat in kind of fold-away chairs, and that was it. There wasn't the sense of it being an event like it is now, but maybe that's because it wasn't part of the festival. It was just this standalone game, because Ed mentioned there was an international match being played in Bristol. So it feels much more of an event, very much a festival as it is now, compared to when Lancashire were here last.
Final ball of the 20th over is pushed into the offside, off the back foot. Another dot ball. And Keaton Jennings looks like he's just called for a drink. Lancashire are 56 for 1. Jennings is still there. He's faced 61 deliveries. A few hairy moments, a few inside edges flown to the boundary, but apart from that, he's looked reasonably solid. Josh Bohannon has looked very resolute so far with his 27 deliveries faced. He's on 15. Looks like Todd Murphy's going to continue, like you said. Yeah, it looks like he's in for a long spell today.
Could be. Yep, could be. Plenty of overs to be bowled, I reckon, for the off spinner today for Gloucestershire. But yeah, it felt like a game at an outground, at a college ground. Now it feels like when you're wandering around the ground, as I was when I was just off air before, very much what it is, a real festival feel to it. As Murphy's in and bowling. It's turned to the onside by Bohannon. There is a forward short leg in position there. Bohannon looking to work it to the leg side. He hit it firmly, just deflects behind square, but for no run. 56 for 1.
He didn't know a lot about that, did he? Short leg just hit him square in the chest.
Yes, an unforgiving position there. Is Phillips under the helmet. Crouches down again. Murphy in, balls. Oh, that's in the air, flicked out behind square on the leg side.
I tell you what, we were saying it's a bit early for the spinner. If DeLange didn't have his issue, maybe Murphy wouldn't be bowling this at this stage, but he's creating a few half chances here. They do not look as comfortable to him as they do to the seamers at the other end.
Murphy into Bohannon, strides forward and defends. Pushes the ball into the offside, there's no run.
So in terms of that sense of occasion, would they have had stands up?
I don't think they did. I don't recall the stand being built. I remember wandering around the edge of the ground when I wasn't on commentary in 2019, and I just don't recall seeing like a proper temporary structure in place. Murphy in to Bohannon, and forward short leg is in the game at the minute again. Bohannon looking to work it to the onside. Phillips there trying to stop it on that occasion. He gets underneath him and picked up by Bancroft. 1 run for Bohannon. He's looked a little uncomfortable against Murphy. Bohannon moves on to 16, 57 for 1. Murphy to Jennings this time. Jennings going back and cuts the ball away towards Charlesworth, who comes up from the point boundary to field. Jennings moves on to 24. The score moves on to 58 for 1. Brings Josh Bohannon back on strike. 1 ball left of the over, the 21st of Lancashire's first innings. Here's Murphy. Settled in nicely to this spell. In and balls to Bohannon. Strides forward and defends. Plays it up towards mid-off. And there's no run. 2 coming off the over. Lancashire 58 for 1. Bohannon on 16. And Jennings is 24 not out.
Yeah, it's been a good little period of building some pressure here from Gloucester. I mean, we saw Charlesworth's first over was expensive, but since then, he and Murphy have been bowling nicely in tandem. They've been limiting scoring. A couple of nervy moments there for Bohannon and that over to the off-spinner. That's what you have to do when you've got the Kookaburra ball and the pitch is a bit flat. Just build that pressure, build those dot balls. Charlesworth will continue, rather. He's got 2 men back on the leg side, fine leg and deep backward square. Got a deep backward point in place, slip in a gully. Keaton Jennings, the left-hander on strike. Good length ball, straight line. Jennings gets onto the front foot and defends.
It's Lancashire's 3rd straight game at Outgrounds, having played against Kent at Blackpool. At Stanley Park, and then from Stanley Park went to Queen's Park in Chesterfield to take on Derbyshire, and now down to Cheltenham College. It's been a trip around the Outgrounds.
Yeah, it's nice. Creates just a bit of a sense of novelty about the whole thing.
Yeah, I really like it. I really enjoy it.
Here's Charlesworth, shorter this time. Jennings pulls off the front foot, and he was waiting for that short ball. Pulls it authoritatively through mid-wicket for a boundary.
Just too short, wasn't he? By much, but at that pace, just dropping a little short, and Jennings able to pull it in front of square. 4 runs.
Yeah, dismissive shot from Keaton Jennings. That a sign that pitch probably isn't the quickest. Charlesworth isn't as quick as some of the other members of this Gloucester attack. But the ball must have taken a bit of a whack in an advertising hoarding or something, because Mr. Illingworth, as umpire, did want to have a look at it as it came back in, but he has a giggle there with Ajit Singh Dale, and it's quickly thrown back to Charlesworth at the top of his mark. Jennings still on strike. Short of length again, but this time it's defended on the back foot. God, he really plays that back foot defensive shot so late, doesn't he?
Played it late, played it very softly, didn't he, Keaton Jennings? Dropping the ball away into the offside.
Two very different strokes, that the dismissive pull shot followed by the tentative defensive shot, although both looked very secure, I have to say. Here comes Charlesworth over the wicket. Fuller this time, and I say he's beaten Jennings on the outside edge. I don't know, he tends to do that, doesn't he, where he just plays and leaves the bat inside the line. But it's a better delivery. Fuller this time.
Just watching that back on the replay.
Oh, I think he has followed that.
I think he did a little, didn't he? Yeah.
Better delivery from Charlesworth. Lancashire 62 for 1. 2 balls left in this 22nd over.
There's almost a little nod of approval, wasn't there, by Keaton Jennings as well, just watching back on the replay towards the bowler.
Walks down the pitch. Oh, and an unconvincing stroke as an outside edge squirts through point, but that fielder is on the rope, so Jennings will come through for a single. Brings the score to 63 for 1.
Yeah, just going back to the games that have been that Lancashire had in the last three matches. Speaking to the supporters who have followed Lancashire around, coming down here to Chesterfield and going across to Blackpool. They're great games. They just feel so different to when you play first-class cricket at your big county headquarters, when you play a game at Old Trafford.
Bohannon on strike now, and the right-hander cuts that one through point. Todd Murphy is on the boundary, so he keeps that down to a single. The end of the 22nd over. Lancashire are 64 for 1.
Yeah, it just has a completely different feel to it. I think it works really well in the middle of summer. You know, when you get into this part of the season, real summer feel to it. And I think going and playing cricket at Blackpool and then going to Chesterfield, coming down here, I think it suits it really well this time of year in particular. To get out and play it out grounds. We're really lucky because Lancashire are keen to try and get out and play away from Old Trafford where they can, whether it's at Blackpool, at Southport, Liverpool said, but they've got lots of venues they can play cricket at. And it does feel a lot different. There's a real sense of occasion about it. Nice feel around the ground when you bring first-class cricket away from the kind of main headquarters. Defended by Bohannon, back to Murphy. He starts his latest over.
That's an interesting point you make about kind of the middle portion of the summer, like the dog days of summer. Give people something to look forward to, something to mark in the calendar that there's a novel event coming up, a new ground to go and visit.
64 for 1 and bowling. Playing off the back foot. And there's no run. Yeah, I suppose rather than... I know we had a fantastic April and through into May. But it's not always the case, that is it. So I guess playing cricket at outgrounds in the middle of the summer, giving those venues a better chance of having better weather, kind of makes sense. As Murphy's in to Bohannon again off the back foot, pushed him to the onside. Good tumbling stop by Phillips, who's at forward short leg. It's a good little battle this between Murphy and Bohannon. They've got 3 catches on the leg side, mid wicket, short leg, short fine leg. It wraps him on the pad. There's half an appeal from the bowler and from Bracey.
Yeah, Todd Murphy just signalling there to James Treadwell that he thought it might have pitched outside leg. Of course, he only says that after he appeals. But
and the ball turning back in towards Josh Bohannon. As Murphy's in and Bohannon going back and just dabbing the ball away down towards the third man boundary. Hammond catches up with it. Bohannon's darted through for a single. He moves on to 18. Lancashire is 65 for 1. Ball left of the over. Murphy's 5th on the spin. And he's settled in very quickly to a good spell here. Just trying to cause Lancashire a few problems. Left-hand, right-hand combinations for Murphy to work with, but causing problems for both batters. Ball turning away from the left-hander Jennings. Rocking onto the front foot and leaving that, and through it goes to Bracey. And that is the end of the over. And we've got about half an hour left of the morning session. Lancashire winning the toss, electing to bat first. And They'll be pretty happy with life at the minute. 65 for 1. Bohannon on 18, and Keaton Jennings is 29 not out. We've had a little bit of light drizzle in the morning session. We've got a bit of cloud cover around, but it's pleasant enough to watch some cricket. And we've got a good crowd inside Cheltenham College as well. Nathan Jones is going to take a little break, and Seaborn will come back and join us. I mentioned these marquees. It's an absolutely enormous marquee towards from the college end of the ground. It's kind of divided up into about 3 little sections, but it's a huge marquee. It's like an airport hangar. It's absolutely enormous. It's the biggest marquee at a cricket ground I've seen.
Are you impressed?
I'm impressed with the size of the marquee. It's massive. And then there's 3 other sort of smaller marquees, kind of little siblings, on the opposite side of the ground. It's marquee central round here. Can't walk 5 yards without walking into a marquee. Change your bowling, Ed.
Yes, Actor is back. He's in now to Bohannon, who drives pleasantly through mid-on for 4, down towards that sizable marquee. Is it 69 for 1? I think it looks like about the length that you would get, you know, those like indoor nets that they set up at some of the
like
grounds over the winter.
Yeah, okay.
I reckon Actor's got a chance of coming in off.
Yeah.
Maybe not quite his full run, but
not far.
Pretty close too, yeah. Available for hire, I'm sure.
I'm sure it is.
Actor in now. Bohannon off the back foot, runs it to extra cover. There's no run. Joe Phillips fields.
I was saying to Nathan, and so last time, the only time I think I've been here, which was 2019, I don't remember the marquees being up or the temporary stand being built.
No, they weren't.
But that presumably because it wasn't the festival, right?
It's not the full-on festival experience. You weren't allowed to have any festivities for that game. To be honest, you didn't really, did you? Because it rained for.
It did. Yes, it
for
rained.
quite a lot of it.
I was just
if I remember rightly.
Reading the report about it. Yeah, it was a freak storm apparently.
Here comes Actor and bowls. We need to have more details about this. This is dug out back to the bowler. What exactly defines the storm as a freak storm? We live in the UK.
I don't know, and I don't remember it being particularly freakish. I just remember it raining a bit. But it is described on the match report, because someone sent it to me.
That's not Paul Edwards, is it?
Well, I won't give the name of the person. An eventful match which will be remembered for the freak storm on the first night. Freak. I don't know what made it so freakish. It just rained.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. You know, whether was it like a supercell thunderstorm or something?
Just over this particular
mammatus clouds in the sky.
Blimey, could be.
Here comes Actor and bowls, and this is clipped away through square leg, where the field has dropped back to the boundary. So just a single, 70 for 1, as Bohannon moves on to 23.
It left the outfield wet. It was too wet.
Yes, I suppose it
would a freak storm,
really, wouldn't it? Yeah.
So yeah, we sat here for a bit and watched. It was. I remember it being quite pleasant. It was quite sunny, but we just couldn't play.
Yeah. Well, I was saying to Nathan as well. So often, the issue isn't the square that you're playing on; it's the second square.
Right,
Actor over the wicket to Jennings, who knocks this one into the leg side, and Charlesworth off the deep square boundary to limit to a single. Keaton Jennings, but he's on to 30, 71 for 1, as umpire Illingworth is down to do a little bit of tapping away with his foot at the landing area of Zaman Actor, although of course with Lancashire bowling last, won't be too disappointed, I don't think, to see that. Actor goes in, bowls a shorter ball to Bohannon, who pulls it away. Looks a little bit cross that he's not middled that. And just a single again to long leg. We've got a little bit of drizzle again.
Little bit of drizzle, yeah.
No freak drizzle.
No, it's not freak drizzle on this occasion, no.
72 for 1. Bohannon keeps the strike on 24 at the end of that over. Actor 6 overs, 1 for 15. The only wicket to fall so far. Luke Wells getting an edge behind to the keeper, one of those that he could call really as it was happening. You could hear the edge from in that position that we're in here in the pavilion. Wells out for 18, but Jennings and Bohannon approaching a 50 stand for the second wicket. It's saying to Doug Morris, who's the overseer of many things.
Is he?
To do with the BBC's county coverage. Just talking about how it was just very nice actually just to be out and enjoying Championship cricket in the open.
It's Murphy to Bohannon. That's worked through the leg side. Charlesworth comes around from deep square leg to field. Bohannon gets a single, moves to 25, 73 for 1.
There've been a few like that just on that delivery. There've been just the odd one that's been turned slightly uppishly into the onside. He's got that in the gap that time as Bohannon, but there's enough from that to interest Murphy, who I think has looked his most consistently, maybe not fully threatening, but it is the first morning. But there's been enough there to suggest that he might be a factor this early on.
Jennings back on strike on 30. Murphy in bowls, plays forward, defends. Ball bounces out to Bancroft at cover, and there's no run.
And the batters haven't found it as easy to milk the bowling as it looked as if they did at times through the first couple of games. He's really kept the scoring tight.
He's in again to Jennings. The defender back towards Murphy. There's no run. Yeah, settled into this opening spell beautifully, hasn't he? So he's not really giving any freebies. He's challenging arguably the right-hander more than the left-hander. It looks like he's proving quite tricky for Bohannon to deal with. Good start. And Murphy into Jennings, goes back and defends, taps it back down the pitch. Fielded by Murphy off his own bowling. And there's no run. 73 for 1. With about 20 minutes remaining of the morning session. Todd Murphy into Jennings. A little flatter and quicker and punched into the offside. And there's Bancroft again, who's been excellent in that position for Gloucestershire. So good, that piece of fielding, that Todd Murphy sprinted 10 yards further forward to tap him on the backside. To say, well fielded, skipper. Low to his left, lurking around at cover Bancroft. And some good work. Here's Murphy to complete the over bowls. Just a little short this time, and that's cut in through the offside by Jennings, and Murphy kind of slaps his top of his thigh in frustration and just dragged that down a fraction. And Jennings takes a single. He moves on to 31. He keeps the strike as well. Lancashire 74 for 1.
Ben Charlesworth down below us. Did you see? Oh, just to let you know. Oh, they're allowing spectators out there onto the pitch, which is good, but it's always a nice little touch. But no, did you see the little moment earlier on when Ben Charlesworth was just casually wandering away from his bowling crease to mid-wicket without a care in the world? Where are you going, Neil? Still one ball left in the over. Actor in now. Jennings is forward defending back to the bowler. And they do call Ben Charlesworth Neil after the character from The In-Betweeners.
Right, okay, that was my next question. The Neil
it was
thing,
a little bit of a...
Right. Completely oblivious.
It was a little bit of a Neil moment there,
right, okay.
I'm afraid.
So that little example was the perfect reason as to why they call him Neil.
Well, they're a cruel...
Well,
cricketers, aren't they? But
true.
Yes. I think Ben Charlesworth is very perceptive, and I always enjoy interviewing him, but there we go. Actor bowls a short ball. It's pulled down to fine leg by Jennings. Murphy busy on the boundary and keeps it to a single. That's a round of applause from a couple of people. He's a good boundary fielder, is Todd Murphy. Took a couple of catches down in that position in the game at Cardiff, and almost took an absolutely spectacular catch at Bristol. One of those running full length around the boundary off a top edge. Had no time. It was quite a quick top edge as well, and tried to palm it back in, flick it up to himself, but he was just travelling too quickly. Actor to Bohannon, and sturdy defence will not bring a run. 75 for 1 here. Elsewhere, Derbyshire and Leicestershire. Leicestershire 95 for 2. They lost both Rishi Patel and Sol Budinger for noughts. But Rehan Ahmed back in his position at 3, where he suddenly seems to be most at home. He batted at 4, I think, against Middlesex, if I remember rightly, last round when Leicestershire lost and didn't get too many runs, but he's 68 not out, back at 3. As Bohannon forward to defend again. So yeah, Leicestershire leaders in the table against Derbyshire in second. So certainly one which both these sides, well, I say both these sides will be keeping an eye on. I don't think the actual players will very much, but the supporters of both sides will be keeping an eye on it. Kent 85 for 2 against Glamorgan. Compton out for 17 and Jaden Denley for 29, but I see that Joe Denley has had to retire hurt on 17. Actor goes in, bowls. Bohannon looks to drive in forcing fashion to mid-off and then kicks away towards his stump. Should be careful doing that. You don't want to kick too hard. just turn around and boot your own stumps over. Anti-corruption all over you, apart from anything else. 75 for 1. We certainly don't want that after what we had happen in the reverse fixture with Tom Bailey's phone dropping out of his pocket mid-run.
That was the mobile phone game, wasn't it?
It was.
Excellent. That was funny.
Had quite enough of that. Well, I suppose it was, depending on who you were talking to. Axer now tries a short ball. Bohannon ducks underneath it. So just the 1 run from the over. 75 for 1. A quarter of an hour to go until the lunch break. Middlesex 70 without loss against Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire have been given the Merchant Taylors treatment again this year. I don't know what they've done to offend Middlesex, but obviously something, and Middlesex have gone the opposite way with Gloucestershire. They've given them, well, I don't think it was their decision to give them Lord's last game of the season, but it's a pretty good season finale, isn't it?
It's
last game of the season at Lord's. And then also, we should say on behalf of the Cheltenham Festival, a big thank you to Middlesex, because it's Middlesex who've given up a home game in this block of fixtures to allow for there to be 2 championship matches at Cheltenham, Middlesex being the next opponent.
Right. There's Todd Murphy. He's in to start his 7th over. Forward goes Jennings in defence, and there's no run.
Yes, and they repaid that thanks by having their women's side win by 1 run the other day off the last ball. So, yeah, thanks Middlesex.
75 for 1. Jennings on 32. Todd Murphy turning round, looking over his shoulder. Maybe someone moving behind the bowler's arm, and maybe something again, because Keaton Jennings is not happy with
there's
something.
A gentleman in a high visibility jacket who's just emerged from behind the board.
Got you.
A little bit difficult to miss.
Yes.
Someone in a high vis jacket. It's sort of the point.
Do tend to stand out, don't they? Jennings on 32. Murphy from around the wicket bowls. Jennings forward and defends. And there's no run. 75 for 1. You just see a little glimpse of the high-vis jacket in between the slats in the sight screen.
Unless, of course, that was the person trying to wave another gentleman out of the way, but I didn't see another gentleman.
Murphy in again to Jennings. Edged, gone! Hammond low catch to his left, albeit the umpires want to clarify that the catch was taken cleanly, I presume. There's a little delay here. Both umpires, out goes the finger, and Jennings has to depart, and Gloucestershire get themselves a wicket right on the stroke of lunch. Keaton Jennings is not at all happy, and has said something in the direction of, it would appear, some of the Gloucestershire players, and has been pointing away. Marcus Harris comes out to bat. Jennings has to go and departs for 32. And Lancashire 75 for 2.
Well, it's obviously well within his rights to stand there, Keaton Jennings, until he's given out. There's absolutely no problems with that. I must say, first up, oh gosh, welcome back to the West Country. I must say, I thought that Hammond had scooped that one up, but Don't know if you've had a better look at some replays than me, but I mean, he's sold it very well as Miles Hammond. If he didn't catch it to be honest, from the reverse angle, it doesn't even look that close to not carrying. It looks like it's just straight in, an inch or so off the floor.
Yeah, it does, yeah. From behind, it looks like it's just gone straight in, but wasn't happy, was he? It's Marcus Harris with 10 minutes to go before lunch, having to come out and face Todd Murphy. I mentioned Murphy in the starting main in this spell, and he's managed to prize out a wicket just on the stroke of the lunch break. Keaton Jennings. It's an awkward little spell, this little time for Harris. Just leans into it and dabs it back down the pitch to Murphy. And there's no run. 75 for 2. It's reward for the way that Murphy's bowled, certainly. I think he's been a terrific opening spell of bowling this by Murphy. To Harris, again defends, leaning into it very calmly. Not a great deal of urgency, just taps it out into the offside. There's Marcus Harris. Again, there's no run. Final ball of the over. Murphy set off and then wasn't quite ready, so walks a few paces back to his mark, and then he's in again to Harris, who again just dabs it out towards the leg side, and that's a wicket maiden for Todd Murphy. Very, very good opening spell, this. Super stuff from the Australian. He's managed to find the wicket of Keaton Jennings, and he was testing both Jennings and Bohannon in that little spell, and eventually he found the edge of Jennings' bat and was taken by Hammond. And Lancashire 75 for 2 with 10 to go until the lunch break.
Yeah, Marcus Harris, who has played on this ground before. I've misremembered clearly Harris scoring 100 here. He played in that match against Hampshire that I remember, but he didn't get 100 in that game. It was Miles Hammond. I remembered getting 100, but I thought Harris had got some runs in the first innings. I'll check that in a moment as actor bowls to Bohannon, and that is defended into the offside. He made 10 and 9 in that game against Hampshire, and then he made 10 and in the second innings against Northamptonshire 62. I'm sure he's got at least a half century here. But that's the only time he played in the Cheltenham Festival for Gloucestershire. As actor bowls now, Bohannon defends into the ground, and then just for a moment he thought maybe that might just roll backwards. I guess having seen what happened to Mohammad Siraj to end the Lord's Test, I don't think anybody's going to be taking any chances with a ball that appears actually even to have dropped in front of them. Just get rid of it. We might just happen to have enough time to turn around and watch the ball trickling back into the bails. So 75 for 2. It's been a decent morning in the end for Gloucestershire as actor bowls to Bohannon, who steers that one neatly past second slip. There's no gully in place, down to Murphy on the boundary. 76 for 2. They've kept the scoring rate down despite everything that we've been saying about how fast a scoring ground this might be. Gloucestershire have kept Lancashire to under 3 runs and over, and that second wicket really does. Yeah, actually, you know, I think they'd have been walking off feeling relatively happy if it had just been the one with what they'd done. But now, especially because they didn't have that pressure of winning the toss and bowling, if it is a pressure anymore, you know, where you start to think, well, maybe you'd want the third wicket. They'll be pretty pleased with what they've done so far. Actor to Harris, who shoulders arms through behind the stumps. So 76 for 2. And Harris, who I think would have played in the festival in 2023 as well, but he got selected for the Ashes squad in 2023, and so he didn't get the chance, but he does have experience of this ground. Facing up now to Actor, and he'll get off the mark as he turns this one into the onside. It's a short boundary, but he has played it far enough away from the fielder at deep square, in front of square, that they're through for two, 78 for two, and Harris is underway in this position at 4.
Yeah, which is the position he's occupied all season for Lancashire. Used to seeing him, I'm sure, as an opening batsman. It's what he's done for almost his entire career, but batting at 4 is where he's produced lots of runs this season for Lancs.
Actor in now, and that is let go again by Harris to end the over. 28 gone, Lancashire 78 for 2. He made 167 against Gloucestershire in the opposite fixture at Old Trafford. Really just held that innings together. Luke Wells was batting down at 6, I think, yeah, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And as you mentioned, George Bell. So there's been a certain amount of flux, but you know, as I said, then it didn't come as a surprise in a way to see Harris at 4, because I remember when he joined Gloucestershire, he batted at 3 for a bit with Dent and Charlesworth opening the batting, and you know, he really said, I just don't care where I bat. Which is handy to have someone of his quality with that attitude, really.
Well, he's got 800 runs batting at 4 for Lancashire this season. As Murphy's in and bowling to Bohannon right on the front foot in defence, and there's no run. He's missed the 2 previous rounds. He didn't feature in the 2 championship rounds that kind of split the blast in half. So 800 runs coming in the first 7 games of the season. In and bowling. Bohannon playing late and playing it nicely, runs it down towards third man, and that'll run away, I would think, for 4, bouncing out towards the boundary. No, actually slows as it reaches the rope. They'll come in the end for 3. They've managed to get a third there. Maybe that third one was a little bit dicey by the time the throw came in from that third man boundary. Bohannon probably thinking there's 4, and the end has to come hurtling back to make it 3. 81 for 2.
A good effort from Bracey just to try and flick it back onto the stumps. I don't think it, well, I tell you what, I had a feeling that was closer than just about everybody thought. I think he might have been slightly short.
In comes Murphy, balls left by Harris. Snaffled by Bracey, there's no run.
I've just by complete fluke frozen it at the moment that the ball is pretty much near the stumps. Whether it's quite there, I don't know. But the bat's short. Anyway, would have been really close, actually.
Yep. Murphy to Harris. It's pushed away to Bancroft at extra cover, and there's no run.
That's been a way to go. Run out, coming back for a third.
81 for 2. And he's still there on 29 at the non-striker's end. Josh Bohannon. It's Murphy kicking up his heels and coming in and bowling. And Harris going back, just trying to flick it off his pad down towards the leg side. Just brushes something, and it's fielded by Hammond, who's leaping away to his right at leg slip. And rubbing his elbow as he landed slightly firmly on this hard outfield. In comes Murphy again and bowls, and through it goes to Bracey, and there's no run. That's the end of the over. Certainly got time for 1 more, might even squeeze 2 more in. 4 minutes to 1. It's Lancashire 81 for 2, Bohannon on 29 and Harris on 2.
Oh, well, they'll definitely squeeze 2 more in now. As much as there might be some guards being scraped and some shoelaces that have come undone, and oh yeah, better get those gloves off, and yeah, everything needs to, well, not everything needs to come off. All the bits of protective equipment need to come off.
Because?
Well, just because they need to. I think Lancashire is still hoping that they might somehow slow one of the quickest bowlers through their overs in county cricket in Graham van Buren down, but I don't think they're going to manage it. Obviously the guard will need to be taken, but it is van Buren to bowl, who comes in off about 4 paces, and is very businesslike in terms of coming in again once he's got ball in hand. He's got a slip and a leg slip for the right-handed Bohannon. As he comes in with his slow left armers round the wicket bowling, and there's a little bit of a pokey defence there from Bohannon out into the offside.
He got Harris, didn't he, in the second
he
innings
did.
at
He
Old
tempted him
Trafford.
down the pitch and slid one past his edge, had him stumped. That's a little bit short from Van Buren, but he gets away with it as Bohannon tries to pump it off the back foot down the ground, doesn't really time it, and Van Buren can field himself, so that means that there's even less time that needs to be taken about that delivery. Sixth bowler used this morning by Gloucestershire. Van Buren takes a bit of pace off that one. Bohannon lunging forward, defends it away. De Lange still only bowling the 2 overs, but
He's out there, isn't he?
Yes, he is. He's out at deep backward square. So hopefully from a Gloucestershire point of view, he's got a spell in him after lunch. Van Buren in now, another flighter delivery, which is driven calmly to Bancroft at short extra cover. 7 overs for Singh Dale, well up front, but rewardless. 1 for 20 for Zaman Akhtar, got rid of Luke Wells for 18, Todd Murphy removing Jennings for 32. As Van Buren bowls, that's cut away to backward point. And there's no run. Ben Charlesworth 4 overs for 17, who, well, probably along with Murphy, was into the attack maybe just a little bit earlier than he might have anticipated, with De Lange only being able to bowl those 2 overs. And Van Buren bowling what will be his only over of the morning. It's defended almost obligingly by Bohannon, so that nobody has to go and take any more time fielding. And the over was completed with the board still saying 12:59, although as the umpires are now moving into position, they actually took the clock away to, I mean, it happens automatically, I'm sure, but they took the clock away from them to put the maiden graphic on, because it was a maiden from Van Buren, but it does still say the clock, that is 12:59. So 1 more over to go. Lancashire 81 for 2.
Yes, it will be bowled by Todd Murphy. He's had a very, very good start to this game with the ball. Played back towards him by Marcus Harris. A spin from both ends to end an enjoyable morning session. Wicket of Jennings on the stroke of lunch, or within 10 minutes of it. It'll mean that Gloucestershire will feel as though they've had a pretty decent morning. Pushed back towards Murphy by Harris, and there's no run. I guess you got themselves 81 runs on the board. I think it's probably about an even session, really. Murphy 2 balls into his final over, in past the umpire, and bowls again. Comes off the inner half of the bat as Harris sees the ball trickle away down towards fine leg for a single.
There's a gull which has decided to just sit.
It's been there for a while
there.
now, hasn't it?
Yeah, it was quite close, the ball, to that juvenile gull, and it's tucked its legs in. It's not moving at all.
He's found a very comfy spot.
What is this green sea I'm sitting on?
Yes. Seems quite happy with its lot at the minute. He's going to perch myself here for a while. 82 for 2. Murphy in and bowls. Bohannon drives. Fielded at cover, and there's no addition to the score. 2 balls remaining. 82 for 2. I'll leave it to you, Ed.
Right, so I'll try and get the right switch. It's that one. So we've switched about in the morning. Murphy into Bohannon, who's forward carefully, playing this one back to the Australian off-spinner. Murphy and Harris, of course, part of that last Ashes squad. Teammates together as Murphy is in back. Bohannon defending to short leg. That is the end of the over and the end of the morning session. It's been entertaining fare in terms of a classic championship pace. We've not had any of the crash bang wallop that so often associate with red ball cricket now, and to be honest, you might have been expecting a little bit from the morning, given the parched outfield and a pitch which looked as if it was fairly well, I mean, it's not placid. It didn't contain too many demons, but Gloucestershire have removed Lancashire's 2 openers, Luke Wells for 18 and Keaton Jennings for 32. Josh Bohannon looks well set though on 29, and Marcus Harris will be out in the afternoon looking to go big on one of his former home grounds. Still so much batting left for Lancashire, with the likes of Salt, Hurst, Green, Balderson, etc. to come. But Gloucestershire will be pretty pleased with the way that they've controlled things in the morning and grabbed a couple of wickets. I can see that Marchant de Lange is down there having a bit of a chat with Kirk Russell, who is the head of medical for Gloucestershire. So there's clearly some sort of an issue beyond just the fact that the bowling boots weren't quite right or something like that. And Mark Thorburn, who's a bowling coach nowadays for Gloucestershire, having a word with de Lange as well. So we'll await further news or indications in that regard. But the first morning of the festival in terms of the red ball portion of it is done, and Lancashire 82 for 2. We'll grab some lunch and be back with you in around about 40 minutes.
number 12, Marcus Harris. And at the non-strikers end, it's number 20, Josh Bohannon.
Welcome back to Cheltenham for the afternoon session of this opening day of this Division 2 County Championship match between Gloucestershire and Lancashire. The position at lunch, Lancashire 82 for 2, having won the toss and elected to bat first, with Bohannon on 29, Harris on 3, and Zaman Akhtar and Todd Murphy grabbing the wickets for Gloucestershire in the morning session. But the bad news from a Gloucestershire point of view was that Marchant de Lange could only bowl 2 overs in that morning session. It will be Graham van Buren to bowl the first over after the lunch break. It's pushed the first ball to backward point, where it is fielded by Marchant de Lange. So he's out there, but as Nathan Johns is alongside myself, Ed Seaborn, for the first half hour. Nathan, it didn't look amazingly positive what went on in that lunch break.
Well, we spent the majority of our lunch break up here on the pavilion balcony watching him trying to bowl amidst a very crowded outfield. Of course, they let the punters onto the outfield during the lunch break, and it was a bizarre sight seeing him coming through throngs of people trying to prove, I think it might have been a hamstring that he was holding up.
Van Buren in to Bohannon, but this is pushed into the just offside and straight for no run.
But apart from the comedic value of watching a professional athlete try to prove his fitness while surrounded by people, by the punters.
As Van Buren is in, and Bohannon plays that one to cover for no run.
It did look like the body language of coaches and medical and physio staff around him was negative rather than positive. So he's out there, but my guess is he's not fit to bowl.
Van Buren in now, inside edge from Bohannon, which squeezes into the ground and safely in the end to Phillips at leg slip, who'll prevent a run. But Gloucestershire, therefore, you'd guess, are going to have to bowl quite a lot of spin, with Singh Dale having already got through 7 overs, Akhtar 8 overs in the morning, as Bohannon goes back to quite a full ball there, but plays it solidly back to the bowler. But they're going to have to bowl plenty of spin, I would guess. But from the early stages of this Van Buren over, it might be the worst thing. This is driven not particularly convincingly by Bohannon, even though it wasn't in the air, certainly wasn't off the middle of the bat, out to deep cover. And 2 runs have come from the opening over. 84 for 2. Oh, hey,
we were wrong.
He's bowling straight away. He's so deceptive, I will say, Marchant, because even just on a normal day, some days you think, where is he? Surely he's not playing. And then he'll just march out about 35 minutes before the start, just steam in and bowl a couple of balls, and that's it. He's warmed up. He's ready. Well,
I tell you what, we definitely don't have a career as body language experts on the horizon, because we were convinced that it was going to be negative news, having watched him interact with the physios.
Well, let's see how the bowling goes now. I think, whilst it's obviously really good news that he's being allowed to bowl, let's see how it goes now that he's actually bowling. He's bowling from the chapel end.
Well, it's Josh Bohannon on strike. He's not out. 30 off 67. Right-hander facing up to de Lange, coming over the wicket. Off the outside edge, down to third man for a single. Looked a little bit ginger, that delivery. It wasn't de Lange's quickest offering of the day so far, but he's going back to his mark. He's not holding any part of his body. He doesn't look like he's in too much pain. Or maybe he's just putting a brave face on, but it'll be Marcus Harris who's on strike now. Left-handed Australian. He's 4 off 14. Having come in just before lunch when Keaton Jennings was dismissed. Looks like there's 2 slips in, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Defended solidly into the offside. Good length delivery for a dot ball.
And his action is so strong, de Lange, that he actually doesn't need much of a run-up. And in fact, the one particular delivery that I saw over the lunch break. He basically just bowled from a standing start.
Here's DeLange in very slow in his run up, but he does get it through. Harris comfortably defends onto the back foot. Another dot ball.
And you do say beware the injured batter, but I'm not sure it's really quite the same for a bowler, is it? But he certainly could be quite deceptive, DeLange, in terms of the fact that everybody knows that he's obviously got some sort of an issue. He's just ambling up there, but he can still send it down at some pace.
Well, ambling is the right word. He gets that one through and it beats the outside edge. Harris a bit tentative, neither forward nor back. That's another dot ball.
He has been so effective for Gloucestershire when he's been fit, DeLange. He's last season he averaged under 27, 30 wickets in the 6 games that he played, and took some important scalps in the couple of games he's played this season.
That was a full ball driven down the ground by Harris, but mid-off he's able to cut it off.
5 wickets at 20.6 this season for DeLange. I know it's only 2 matches, but it's also as much some of the spells that he's bowled. He had a spell last season to Karen Nair, who was playing for Northamptonshire. Really roughed him up a bit.
Full delivery again. This time it's off the pads, into the gap, and that will be a boundary for Marcus Harris. That takes him onto 8. Just a little bit too full from DeLange, veering onto the pads as well, and flicked nicely through mid-wicket. Brings us to the end of the 33rd. 9 for 2. Harris, as we said, has moved on to 8 off 19. Bohannon not out the other end. Harris, as we said, has moved on to 8 off 19. Bohannon not out the other end. 31 off 68 deliveries faced.
So there was that spell, and then this season, a spell at Derby where Caleb Jewell was opening for Derbyshire. I'm not sure I've seen timing quite like Caleb Jewell had on that particular day. It even just full of good length deliveries, it was just boom, bat there, not even much of a follow through really, and the ball just was exploding away into the covers. DeLange came on and bowled short at him very quickly and got a top edge that fell just shy of fine leg, and then got him caught at fine leg, and there are still those spells, and you know, not it's not actually that inconsistent from DeLange at all, but you see the bowler that took 7 for 81 on his Test debut. Still, it's still in there. It's just a question of, can he keep his body at a state where he's going to be able to get through a large volume of cricket. He will be 35 in October. We've got an immediate change of bowling from the college lawn end. Van Buren is out of the attack, and back comes Todd Murphy. He's driven hard to mid-off, where Singdale, he fielded that ball and did well to stop it. But it wasn't exactly as though he watched it into his hands. The head was flying away because he was a little bit petrified, if one could be a little bit petrified, of the bounce. He might get off the outfielders. The next delivery is played into the offside for no run.
I wonder with this change of bowling, is this because they are going to go with spin from both ends if DeLange didn't hold up particularly well?
Yeah. And
they want to change Murphy to this end.
Murphy in now, and this is knocked down to long on by Bohannon. When I say long on, it's not long on, as it's deep mid on. Deep enough to allow the single, but yeah, actually not really that floating halfway back fielder. He's about I don't know, 35, 40. As Bohannon is on to 32. Got a really quite dark and dismal cloud up and to the left of us, over the top of the 2 chapels. As the score is 90 for 2, and Harris just taking his time to take guard from his Australia teammate. Round the wicket he bowls, and Harris just nudges this one through square leg and takes an easy single. 91 for 2. Not just Australia teammates, but State teammates as well for Victoria, Marcus Harris and Todd Murphy. And leg slip for Bohannon's move to short leg, I suppose, with Murphy turning the ball in rather than away. That's a little bit shorter. Ooh, he's clipped that, flipping it with his booters. Phillips have no chance of a Phillips have no chance of a as if he gently did trap it.
That's hit him on the foot.
He did trap it.
That's hit him on the foot.
Yeah.
It's one of those. Had that just kicked up off the foot or something,
Yeah.
it would have been out. He needs to be careful playing that shot, Bohannon.
Murphy in, and Bohannon plays with a straight bat that time in defence into the offside. There's no run. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 16 from Murphy. He has looked, had looked before he took that wicket of Jennings as though he might very much be the one to break that partnership. 91 for 2 at the end of that over, but as you say, that clip from Bohannon, a couple of times he's played it slightly in the air. So far it's been away from fielders, but it will interest Murphy, that.
There was one in the first session, I think it might have actually hit short leg in the chest, just flushed as one of those, just hit hard, no chance of a dismissal. It's hit that hard, and once the ball is coming at that speed, short leg is just taking evasive action, aren't they? But has that short fielder in there, as the Lange is going to continue. My theory that maybe he didn't hold up after the last over is incorrect. As he comes in to Harris, that was better pace, that one, and Lange just let Marcus Harris know about it.
Yes, the voice is still in good shape, and of course these two are former teammates as well. De Lange joined Gloucestershire in the season that Harris was, well, in fact it was Harris's second season, wasn't it, that overlapped with De Lange's first.
De Lange in again to Harris, shorter this time, defended into the offside. I wonder if it's just a case of he knows he's got a certain amount of deliveries in his body today, because he can feel something about to go, maybe, because he's not hanging around. He's getting straight to the top of his mark. He's not taking time to work on the ball. He's just getting it and he's coming. He's just getting it and he's coming in. So I wonder if he's got, right, he knows his internal body clock has got X amount left, and he's going to work his way through. As he comes in again, heavy length. Harris pushes that out to point. Good bit of footwork there. From Charles, well, that nearly was. He nearly scooped it up with the boot, but he dropped it.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly. The footwork was good, but it was the work with the hands that ended up being slightly lacking, which it doesn't bode too well when it's the hands that are going to be needed for catching the ball and fielding it. But never mind.
I'll cross that bridge.
He, De Lange, that is, yeah, as you say, he may be that he's had some painkillers or something, and he just knows they're going to wear off.
That's a lovely looking drive from Harris, timed nicely, but straight to extra cover, who feels it by a bit of a tumble, but comfortable enough. Stop.
I also love with the Kookaburra ball, they have the habit of trying to shine it, but they shine it, and there is absolutely no red mark at all on any of their trousers. It's just it's almost out of habit.
Well, so that's good news for the team kitman, isn't it? Here comes De Lange. His pace is definitely up in this over. Harris defends that one on the front foot, no run. But the last over, his first after lunch, looked very ginger. The pace was down, but this is better. The speed looks about 5 miles an hour quicker. Not very scientific, that, the naked eye, but he definitely looks to be bowling quicker in this over.
Yeah, and I think he is somebody, De Lange, who doesn't really need to be bowling flat out to be effective anyway.
Here he comes, Harris squaring up. Oh, half a shout to catch it. De Lange thought it might have taken the edge on the way through, but it's beaten the outer half of the bat. 35 overs gone. Lancashire 91 for 2.
And I think almost, I don't know, because he has been actually remarkably consistent with the red ball with Gloucestershire. He's always had this sort of reputation of having those really wild spells in him, and occasionally you still see that in white ball cricket. It's just the bowler that De Lange is. But I can recall so few wild spells in red ball cricket, and I almost wonder if actually as he's got a little bit older he's realised he doesn't need to bowl that at full pace. And actually, whilst I don't think he'll be getting that with the Kookaburra ball, he has got some really nice away swing in his Gloucestershire career. But I say the problem is that he's not played as much as he especially would have liked to. This is Murphy starting the next over, played past a sprawling Phillips at short leg and out to the sweeper, who is De Lange, single.
Well, if he is properly injured, they're not trying to hide him. Let's put him out a deep square with the off-spinner bowling.
Well, he probably just wants to field there so he can chat to people in the crowd. He needs to have somebody to chat to all the time, does De Lange. Murphy round the wicket, bowls. Harris forward, prodding into the onside.
Well, there was quite a long chat between the two umpires at the start of this over. You mentioned those clouds coming in from the college.
Yeah.
And I think just behind us here in the pavilion, we can't see it because one of the pavilion towers is blocking us, but that's where the umpires were looking. They are concerned about something coming in.
Murphy bowls, well, driving is Harris and getting an edge which will probably, well, I say there's no probably about it. The outfield's far too quick, it's 4 runs. But that was a genuine edge found by Murphy there. There's only one slip, but that ball's flashed past Hammond and down to the boundary. So 96 for 2 as Harris is on to 13. The light is also, whilst playable certainly for spin, the light is very gloomy now. Murphy bowls and a slightly delayed decision to leave from Harris. I'm getting all sorts of rain radars shown at me, which all seem to indicate that we're about to get some wet stuff from the sky deposited on us. Murphy is in and Harris has a think about having a go at that one, I think, and holds himself back at the last minute, just runs it out to extra cover where Ollie Price does the fielding. I think there are a few light droplets coming down now, but radar suggests that there's a bit more of a serious blob of rain coming this way, as that's played off the back foot to Ollie Price again at extra cover. And 96 for 2 at the end of another tidy Todd Murphy over. 21 runs conceded from his 11 overs and the wicket of Jennings.
Is that the official technical term, the blob of rain?
A blob.
A blob.
It's a sizable blob.
Sizable.
I think they should do that, really. You know, there are
degrees of blob.
When there are showers, exactly, showers about, they need to do it in terms of sizes of blobs on the rain radar, and also what colour they are. That's important, isn't it? Purple blobs or orange blobs or green blobs.
Well, we've just been shown blue blobs.
A blue blob. I think that's
okay?
That's not too bad, is it?
And here comes De Lange to continue. Oh, half an appeal from behind the wicket for LBW there. De Lange just having a playful high five there with Bohannon as he comes through.
Accidentally collided with each other, and you know, as tough as Josh Bohannon from Bolton is, Marchant De Lange, there's a bit of a size difference.
Well, the end result of that was a single for Bohannon. I think he got an inside edge onto the pad, which is why the appeal was stifled. Here comes De Lange with Harris on strike, and that's a defensive stroke to cover point for a dot ball.
Did you not? Scott didn't seem to approve of my way of saying Bolton.
Well, you didn't do a very good Bolton.
I can't do Dave Fletcher, I'm afraid. Bolton. I just can't get the voice down deep enough. Yeah.
Here's De Lange. Shorter this time. Nice soft hands from Harris down to third man for a single.
Sounded a bit like Sergeant Throat from the Goon Show. There's a topical reference for everyone.
Getting our rain filler out early before it even starts raining.
Well, don't worry, we don't have to do rain filler.
Fantastic.
You with your fancy ways thinking that we're doing rain fillers. Our rain filler is going to be me charging indoors with this kit before it gets wet.
De Lange to Bohannon. Oh, big appeal for LBW. Oh, De Lange wasn't that interested. The appeal came from behind the stumps, keeper and Corden. That one looked like it kept low, actually, as it hit Bohannon. What, on the back thigh pad, was it?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, at the very most, absolute top of the pad flap. But yeah, I think it may have been thigh pad. I know he's not the tallest Bohannon, but there's no way that
maybe a question
going over, I think.
Maybe a question of where it hit him as well. Was the outside off? Oh, that's another appeal, but that is a big inside edge. De Lange is making something happen here. Bohannon trying to flick it through mid-wicket. Inside edge onto pad. Another stifled appeal.
Yeah, and I think that was one of those appeals where it's, if you hadn't got that inside edge, then we know we'd have been going up fully.
Good little battle this. De Lange versus Bohannon. Short ball. Well, he was sat back waiting for it. Not fully fit Marchand De Lange couldn't quite get that bouncer up around head height, and Bohannon sits back onto the back foot, pulls through mid-wicket to bring up the boundary, which brings up Lancashire's 100th. And that is in 37 overs. It's taken them 142 minutes. And they are 102 for 2.
Yeah, so Bohannon crashing that one away just to send a little bit of a message back to De Lange that he's not going to have it all his own way. The hill starting to disappear in the distance as well. Although, I don't know, I get the feeling that the majority of this rain has moved to the north of us, but it's just how much almost we're going to catch. I think we're going to catch some of it. Murphy to Harris, who again is nudging that one leg side. Happy to play against what turn there is. Probably not an enormous amount, to be honest, but as the score moves on to 103 for 2, Murphy has shown so far in this lengthy spell pretty much unbroken either side of lunch, that he's able to make some things happen without needing a great deal of turn. Is going back Bohannon, forcing this one square of the wicket on the offside, where Ben Charlesworth comes in to do the fielding, once again with those plasters on just about every finger. Ben Charlesworth, as he moves now to deep, well, actually more of a long leg even really for Marcus Harris. He's not really a sweeper. Murphy in now, Harris forward to defend, back up the pitch. He does like, as we were talking about in the reverse fixture when he was stumped by Bracey off the bowling of Van Buren, if he's going to take the spinners on, he tends to be somebody who tries to use his feet rather than bring the sweep out. As Harris again defends to the onside, Bancroft does the fielding and throws it to Murphy. There's always a fairly distinct Australian flavour to county cricket these days, never too far from an Australian. As Harris drives, pleasing shot on the eye, will just bring him a single to De Lange at deep cover.
Well, I think that aforementioned blob is about to kick in. I can feel a few drops here.
Yes, and the wind's just starting to get up a little bit as well. Our large, almost sort of patio umbrella is starting to get blown about a little bit as Bohannon clips this one into the onside. There's no run as it's fielded at mid-wicket. Drifting in on the wind as well, these droplets, and the umpires are just going to have another discussion. It's not raining heavily at all, but I think always the issue here is that the ground staff would love to have the maximum amount of time. In fact, they're going to go off. The ground staff would love to have the maximum amount of time actually to get the pitch covered. So if they're expecting it to be more serious rain, then it is important that they get off the field as quickly as possible. I think as it's at this stage, we're probably not going to be sprinting off with the equipment, but in preparation for it maybe getting slightly heavier, we'd better just close down the mics in case we are going to need to move all the equipment indoors. But the position at the end of 38 overs, Lancashire are 105 for 2, and rain has stopped play on the opening morning of this championship match at the Cheltenham Festival. We will be back as soon as there's any more cricket to bring you.
20, Josh Bohannon.
Welcome back to Cheltenham, where the skies are still grey, but they're no longer throwing stuff at us. So it is time to resume. I can tell you that there is going to be, what, an hour and 20 roughly minutes play until the tea break. Tea will be at 4:10. And looking at the board, we've lost 5 overs from the day's play, but of course those overs can be made up tomorrow. Yay. So it's going to be Graham van Buren to bowl from the chapel end with a slip and a, I'm going to say, backward short leg rather than a leg slip. He starts off with one that's back of a length, whipped by Harris to deep backward square. 106 for 2 Lancashire, with Harris moving on to 17. Josh Bohannon is on 39, and we've had the wickets so far today of Luke Wells, caught Bracey, bowled Actor for 18. Jennings caught Hammond, bowled Murphy, 32. That catch at slip off Keaton Jennings. And Bohannon and Harris building a partnership. Everybody's got a bit of a start today, but as yet nobody's been able to go on and make it a big score. But it could be Bohannon, who's forward and defending into the offside for no run. Ajit Singh Dale is warming up with some serious intent at backward square, so it looks as though he's probably going to get the nod from the college lawn end. That's the one. Round the wicket goes Van Buren, catches a little bit of the shoulder of the bat from Bohannon, who plays it into the covers, and there's no run. Archie Bailey is on the field at mid-on. There is no Marchant de Lange, as Van Buren fly to delivery. Oh, he's got him stumped. That is a slightly curious decision from Josh Bohannon. Second ball after the rain break, he's gone dancing down to Van Buren. He's chosen just the wrong ball to do it as well, because it was held back, it was slow, it was flighted, and he's charged straight past it. Bracey's done the rest, and Lancashire, well, actually that was the fourth ball of the over and the third ball that Bohannon's faced, but either way, an odd decision. He's stumped for 39, Lancashire 106 for 3, and Nathan Johns alongside me. That was a little unexpected.
Well, you can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to go with the spin over the offside, but the problem is, whether Van Buren saw him coming or not, he just fired it so slow and wide outside the off stump, it was almost impossible to reach. So once he'd committed to dancing down the track, he was always going to be in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, he committed to it very strongly to Josh Bohannon.
Committed too much to
Yes,
it,
exactly.
one might say. Yeah, interesting to take that on so quickly after the rain delay. I wonder if they thought that the ball is older, the spin from both ends. You know, Marchant de Lange may or may not be injured. Don't let the bowlers settle and try and force Gloucester into making some bowling changes that they might not want to do. But it was a gamble that absolutely has not paid off.
Oh, it's just the perfect delivery to a bowled, given that that's what Bohannon did. Matty Hurst is out at number 5. He's swatting a drive out through the covers. This could go for 4 as the fielder dives from deep point, and wow, he's kept it in. I didn't think he had a hope of keeping that in with the pace of the ball, and then the boundary approaching so quickly. But Hurst has run extremely well there. They've got 3. I don't think we're going to see too many 3s with this outfield, but they've got back there, so good cricket. 109 for 3. And Hurst is underway. First ball with a triple. Harris waiting, and have to wait a little bit longer because they've just decided that, despite the fact that they've already had one ball with that field, that they want to change it. So it's now forward short leg and deep backward square rather than the other way round. Van Buren bowls, Harris forward defending with a gentle push into the onside. 4 runs off the first over after the rain break, but crucially for Gloucestershire, a third scalp as Lancashire are 109 for 3. I just had a look at the replay of it. The ball was even wider than I thought it was, so it's turned wider, hasn't it? It's actually, considering how far Bracey had to move the ball to get to the stumps, it's actually a pretty good bit of glove work.
Yeah, it does look like that Van Buren just saw him coming. Clever bit of bowling. It's the quintessential spinner's dismissal, isn't it? You see him coming and you just throw it to where he can't hit it. You risk being called for a wide. It wasn't, from memory. I don't think it was called a wide. It wasn't. It wasn't that far outside off. You take the risk and hope that your wicketkeeper has the fast enough hands to whip off the bails, which James Bracey did. You were spot on, Ed, in your prediction. It is Ajit Singh Dale who's going to, well, not open the bowling, but share the duties after the restart, shall we say. So we've got a left arm spin at one end, fast bowling from the other. Matty Hurst is on strike, having hit that 3 with his first delivery faced. Lots of fielders moving in all sorts of directions here. Looks like Dale's going to have 2 slips, backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. 2 men back on the leg side. That's full and straight to start, defended back to mid-off.
So one slightly diminutive right-hander replaces another with Matty Hurst out there. He's just sort of classic keepers build, isn't he, Matty Hurst, even though I believe it's going to be Phil Salt who's going to have the gloves. But Hurst probably, he might even be an inch shorter than Bohannon.
Well, here he is facing up to Singh Dale. Shorter delivery, flicked off the hip. Nice tidy bit of fielding there mid-wicket with a diving stop to cut off the single.
Close anyway. Certainly stark contrast to the 2 lofty individuals who made their way out first thing this morning, well, with Wells and Jennings.
The left-handed giants.
Yes, left-handed giants. That's a, well, no, I can't say. Other places to get beer and pizza are available. Scott and I actually went there before the One Day Cup playoff game a couple of years back at Bristol.
Here's Singh Dale, shorter, flicked off the hip. Oh, that's in the gap nicely. That could be 4. That's timed absolutely beautifully by Matty Hurst. It looked like a completely innocuous shot off the hip, but it's flown off the middle of the bat between those 2 deep fielders at fine leg and backward square. Not a big gap between them, but Matty Hurst has found it.
And I mean, it wasn't too short from Singh Dale, and Hurst realising that, but still on the back foot and able to play, you know, a horizontal bat shot, but still hit it that well into the gap. That's a good start for him.
Fuller this time from Singh Dale. Big grunt effort ball behind that one, and Hurst safely defends into the offside.
So Salt due in next. I'm really looking forward to seeing how Phil Salt bats as well. I mean, never mind just how many runs he scores, but how he goes about trying to score them as well. This could be a ground that he thinks isn't big enough for him.
Definitely square, and towards us is not big enough for Phil Salt. We're up here on the pavilion balcony. Ooh, that's very full. It's almost a low full toss from Ajit Singh Dale, and it's going to cost him a second boundary of the over. A far less convincing stroke this time from Hurst. I think he was surprised by the full toss. It didn't move his front foot at all, and he's outside edged it for 4.
You often see it in, I guess, T20 cricket, where sometimes the low full tosses can be quite an effective delivery. But yeah, as you say, he's just outside edged a full toss to the boundary. But Singh Dale, he's already tried a couple of Yorkers actually, which, you know, again, you are going to have to come up with some creative ways of taking wickets, and why not give it a try?
Matty Hurst is off to a flyer, 11 off 6 here. Oh, good bit of fielding there. That short mid-wicket keeps him, well, off strike. It's the end of the over, but it's a dot ball, flicked off the pads, stopped at mid-wicket. And that brings us to the 40 over mark. 117 for 3 are Lancashire.
Also, from a Gloucestershire point of view, whoever it was, whether it was Bancroft or Elaine or a mixture, or even Van Buren saying, give me the ball, they might have decided to give the ball to Murphy straight away. There's nothing that Murphy's done that would suggest that they wouldn't continue to bowl him, but they went with Van Buren straight away to the left-hander. It wasn't even as though Bohannon was on strike at the start of the over. It was a single from Harris that started it, but Van Buren bowling to Harris now back into his crease, playing this one respectfully straight for no run.
I wonder if it's something to do with ends, because remember Todd Murphy after lunch he changed ends. Yeah, so I wonder if
he bowled well from the Chapel end, didn't he? But then he switched. That's let go. So I don't know. But either way, it worked. Whether it was actually because Van Buren got Harris to charge down the pitch, Harris ended up doing exactly. Sorry, Bohannon ended up doing exactly what Harris did at Old Trafford, as that's blocked into the covers. Certainly won't hurt the over rate. In fact, they've taken the overs off the board, but as quickly as Van Buren might be able to get through them, might still have got the overs in anyway. There is Harris for the first time, and I did think that it was only a matter of time before he decided to use his feet. He doesn't get a run for it, clips it straight to short mid-wicket, but it is something Harris does like to do, is he drops but doesn't run to point. It's not far enough away from the keeper. So Van Buren working on a maiden over, and it'd be a maiden over in no time flat, because he's moving it again and bowling. There's Harris giving him the quite full-on charge, but certainly skipped down the pitch again. It's clipped to short mid-wicket, and it is a maiden for Graham Van Buren, who has done a terrific job really with the ball for Gloucestershire this season, whether it be just in terms of keeping the runs down, but actually particularly of late it's been wicket taking as well. His overall numbers, he's now got 17 wickets for the season at an average just under 35, but he's only going at 2 3/4 an over as well. So even when he wasn't taking wickets, that economy was basically the same. But the wickets have started to come as well, and it's been a useful, more than useful thing for Gloucestershire to have him available and bowling.
Well, here's Ajit Singh Dale to continue from the College lawn end. Shorter of a length again, and Hurst just flicks that off his hip out to deep square. It's going to be an intriguing battle, that, Harris and Van Buren, just the left on left. In theory, as a batter, you always think that that's your matchup, isn't it? The ball spinning into you. If you want to be positive, that's the guy to go after. Which is maybe why it was a little bit surprising to see Bohannon with the rush of blood to the head so soon after the rain delay.
I think there's already a few footmarks out there.
I noticed that actually earlier when Murphy was bowling. He was definitely to the left-hander targeting that rough. I wonder if this pitch just is, especially with that little bit of rain. Is it
I think that's what's done it.
A little bit softer, isn't it? Short of a length from Singhdale. Pushed off the back foot into the offside by Harris. He stays where he is.
Because I was here on Sunday for the Gloucestershire versus Middlesex women's T20 match, and it absolutely chucked it down about 40 minutes before we ended up starting that game. So even though the outfield is really quite brown, it was browner, and we have had enough moisture that those footmarks could start to appear.
Short again. He's really hammering that length, is Singhdale, but this could cost him 4. This will be a test of the outfield now, which has had a bit of rain on it, and it holds up just inside the fence. But Harris will jog back comfortably for a third. A nice looking back foot punch through extra cover.
Yeah, no, you're right. The outfield definitely a little bit slower than it was. I was surprised that one didn't run away. It saved Singhdale a run. But yeah, that moisture was almost welcome, really, in terms of, you know, because we want to see some exciting spin bowling. There are some exciting spinners on show in the game. We've got Murphy and then Van Buren, who's been bowling very well recently, and then get to see the spin of Chris Green and Tom Hartley as well.
This is an interesting field change for Singhdale. Hurst has played that little flick off his hip very nicely, but it doesn't look like he's going to stay away from it, because he's put in kind of like a leg gully precisely for that shot. This one's on off stump and hammered in on a length, defended to point for no run. So instead of saying to Matty Hurst, right, well, we're just going to take that shot away because you clearly play it very well, they're going to encourage him to play it, but knowing that there is a significant element of risk with that catcher there. Because I suppose if you're good at the shot, it's very hard to instinctively then not play it.
It's how, on that epic final day in the game last year between Gloucestershire and Glamorgan, the tied match. It's how they sneaked Marnus Labuschagne out, actually.
Here's Singdale, short again. Hurst safely in behind it.
It was Bancroft, actually, rather than Ollie Price, who's there now. Bancroft took a really smart catch above his head as Labuschagne just flicked the ball off his pads in the air, backward of square, and if that hadn't happened, I think that total would have been made and history would have been achieved. Well, history was achieved anyway, but for Glamorgan rather than for cricket.
A heavy length again. He's really bent. Ooh, bit of a nervy yes-no moment there between the two batters. But Hurst survives. He's sent back by Marcus Harris, having looked for a single into the leg side. There is no run. There's 4 runs off that over. That was Singdale's 9th. He's number 34. He's really bending his back in this spell, isn't he?
Yeah.
But Lancashire 121 for 3 after 42 overs.
I mentioned it earlier when he bowled 7 overs up front. You're always thinking about the second and third spells because it's the unforgiving nature of the Kookaburra ball and the hard outfield. I stood on the edge of the outfield on Sunday and just jumped and landed, and it's just like jumping on concrete. Just totally unforgiving. Why are you laughing?
I can think of other things to be doing with your Sunday afternoon.
Well, I just thought let's see how hard it is.
Jumping on outfields.
Comes some Buren over the wicket bowling. Okay, that was obviously weirder than I thought. It's played along the ground past a diving bowler. It'd be a single to a deep set mid-on.
You do you.
Well, yes, I'm not quite sure how to answer that or respond. It's 122 for 3.
How hard is the surface up here in our commentary position? Have you done any jumping up here recently, or is this a little bit more forgiving?
No, I'm not sure I'd have the confidence to do that, knowing that, as Scott has pointed out already, the rest of things up here are held together with sellotape, so I'm not sure I would be too trusting of that. Van Buren round the wicket bowls, another lovely loopy delivery, which is pushed out into the covers by Hurst.
Do you know what? That sounds more fun. Next time you go outfield jumping, let me know, and I'll come. I'll join you. I'll test.
Well, do you know what? You could come down and do my interview for me at the end of play. Now, Hurst does go big. That's a firm strike way back over the bowler's head. It smacks into one of the wheelie covers and goes for 6. So Hurst keen not just to let Van Buren bowl, and he's hit that one a long way, 128 for 3.
Well, I wonder if that's a better option than what we saw from Josh Bohannon when he was looking to go over the top. He danced down the track, didn't make contact. Bracey whipped off the bails, but this time Hurst stayed in his crease, waited for the right length, and that's a big hit. These are big straight boundaries here. We talk about how short it is square, but straight, it's quite a big dig. So he's stayed in his crease and he's gotten all of that and then some.
Van Buren in now on the back foot, is played firmly but straight back to the bowler, and Van Buren has still only gone for 13 runs in his 5th over. Bowls now, it's up to the bat and driven in squirty fashion by Hurst on the bounce to backward point. They'll scramble through for 1, but you're not always, as a spinner, thinking, oh great, I've just been smashed back over my head for 6. You often hear the sort of, oh well, he won't mind that at all. I don't think anybody, does anybody really like being smashed for 6? I certainly wouldn't, but I don't think he'll mind seeing that Hurst is looking a little bit itchy against him. They're in a position, Gloucestershire, where they are just about on top in this game at 129 for 3, as that's clipped away to short mid-wicket, and there's no run to end the over. It is Harris on 21, Hurst on 19. Nathan Johns will shortly be joined by Scott Reed.
I guess, and it looks like Ajit Singdale will continue. I'll make this his 3rd over after the restart following a rain delay. He's wicketless so far. Lancashire 129 for 3. Matty Hurst has come out on fire, really. He's looking to take the game to Gloucestershire since the fall of Josh Bohannon brought him to the crease. Hurst is 19 off 15. He just hit that big 6 down over long on in the previous over. Harris down the other end. He's a little bit more sedate, 21 off 49. It is Hurst who is on strike to Singdale. Interesting field here. He's got 2 catchers on the leg side, one at just in front of square, one at mid-wicket. Full delivery from Singdale. Hurst comfortably onto the front foot and defends to mid-on. When
Lancashire named their squad and Phil Salt was included in it for the first time this season, you're looking at who, obviously Salt's going to play, so who kind of makes way from that Lancashire side. Quite a tricky decision to make, I suspect, for Lancashire. Michael Jones dropping out from the team that beat Derbyshire last time out. Ashton Turner doesn't feature. He's got back-to-back championship centuries in Lancashire's last 2 4-day games.
Singdale to Hurst full. Oh, he was looking for that Yorker length, just missed it. Hurst actually nearly fell over defending that into the leg side.
But Turner's inclusion, I guess he's more tricky to try and make a case for, because Harris is always going to come back. And you probably want Green because he offers you more with the ball. So they're your kind of 2 overseas spots sorted. I guess maybe it's a straight pick. Lancashire, did they go with Michael Jones or did you go with Matthew Hurst? Gone with Hurst. He's had a good season. And he's had some good partnerships with Harris this year as well.
There is Hurst defending again. Singdale continues just it. It's not quite short of a length, but he's just hammering away at this back of a length, kind of in towards the midriff of Matty Hurst there. Keeping a tight line, not giving him any room to free his arms, hoping he just pops one up to one of those 2 catchers on the leg side.
Yeah, I think we'll see that as this game goes on, won't we? More and more kind of slips become redundant, really, as the game goes on. Catches in front of the batters, we're seeing it right now.
Hurst on strike once again. Singdale, another heavy ball, pushed off the hip to mid-wicket for no run.
See that quite a bit, I think, when Lancashire come out and bowl later in the game. Certainly when someone like George Balderson's bowling for Lancashire, you'll see a lot. Keeper stood up, no slips, but catches in front, bowling pretty straight in and around off stump. That's how Lancashire went about it in their last couple of championship games, especially with the use of the cooker ball. And maybe there's periods in the game when there's not a lot happening, the ball's not doing a great deal. Just ball straight, cramp batters for room, bring those covers and mid-wickets into the game.
Slightly fuller this time from Singdale. Hurst nicely onto the front foot.
But yeah, just back to the point about Matthew Hurst. Yeah, I guess it probably became a bit of a straight pick between Hurst and Jones as to who plays. So you can get Phil Salt back in the side, and obviously Marcus Harris comes back. So gone for Hurst. He's had a good season. I say he's had some good partnerships with Harris, including a double century partnership against Gloucestershire. Actually, the game at Old Trafford at the start of the season, they put on 200 together on the first day of that game. So they've battered a lot together, these two, so far this season.
There's a change in the field now. Deep backward point has gone onto the fence for the final ball of this over, and it's another ball bowled back of a length. In behind it is Hurst. Dot ball. End of the 44th over.
Consistency there, wasn't it, by Singdale. Maiden over. Every ball pretty much on the same spot, and every ball Hurst having to defend.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because Hurst has come out, like we said, looking to score. He hit his first ball for 3, and he was unlucky not to get a boundary. He's hit plenty. He's found the fence more than his fair share of occasions in the 21 deliveries he's faced. So he's looking to score, and if they're just cramping him up, he's going to have to change tack and see if he can put a bit of pressure back onto Gloucester. So it'll be fascinating to see how he goes about that.
Yeah, it's quite interesting when you see pace from one end and spin from the other, isn't it, as well? Whether it's Van Buren or, as it is now, Todd Murphy coming into back into the attack. He bowled a lot this morning. A dozen overs or so from the Chapel end. Prized out the wicket of Keaton Jennings just before lunch as well.
Yeah, Yes, 12 overs so far for Todd Murphy. 2 maidens, 1 for 24. He's going at 2 and over, economical. Like as you said, that was a big wicket of Keaton Jennings.
It's pretty handy work, isn't it, on the first day of the game? Harris is on strike. Here's Murphy to Harris. He just goes back and defends with time, just pushing it up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
It's interesting this. They did this with Van Buren spinning the ball the other way. They had one of the straight fielders kind of halfway back, trying to tempt him into a shot over the top.
Into Harris, that's clipped through square leg for a single this time. Moves on to 22. Lancashire now 130 for 3.
Yeah, now that straight fielder goes back. Well, it looks like he's going to go all the way with Hurst on strike. Of course, we did see that big shot down the ground in the previous over off Van Buren. So Murphy is going to bowl with a long on back to the right-hander.
Yeah, with Hurst back on strike. We got 2 short mid-wickets. Slip in place, short fine leg, cover as well. It's right forward, Matthew Hurst, and that's pushed away into the offside. And there's no addition to the score. 130 for 3, Hurst on 19. Harris on 22 at the non-strikers end. Todd Murphy, a white towel hooked in the back of his trousers. And he's on them, in and bowling to Hurst. It's off the back foot and just rolls it out towards the leg side. And jogs through for a single. Hurst moves on to 20. 131 for 3. 2 balls left. Change fields for left-hander. Phillips putting the helmets in. He's at leg slip. Hammond at slip. There's a fine leg. Short third. Murphy past the umpire. In and bowls to Harris, who off the back foot and just tucks it away to the leg side out towards square leg for a single. Harris moves on to 23. 132 for 3.
Yeah, they've been able to rotate quite nicely off Murphy in this over. That's not what he's looking for. He's looking to build dots and build pressure. I wonder if he's just struggling a little bit, adjusting left hand, right hand, changing the line every ball as he tries to settle into a new spell.
Final ball of this first over of his latest spell. Forward goes Hurst and defends. That's pushed into the offside for no run. End of the over. 3 coming off at 132 for 3. Hurst has 20 and Marcus Harris 23 not out. A reasonably lengthy delay, then we're about 55 minutes thereabouts. We're off for some poor weather. Albeit it wasn't too heavy, but it was enough drizzle for us to be having to stand and huddle under the brolly. But we've still got plenty of cricket to go today. 46 overs left today, in theory. So a lot of cricket to be played today. 132 for 3 Lancashire.
Yeah, it wasn't heavy at all, was it? Once they actually made the decision to go back on, it only took them about 5 minutes to get back out there.
Yeah, soon whipped off the covers, didn't they?
Ajit Singh Dale is going to continue. He's been bowling from the College lawn end ever since we came back from that rain delay. He's got Marcus Harris on strike, left-hander. 2 slips, 1 man sweeping on the offside boundary. And he's got a deep backward square in place, as well as a deep third. This will be interesting. He bowled a lot to Matty Hurst the last few overs, seeing down as he dotted him up. It's been a while since he's bowled with Harris on strike. We'll see how the Australian left-hander goes about his business here. The field has changed again, actually, as we were speaking. There's now 2 men catching in front of square on the offside. It's like a catching cover point and a catching extra cover. As one of those slips also moves into gully. They really are being funky, moving the field almost every ball at this stage, just trying to make something happen. Well, after plenty of tinkering, here comes Singh Dale. Harris on strike. Full outside off, left alone.
It's done well. He's managed to find a towel to dry the desk in front of us here. A bit soggy when the rain fell.
Well, I wonder if he goes downstairs now and goes on his outfield jumping escapade, it might be a bit softer than when he did it on Sunday. Have you ever jumped on the outfield of Old Trafford?
I haven't, no. The urge has not reached me, but maybe it's something I could do.
I might try it now.
Yeah.
Let's put the idea in our heads.
Just do it in your back garden. You know, I'm just going to just see how firm the grass is. I'm just going to jump up and down.
Here comes Singdale. Full again. Oh, that's nicely flicked off the pads. 2 straight. For player Marcus Harris's ability, he flicks that through mid-wicket for a boundary. Brings the score to 136 for 3. We are 2 balls into the 46th over.
Just the thought of Ed by himself just jumping up and down on the spot randomly.
It sounds like he enjoyed it. Which is the main thing.
Absolutely is. Yep.
Yeah, that outfield definitely looks wet. There's a lot of work being done on drying it now that it's been hit to the fence. With a dry ball, Singdale is back in, bowling to Harris. Full, driven. Didn't quite time it, but it's still a good piece of fielding from short cover to cut it off. Diving to his right-hand side, no run.
An extraordinary start to the season, Marcus Harris. He played the first 7 matches. He's missed the last 2 games. He went back to Australia, which was a pre-planned family thing. And in the first 7 games, 800 runs. A century on his debut. A game at Middlesex at Lord's.
Oh, here is Harris. That's a nice drive through backward point. Bit of width, protection on the boundary, so it's just a single.
Country's leading run scorer, I think, when the first block of 7 championship matches had concluded. And this was in a Lancashire team that hadn't won a game. Fabulous start to the season.
He captained for a few games as well, didn't he?
He did, yes. When Keaton Jennings stood away from the captaincy, he skippered the 2 games before the championship first block ended and the T20 started.
Well, here's Singdale. Matty Hurst on strike this time. Gone back to that short of a length, and it's punched nicely off the back foot. Does this have the legs to go away to the offside boundary? Yes, it does. He's been hammering away at that length all afternoon, really, has Singdale when Hurst is on strike, but he gets his line wrong, too wide, and it's cut nicely for the second boundary of the over.
It's unforgiving, though, isn't it? Because there's such a short boundary. You don't need to get it wrong that much, do you? And if you make decent contact and get it through the infield, you're going to get 4. It's a unforgiving boundary to bowl with, isn't it?
Well, Hurst is enjoying himself. He's faced 25 deliveries so far, and he's on 24. I make that he's hit 3 boundaries and he's cleared the fence once. He's fuller this time. Hurst is able to punch it to mid-on for a dot ball.
Yeah, because naturally it keeps the score ticking over Matthew Hurst. I was chatting to Marcus Harris about Hurst earlier this season when they had one of these big partnerships together. Both obviously got good runs in the game. Harris was saying that when you bat with Hurst, you don't need to be too concerned about the scoring rate. It will just naturally tick along because he bats at that kind of pace. And then touched on his ability, the way he bats, playing late, and talking about his kind of sense of composure as well for someone who's not played a lot of first-class cricket. And that's been reflected today, isn't it? 24 off 26 without having to do too much. Harris off the back foot, just tapping it into the offside for no run.
But I wonder if there has been some sort of directive, as much as Hurst scores quickly naturally anyway. I wonder if there was some sort of instruction during the rain break to get on with it. We did see that shot from Josh Mohannan, which cost him his wicket.
Murphy bowls flatter and quicker. Harris off the back foot again, punching into the offside, no run.
Even Harris, when Van Buren was on, was starting to use his feet.
Yeah.
It just looks like something's happening here. They want to advance the game.
141 for 3. These 2 are put on 35 from 43 bowls so far. Again, Harris leaning into it and pushing away into the offside. Bancroft's at cover to field. And there's no run.
You can see what he's trying to do. Trying to open the face there, isn't he? Hit that gap through point. A bit full, that delivery, to try and hit the ball through there.
There's Murphy to Harris. Again, that's defended, and there's no run. And they've got Ben Charlesworth down below us on the point boundary. There's the short third man slip, forward short leg, fine leg. Mid-wicket cover, mid-off and mid-on. Murphy to Harris. That is squirted out through the offside, through point for a single. Charlesworth comes up from the boundary to field, just the first run of the over, that, with the penultimate ball of it. 142 for 3. Harris moves to 29, brings Matthew Hurst back on strike. Here comes Murphy into Hurst. Back and just rushed a fraction there as he defends. Playing it back down the pitch towards Murphy. And there's no run. End of the over. Lancashire 142 for 3. With Hurst on 24, Harris on 29. And that dismissal Nathan mentioned before. It is with Bohannon dancing down the pitch early on after the resumption after the rain break. Stumped by Bracey off Van Buren. There's certainly a ball which he flighted up, but it was very wide. And Bohannon coming down the pitch. Didn't make contact, and Bracey I thought did really well, because it was quite a wide ball to get to it and quickly bring the gloves back towards the stumps to get rid of Josh Bohannon. 2 wickets in the morning session as well, 1 for Wells, or Wells gone for 18, and Jennings for 32. Wickets for Akhtar, Murphy and Van Buren so far for Gloucestershire.
Well, Ajit Singsdale has finished up his spell for now. He's bowled 11 overs today, 2 maidens, none for 43. He's been replaced at the college lawn end by Zaman Akhtar. 8 overs for Akhtar so far. He's also bowled 2 maidens. He has added to his wicket column. He removed Luke Wells earlier, just getting one to go across him and nick him off, but he's back into the attack now with another left-hander, Marcus Harris, in his sights, and that one is pushed off the hip to mid-wicket for no run.
A dog barking.
Where did that come from? There's a dog up here.
I think there's a dog up here, yeah. A dog up on the balcony somewhere.
The dog in the press box.
Why not?
Well, they did say Cheltenham was a unique experience as a cricket festival.
Oh, I can see the dog. He's a lively little thing.
Here comes Akhtar, top of his mark. Full delivery, pushed once again into the leg side. Dot ball.
David Lloyd was with us on commentary for one of the T20 games last few weeks ago. He was talking about bringing his dog to Blackpool. So he wanted to bring his dog to Stanley Park, and Lancashire were playing Kent there. So I better check that dogs were allowed. Must be allowed. It's in a park. How can you not allow a dog in a park, you know? So he rang up.
Here's Akhtar. Harris still on strike. Full. Ooh, driven slightly uppishly into the leg side, but it lands well short of Price at mid-wicket. Another dot ball.
So he rang Blackpool out and said, I'm looking to bring me dog. Day 1 of the championship match. Oh no, you can't bring a dog. Why can't I bring a dog? What, health and safety? Bumble said, well, there's a zoo inside Stanley Park with lions and snakes. That was funny.
Oh, here's Akhtar once again. Harris defends on the front foot. Oh, that's a very Bumble story, that, isn't it?
So he took his dog to Chesterfield instead the week after to Queen's Park. But there we go.
Well, there we go. That's not Bumble's dog, that.
I think he likes going down that corridor, that dog. But that's part of one of the fun of outgrounds, isn't it? That you get to see, bring your dog come and watch the cricket. Bring it up to the press box.
Akhtar in over the wicket to Harris, driven. Oh, has he got? Oh, this could be a run-out chance here. Direct hit. Oh,
he's way out.
Oh, that would have been gone. It was Miles Hammond, I think, who ended up trying to throw the stumps down. It was yes, no, maybe between Harris and Hurst. In the end, Hurst was sent back. There's no run. And Hammond tried to throw down the stumps at the non-striker's end from the covers. Hurst got out the big dive, but that would have been close if he hit.
I think he's gone, isn't he, if he hits? It looked like he was very, very short. He had to put the dive in. I think even with that, I'm not so sure he's back. But touch of good fortune then. After a bit of uncertainty, a bit of confusion, as you say, that kind of yes, no a little bit. direct hit, I think he's gone.
Well, it's a fantastic tandem bit of fielding, because one cover fielder stopped it as Actor comes in again short. It's pulled in the air. This is straight up. Actor's taking a simple chance, and that's Marcus Harris gone. Well, one ball after he nearly ran out his mate Matty Hurst. I don't know, maybe Marcus Harris' head was a bit fried, but he's played a nothing pull shot to a bang-in delivery. The ball's not gone high up in the air at all. Simple catch for Actor on his follow-through. Caught and bowled. That is Harris gone for 29 off 67 deliveries. It's Actor's second wicket of the day. Gloucester keep chipping away.
They do, don't they? They do. They've, after that kind of first hour or so this morning, Lancashire were in a pretty steady position. The dismissal of Jennings just before the lunch break, Bohannon just after the rain break, and a bit of confusion as to whether there was a run there or not between Hurst and Harris. And then the very next delivery, as soon as he hit it, Harris didn't he? Kind of his shoulders slumped down, his head went down. He knew completely this time that didn't get that right. Actor takes a catch. He claimed it straight away, so I'll have this off my own bowling. Gloucestershire do keep chipping away nicely. 142 for 4. It brings Phil Salt to join Matthew Hurst. Salt's first-class game since the back end of September 2023. Didn't play any red ball cricket for Lancashire last season. Comes out and joins Matthew Hurst. The bowling change works a treat.
Oh, just a bizarre couple of minutes there. I wonder if Harris, just after nearly running out Hurst, the head was just a bit fried. It's such an awful position to be in when there's a mix-up running between the wickets and you have that sinking feeling that you're the reason why somebody's been run out, and he very nearly was.
Murphy in and bowls to Hurst. It's driven. There's a misfield at mid-off. And Hurst will come back and run 2.
Well, they've been really good in the field today, Gloucester. If anything, that diving stop that nearly led to the Hurst run out, that kept Harris on strike and led to the wicket the next delivery. But for the first time today, it's the sub-fielder, it's Archie Bailey at mid-off, who's let one through his legs there.
So 144 for 4. Murphy in to Hurst, reaching forward, turning it into the onside, no run.
It was just a bit of a nothing short ball, wasn't it? Didn't really get up. The pitch does look a bit softer since the rain, so I don't know if Harris was just threw the shot too early or what happened, but it barely got up, even off the top edge.
Murphy back into Hurst. He goes back this time. Plays that slightly awkwardly, and the ball pitching and turning back in towards Hurst.
It's a couple of times now he's gone on the back foot and he's just been rushed. I wonder if Murphy's just skidding it through a little bit. He's trying to get him LBW or bowled here.
He's bowled nicely, hasn't he, today? Pushed a little bit quicker from Murphy, that delivery, and Hurst turns it into the onside for no run. 144 for 4. There's a good partnership developing there between Hurst and Harris as well. There's come to an end. Murphy in to Hurst. And shapes to work it to the leg side. Picks out Bancroft. One of 2 fielders at mid-wicket. Phillips and Bancroft. Bancroft being straight with the 2. Phillips a little squarer. Both within kind of 10 yards of each other. Murphy bowls. Hurst again pushing away, finding Bancroft yet again. That's the end of the over. The 2 runs coming off the misfield. Murphy bowling beautifully here for Gloucestershire. Lancashire 144 for 4.
Yeah, 36 runs put on for the 4th wicket by Marcus Harris and Matty Hurst before Harris was dismissed for 29. Just bizarre. It was a chanceless partnership up until just one moment of madness with the calling. Yes, no, maybe. Nearly a run out. All of a sudden, create a bit of chaos, and a poor shot comes out one ball later. As you said, the change of bowling to Actor worked a charm for skipper Cameron Bancroft, and Actor is going to bowl the 2nd over of this spell. He's bowled 9 overs so far, 3 maidens, 2 for 20, going at just over 2 and over, so wickets while being economical. And he's got Phil Salt on strike. Well, this could be fun. Phil Salt, the white ball player, knows only one way, but we don't know much about Phil Salt, the red ball player. As you said, it's been a long time since we've seen him don the whites. Well, not quite sure what happened there. It was a low full toss. I think Actor was trying to bowl him a Yorker first up. Salt has drilled a low full toss straight back into the ground. I think it's bounced over the head of the bowler on his follow through, and the end result is mid-on picks it up and there's no run. It's all happening.
Rain's caused carnage. Stumpings and run-out chances and mistime shots and low full tosses.
Well, here's Actor, Phil Salt on strike. Good length delivery, on off stump, defended solidly back to the bowler.
They've probed away well, haven't they, Gloucestershire? And good effort with the ball. Bearing in mind that, I know Delanger's bowled, hasn't he, but I don't know whether he doesn't look like he's fully fit. And he was only able to bowl 2 overs in his opening spell, but then came back after the lunch break. He might be kind of half a bowler light, or he ran in pretty well, didn't he, when he looked a little uncomfortable at times on his follow through.
Actor to Salt. Short. Oh. Well, that has just completely died on Phil Salt. He's tried to cut it. I think he's got an under edge which is bounced on the way through to the keeper.
Yeah, Bracey takes it kind of in one glove to his left-hand side. The thick under edge of Salt's bat bouncing down, and Bracey to his left. With one hand takes the catch, but he's getting things to happen here, isn't he? Is Actor.
Well, I just wonder if it's again the rain delay. Just since a bit of moisture, the pitch looks too paced, a lot more under edges, bad pull shots. Actor again. Oh well, that's not a bad shot at all from Phil Salt. On the up, driven through extra cover, 1 bounce for 4. Welcome to the game, Mr. Salt. He's off the mark with a boundary.
Yep, threw his hands through that, didn't he, Phil Salt? His recent games in first-class cricket for Lancashire do include some pretty brutal batting, going back to that 2023 campaign and the season before that. He's takes some stopping when he gets in. We see that obviously a lot in white ball cricket, but his recent red ball games for Lancashire have been pretty devastating at times.
Well, he's just driven a good length ball on the up over extra cover. What's he got here? Oh, he's driven that one beautifully along the ground this time. Again on top of the bounce on the front foot through cover point. Back-to-back boundaries for Phil Salt.
Yeah, 150 up for Lancashire. Seen Hurst on the kind of little counter-attack since he came out to the middle. Starting positively. Actor, though, has had he's got something going at this end, hasn't he? With Murphy bowling beautifully from one end, he's giving absolutely nothing away. He's almost kind of boxed that end off, hasn't he, really, for Gloucestershire. Actor able to run in pretty hard here. Might go for the odd boundary or two, but he's also creating some chances along the way.
Well, Phil Salt going through the covers as he has in the last 2 deliveries, he's prompted a change in the field. One of those 2 catching mid-wickets has come over to plug that gap on the offside. Here's Actor. Banging delivery. Salt gets in behind. And that brings us to the end of the over. 2 boundaries in it for Phil Salt. He's on the way. 8 off 6. Matty Hurst is not out. 26 down the other end. Lancashire 152 for 4.
Elsewhere, Kent have been bowled out for 155 in their first innings. They're taking on Glamorgan at Cardiff. Kent, who were put into bat by Glamorgan, bowled out for 155. Elsewhere in Division 2, Leicestershire 237 for 3. This is the top 2, Derbyshire against Leicestershire. There's Murphy, comes in and bowls to Hurst. That's played away off the front foot to cover. There's no run. Riyad Ahmed making 115. Well, Lewis Hill is 85 not out. Leicestershire 237 for 3. Batting first against Derbyshire. And one other Division 2 game as Murphy bowls again to Hurst. It's in the air. Finish in half of the bat, just looping out behind square on the leg side, but for no run. At Middlesex, a 239 for 1 against Northamptonshire. Max Holden is 99 not out. As Murphy is into Hurst. Again, that's tucked away into the onside for no run, and Kane Williamson is unbeaten on 50. It's a 2:39 for 1 Middlesex against Northants. The other Division 2 scoreline. Here is Murphy to Hurst. That's off the back foot and played back towards Todd Murphy, and there's no run. Nathan Johns has taken a break, and to join me up to tea, it's Seaborn.
Hello.
Hello. 152 for 4. Matthew Hurst on 26. Here is Murphy. Forward goes Hurst and defends. Back to Murphy, and again there's no run. This is his 16th over, 1 for 30. It's a fabulous job by Todd Murphy. For Gloucestershire, in again to Hurst, reaching for it and pushing it back towards the bowler, who feels off his own bowling, and that's another maiden for Todd Murphy. 16 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 30, so he's going under 2 runs and over, which is a mighty fine effort for Gloucestershire, who have chipped away well through the course of the day, Ed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still not exactly sure what happened with that Harris dismissal. I mean, I saw the ball banged in. I thought, when he went for the shot, I heard the noise off the bat, and I thought, yeah, that's probably going to go. Oh, hang on. It's gone absolutely nowhere at all. I was expecting it to be coming somewhere in our direction, and straight up in the air. I still couldn't, I didn't have a look at a replay, but I couldn't work out whether it was that he was too early on it or too late or what, but yeah, it'll be, I mean, I wonder whether Actor's just going to think at some point he was going to try and dig a few more in like that. That's been edged by Salt and I think put down by Bancroft at first slip. So a chance there for a 3rd wicket for Actor, and Salt, who was trying to flick it leg side, I think it's come off. Has it come off still the outside edge, even though he's looking to play leg side? Got such a tangle there, and Bancroft, who's wide enough at first slip, had to reach to his left to try and take it, but he did it so casually it was almost as though he thought that it wasn't a catching opportunity, and that's a huge potential let-off for Salt and for Lancashire. They've taken a single off it as well, as Actor bowls now to Hurst, who drives, and there's a fabulous piece of fielding by Hammond at short extra cover to save at least 1 run, if not maybe 4. That one is definitely going to be marked down. I mean, first slip fielders are always a little bit more reluctant to move to the left than to the right, but it's flown, and you do see it sometimes with those ones because it's not a regular outside edge, and it can be a little bit harder to catch, as Actor bowls to Hurst, who plays that one right underneath his eye line and out into the offside. But well, a player as dangerous as Phil Salt just got to be thinking that that's a drop that could be really costly, just to keep taking wickets as well. 153 for 5. Well, I mean 152 for 5.
Just looked a bit spicy, hasn't it, since we got back underway after the rain break. Akhtar's bowled a good spell here. He's made some things happen, hasn't he, for Gloucestershire? Bottom edges, outside edges, mistimed shots. It's a real rarity as well to see Bancroft drop a catch. I'm struggling to remember him dropping one this season. He's normally so safe there. Actor into Hurst, and there's a very full ball which Hurst tries to jam down on as though it were a white ball style wide Yorker, and maybe squeeze it away for a boundary between backward point and the one slip. Ends up thumping the ground but not hitting the ball as it goes through to the keeper. Yeah, I mean the more
the more I watch that, it's just a really baffling piece of cricket. It's a horrific shot from Phil Salt, isn't it? But I mean, he's got a ball which is a full delivery on middle stump, but his back leg's gone half cocked in the air. That's a good delivery from Actor right at the block hole, and Hurst squeezes it out into the offside. Salt is just nowhere with that shot. He's half trying to dig it out as the Yorker and clip it into the onside. His back heel is raised off the floor, and the toe leaves the ground as well. So he's doing that off the front foot, skews off the edge, and it's then put down. But, well, strange piece of cricket all round, really. Actor to Hurst, who drives. That's a fluent shot through extra cover. Oh, he's played a couple of belters as Matty Hurst, and it's a boundary to end the over. 157 for 4. It didn't really look like an absolute friendly half volley either from Actor, but has been absolutely dismissed. 157 for 4.
It was. It was a pretty emphatic, wasn't it, from Hurst? Yeah, it's been pretty lively, hasn't it? There's quite a lot's happened since we got back underway from the rain break. I think a lot of this could be also a bit of build-up from pressure from this end, couldn't it? From Todd Murphy, the way that he really has just wrestled the life out of any runs being scored from the Chapel end of the ground. Just able to create something for his mate at the other end as well. Maybe with that little bit of rain falling, just able to liven up the pitch a little bit as well. Could be a combination of all the factors either way. Gloucestershire, at the minute, bowlers are on top, aren't they? And you get the odd little release, as we saw from Hurst in that last delivery. Murphy bowls to Salt, and that's stroked away through the offside. And the dive comes in from the cover boundary. Good work out on the boundary at deep extra cover. Salt does come back for 2. Moves on to 11, 159 for 4.
It's the easiest place to go out and graze mid-spell. It's Actor who's just sprinted round the boundary there to save a couple of runs.
Yeah, he's come from behind square, hasn't he? Wrapped onto the pad of Salt as he tries to whip it out towards the leg side. A solitary appeal from Todd Murphy.
I think he's thinking with James Treadwell, the umpire there, you know, fellow off-spinner. Just help me out here.
159 for 4. Salt's on 11. Murphy balls to Salt, who defends. The ball deflects off the face of the bat out towards short extra cover, and there's no run. 11 not out. Salt. Murphy sets off again, and he's in and bowling to Salt, turned into the onside. Gets underneath, or beyond Murphy's reach, low down to his right, through very straight mid-on. For a single to Salt, takes him to 12, 160 for 4. Brings Hurst back on strike. It's got a deep backward point. Slip in play, short fine leg, 2 short mid wickets, cover mid-off, and just drop mid-on back towards the boundary. And this will push it back to Murphy. There's no addition to the score. One ball left of the over. It's just slowly settling back into his crease as Murphy comes in and bowls, and it's worked into the onside. Sorry, into the offside. It's picked up at short extra cover, and there's no run. End of the over. So what's Hurst got now? 30, and Salt's got 12. And Lancashire are 160 for 4.
Yeah, it's at just a point, that drop, that you know, you could still be looking back 250 runs later, because there's enough batting left in this Lancashire side that it could really hurt, not just from Salt, but also from, you know, the point that somebody like a Green could have been coming out at. Balderson, Hartley, you know, Blatherwick, Anderson. there's enough batting left that could be one that hurts. So Actor's now got to try and make it not hurt, and he will do with a brilliant catch from James Bracey. It's 160 for 5, and just a little fiddle from Salt outside the off stump, and James Bracey's right hand has pulled off a blinder again at Cheltenham. He did it with his glove on this time, but I think it was only the absolute webbing of the glove that it's nestled in. That is an astonishing catch from James Bracey, and it's 160 for 5. The other thing I've just noticed is that Zaman Akhtar's towel fell out of his trousers as that one was delivered, but Phil Salt hasn't noticed.
Yes, it did.
It may have been camouflage, but obviously Salt would have been perfectly entitled to have said, I'm not going to face that delivery. But he did, and got the edge, and James Bracey went wheeling off in the opposite direction from where he did last festival. Went off to the Sanford Road side of the ground, and the drop from Bancroft not costly. Yeah, it was just in July. I was hesitating because of course the festival was much earlier last year. It had to be. It started at the end of June and went into July. Anyway, it matters little at this stage, and actually George Balderson has come out ahead of Chris.
This little spell for Zaman Akhtar, 3.1 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 13, and in combination with Murphy's spell, 5 overs, 1 maiden for just 9. So real pressure being applied from one end with Murphy, and Akhtar has managed to get something going at the other end as well. His 3rd wicket of the innings, his 2nd in this little spell, and into his 4th over of the spell.
So the left-handed Balderson with 3 slips now, gone from 1 to 3, as Akhtar starts him off with a bouncer, which Balderson negotiates relatively straightforwardly.
It was a terrific reflex catch, wasn't it, from Bracey? It was like a catch where wicket keepers, you see them allowing the ball to come to the gloves. That's a snatch, isn't it? He's grabbed it. It's a proper grab away to his right. Brilliant reactions from Bracey.
Yeah, and it's also a catch you wouldn't see if there were a more usual slip cordon, really, I suspect, because Bracey would have been letting that go probably to the first slip, but he knows that Bancroft is wide, so he can't do that. Now there is a more conventional cordon. Akhtar into Balderson. A good length ball is just played in defence into the onside out to mid-wicket. So Balderson at 7, Green presumably then at 8, and Hartley 9, and the drop only costing 8 runs total since then, and just that kind of thing that settles a side a little bit as well. Ollie Price is the fielder at 1st slip, Bancroft moves to 2nd, and Hammond in at 3rd, and they've just moved a little bit tighter because Akhtar's come round the wicket now to Balderson. He's bowled a shorter delivery, which ended up having absolutely no venom in it at all. That one really did stick in the pitch, and ends up not getting up at all on Balderson, who still had to be careful with it. There's still plenty of ways that he could come a cropper, but he didn't.
I wonder whether something like that in the end undid for Harris. Maybe the ball just sticking a little bit in the surface. Nathan suggested maybe went through the shot a little bit too quickly, which might suggest that it just held up a fraction. Yeah. It's felt different, hasn't it, since the rain break?
Yeah, it has. Definitely. Just seems to have freshened things up a little bit, but also maybe just accentuated a slightly stoppy nature of the pitch as Akhtar is into Balderson, and there's a tidy defensive shot which is played straight back to Akhtar. There's no run, and he's one delivery away from a wicket maiden, and it has been an absorbing day. It's not been a day which has moved especially quickly. It's not felt especially Kookaburra-y, but it just has moved a little bit slower than some. Actor over the wicket now to Balderson, who drives, and Phillips gets in the way of that extra cover. He did have the shin pads for protection as well, so I suppose he could just have used them, but he used his hands. It's a wicket maiden for Actor, whose figures just get ever better. 12 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 33. But there's always been just enough there that you feel that wickets could be taken, but equally somebody has felt as though they could have gone on. Now it's got to be Hurst who's on 30. You know, it has actually been the sort of day that you would expect at Cheltenham, really. We have had a couple of more bore draws in recent memory, but not many. You know, one of the things people love about the festival, you expect exciting cricket here.
That's Todd Murphy to Matthew Hurst. Just drop back down the pitch towards Murphy, no run. 60 for 5.
And just so often has this way of coming down to a thriller in the final session, however it ends.
Oh, that'd be nice again, wouldn't it?
It would.
Murphy into to Hurst. Defensively, carefully, just playing the ball towards mid-on, and there's no run.
It's reached that time in the afternoon where you can hear that cascade of empty bottles and bottle caps.
Murphy balls again, forward goes Hurst and defends, and there's no run. I mentioned the enormous marquee away to our right today. To be fair, the beer tent's quite a size, isn't it? That's a pretty hefty tent.
It's quite a lot of bottles that could fit in there.
Absolutely is. Murphy balls again. Here's Hurst. Drives it back down the ground, but for no run. 60 for 5. Hurst on 30. Can he try and go on here for Lancashire? They've had players that have got in. Played down through mid-on for a single to Hurst. Moves on to 31. 161 for 5. Jennings 32. Bohannon 39. Harris 29. Maybe when we speak to one of the Lancashire players, one of the batters after the day's play, they might say, it's a type of pitch where you never really felt in.
Yeah, I could see them. I mean, well, the scorecard maybe bears that out. I could see them saying that. And also, again, it's the whole, to some extent, there's the format switching as well. I know that that's not the case with everybody. Certainly not Harris, for example, but still.
There's Murphy to left-hander George Balderson off the front foot. That's defended into the offside for no run. End of the over. 161 for 5.
Who've Lancashire ended up with again in the T20 quarters?
Kent.
At
Old
course,
Trafford.
yes. In the end, the rather heartbreaking defeat here against Sussex, as it turned out, with Kent beating Essex in that last round of matches. Even if Gloucestershire had won their last 2, they wouldn't have got in. Kent securing that 4th spot in the South Group. In the end, it went the most straightforward way that it could have done, and the other teams, including Gloucestershire, the likes of Glamorgan and Sussex as well, who could have had an opportunity to get in, had none, because Kent shut the door.
Number 12, Graham van Buren.
So, Graham van Buren returns from the College lawn end, 1 for 14 from 5 overs. Whether Gloucestershire will go double spin, we shall see, as Hurst plays that off the back foot to the bowler. They're still persisting with this long on. Don't know, I'd have thought as Van Buren bowls back foot defence back to the bowler, I mean 160 off for 5, you're in a really strong position if you're Gloucestershire, you'd have thought, and Hurst has only gone over the top once. You'd be quite tempted to bring that long on up. Hurst drives to backward point, there's no run. I suppose unless they really are thinking about trying to get Hurst playing square of the wicket, they think they're more likely to generate the wicket that way. We've got a bit of watery sunshine now as Hurst reaches forward and pushes this to short extra cover. Nathan doesn't seem particularly convinced by this watery sunshine. Van Buren in now. Ooh, turned round. There was Hurst. He was trying, I think, to initially shovel it through mid-wicket and skews off to short extra cover as a light aircraft winds away in the distance. Van Buren into Hurst, who noodles this one into the leg side, and Phillips will field from short mid-wicket, so that will spoil the maiden over. 162 for 5. Tee at 10 past 4, so approaching, and actually we should have a pretty sensible length evening session. It was, I believe, if I looked at the scoreboard correctly, 5 overs that we lost because of that rain break. And it's certainly a rain break that seems to have benefited Gloucestershire more than it did Lancashire, with the score at 105 for 2 at that break. And it's now moved to 162 for 5, and Bohannon was out 4th ball after that rain break, coming skipping down the pitch, trying to hit Van Buren over extra cover, and was stumped by a mile for 39. Here's Murphy from the Chapel end into Hurst on the back foot, played firmly back to the off spinner, and there's no run. Wells 18, Jennings 32, Bohannon 39, Harris 29, Salt 12. Everybody's got in a bit. Hurst on 32 at the moment. As Murphy bowls, and off the back foot it's played just past a diving Bancroft from short mid-wicket, exposes the bright orange underside to his boots. There's a single down to long on, 163 for 5, so that we'll get the new batter Balderson on strike. Actor 3 wickets, 1 for Murphy, 1 for Van Buren. But that catch from Bracey has probably stolen some of the headlines, as Balderson squeezes that off the outer part of the bat but keeps it down, plays it to almost the short third position, but Van Buren at backward point picking it up. So haven't had much actually spin at both ends, although both Murphy and Van Buren have had a decent bowl now, as Balderson respectfully plays that into the covers. Bancroft up to field using the end of his sleeve to try and do a little bit of polishing, but not sure it's really been sideways movement that's caused any of the wickets. Murphy to Balderson. It's forward and played in defence into the offside. Not a massive breeze, just enough to kick up some of this bunting that we seem to have gone with this year at the festival.
Yes,
that's not
nice.
a regular.
Is it not? Oh, okay.
Feature, at least recently anyway. It's adorning just about everything. Back of the stands, the marquees are covered in it as well. Murphy in now. Balderson drives. Good looking shot, but there is protection at deep point in the form of Singdale, but it will get Balderson off the mark. It's another cheap over from Murphy, who, even if he hasn't always been threatening to take wickets, has been hard to get away. 36 conceded from 19 overs, and that huge wicket of Keaton Jennings for 32. Lancashire 164 for 5.
It is like the land of the marquee, isn't it? The Cheltenham College for the first.
Well, I still think that big marquee looks like the bake-off tent.
The bake-off tent. Oh, okay.
Just sort of expecting Paul Hollywood to emerge with an offending loaf. It's underbaked.
It's kind of split into like sections, isn't it? That tent.
Yes, it is.
I take it these are all kind of some form of hospitality or corporate
Yes,
type
so
thing,
so that is the main hospitality tent, which
Right.
there'll be different clients, I'm sure, in that
Yeah.
every day. Then on the far side, you've got some of the regulars at the Cheltenham Festival, like the old Petesians tent, I think is the one in the middle, over on that far side.
Here's Van Buren, and Balderson forward and defends, no run.
So I think those are the regulars.
Right. Okay.
And then you've got the beer tent, and then I think there's another hospitality tent to the right. The Exiles will be there for the second game.
It's full of ball by Van Buren, driven away by Balderson for a single. He moves to 2-165 for 5.
First day of the second game against Middlesex is Exiles Day, which is always a big feature of Cheltenham.
What's the little one that looks like he's got an ice cream cone upside down on his roof? That's just a tiny little one, isn't it? You can only get about 2 people in that one. Forward goes Hurst and defends, no run.
I think what would be nice is if somebody got some orange paint and just daubed some rings of orange on it so it would look like a traffic cone.
Yeah, it's a tiny little thing, is that? Van Buren bowling, forward goes Hurst. Push back towards Van Buren, there's no run. And there's nobody actually in that one at the minute.
No, there was one person in it who looked as though he'd basically claimed the entire tent for himself at about 10:30 this morning. He's obviously been kicked out.
Van Buren bowling, carved away. And that'll be at least a couple. Singdale does well. Gets to the ball down by the boundary at backward point and restricts Hurst to just a 2. He moves to 35, 167 for 5. With 1 ball left of the over. I think T will be taking at 4, regardless of overs remaining, I think. As that's punched into the offside for no run. Good stop by Price, low down to his right. End of the over, but very conveniently will mean that we will actually have 32 overs remaining going into the evening session.
I'm sure that's exactly what the umpires were thinking when they chose that time. The butcher's van, I think, has arrived.
Where's the butcher's?
So I think that.
Right. Well, you can go across and get a pound of sausage or something.
Well, I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure it's
smoky bacon
ahead of
and a pork chop.
You don't ask for much, do you? It's there ahead of the barbecue and quiz.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, excellent.
Always good fun.
Lovely.
Well worth remembering a few of the questions to be used on the listening public the next day. It's always extremely well set.
Okay. Quite a serious quiz.
I don't think it's particularly serious.
Right.
It's a bit of fun. But you can take it seriously if you like. Murphy bowls. Balderson drives out through the covers for a single to Singdale on the offside boundary. 168 for 5. 2 slips were in for Balderson there.
Is it general knowledge, different categories?
Yeah, there are some different rounds. It's usually a bit for everybody. I am hopeless on the majority of the TV and film stuff, but try and have a go at everything else. Slip and a leg slip for Hurst. That's Murphy's round the wicket to Hurst, who defends and then notices Balderson coming charging at him a couple of paces and holds out his bat like a sword in front of him. Don't come any closer. Balderson didn't. Back inside his ground. Murphy in now, holds that one back, and Hurst does well just to allow the ball to come to him. He committed onto that front foot but then didn't lunge with the bat, and that's where so often that edge can be found if you just then overcommit, having got yourself onto that front foot. Murphy bowls, it's hit in the air and just wide of Bancroft at short mid-wicket. Well, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Even though he wasn't looking to defend, he came forward and then the bat was reaching forward for the ball, chipped it into the air, and it's looked like a way that Murphy might get multiple players. Bohannon was doing it a little bit as well, but it just doesn't go to hand. 169 for 5 with that single. Murphy into Balderson, who is playing with the outside edge a little bit, which I guess is why Bancroft has decided to go into second slip. That one again goes along the ground and is fielded by the Gloucestershire captain, and there's 1 ball left in this afternoon session, slightly abbreviated afternoon session, as for that last ball Joe Phillips is going to stand by the looks of things at silly point, so we'll have 2 slips, and no, it's going to be a silly mid-off. So 3 close catches, Murphy round the wicket to the left-handed Balderson. It's a quicker delivery, which is just played with a degree of ease by Balderson just in defence, but it's been a good session that for Gloucestershire. 87 runs scored by Lancashire, but for the loss of 3 wickets, as Bohannon was the first to go, charging past Van Buren for 39. Harris getting a short ball and hitting it straight up in the air and was caught and bowled for 29. And then Phil Salt, after having been dropped by Bancroft at slip, just a couple of deliveries later, was caught with an absolutely wonderful catch from James Bracey, right in the webbing of his right glove. A reaction grab, and Salt departed for 12. Actor has been the main man for Gloucestershire as far as the wicket taking is concerned. 3 for 33. Todd Murphy has only gone for 38 from 20 overs. Has done a great job of keeping things quiet and got that wicket of Jennings in the morning session. And then Graham Van Buren 1 for 18 from his 7 overs. Marchant de Lange has only bowled 2 spells. He bowled 2 overs up front this morning and then went off the field. Had a bit of a fitness test at lunch. Zipped through 3 overs, almost as though he was saying to his captain, well, I'm going to try and give you something here, but I suspect that's going to be it, at least for the next while. It has to be, because he's been off the field now ever since he bowled that spell, so he's going to have to spend a long time on the field again before he can bowl. So we may even know as soon as straight after tea whether he's going to be available at all once that second new ball comes around. But it is Gloucestershire who will be, at this stage, the happier of the 2 sides. Lancashire has still got batting to come. Matty Hurst has looked good for his 36. Lancashire 169 for 5 at tea. We've still got grey skies, but it's looking a lot higher and a lot brighter than it has been. So hopefully we'll have a full evening session to bring you in just under 20 minutes' time. Welcome back for this evening session of the opening day between Gloucestershire and Lancashire at the Cheltenham Cricket Festival. There are 32 overs remaining to be bowled in the day's play, and the score for Lancashire 169 for 5, with Hurst and Balderson striding out to resume the Lancashire innings. Singdale looks ready to bowl from the College lawn end, and it's been an innings from Lancashire where they've never really lost wickets in amazingly quick succession, but Gloucestershire have found a way just to keep chipping away and have Lancashire in maybe a little bit of trouble at 169 for 5. They certainly wouldn't want to be losing early wickets into this evening session. As it's Ed Seaborn and Nathan Johns with you for the first half an hour or so. Scott Reed will be back in 30 minutes or so, but Nathan, I can't really call exactly where this is going to go, but it makes it exciting viewing.
It absolutely does. I wonder if, in hindsight, that little portion of play just after the rain delay where there was always something happening, there was, run outs, balls getting stuck on the pitch, top edge pulls, etc. Lancashire came quite hard during that period, and it cost them a couple of wickets. I wonder if, in hindsight, if this pitch does flatten out again now that it's dry, if that will be a period they look back on.
Singdale goes in now to Hurst, and Hurst plays defensively up to mid-on. There's no run. I think it's a really, I think it's a really good point, because they scored really pretty slowly in the morning, and then, like you say, it was almost as though there was a point where they felt, well, actually, we should be bossing this here, and it was just at that point when the wickets started to fall, and it's, I suppose it's always that thing in 4-day cricket, maybe more so than 5-day cricket, where you think about the time that's remaining in the game, even on day one to some extent, as this is played into the leg side to short mid-wicket for no run. And in so doing, you can quite often ensure that there's plenty of time left in the game, but not for you.
Exactly. They unwittingly picked the wrong time to go hard. The time to go after it was probably in that morning session when the ball was hard, the pitch was flat, there was no moisture around, and they only scored about 2.5, 3 and over in the morning session. Yeah. Then they come out after the rain, and Josh Bohannon gets stumped in the first over after the break.
Singdale is in, and Hurst plays this one tidily and defensively to mid-off.
But I suppose the flip side of all of that is the good news from a Lancashire point of view may be that this pitch flattens out and they can have the best of it in terms of scoring in this evening session now, provided they don't lose more wickets in clusters and they get a partnership between these two, and then the tail can wag, etc, etc.
And it's the other thing with a Kookaburra ball as well, in terms of trying to accelerate after that new ball, because it does get soft and it does get quite difficult to get away. As this is played out towards mid-on, this could be tight with a hit, and it misses. As Hurst calling Balderson through, he would have nobody else to blame but himself coming through for that run. Murphy went down into the long barrier, which I think he had to do just to make sure that he stopped the ball, but even getting up from that position, I think he had a chance at Hurst there, but he makes it 170 for 5.
Yeah, I think that long barrier has cost him the extra split second that he might have been able to use to either take aim, or I think he might have been in even if he had hit. I just think it just took that split second out of the opportunity when he went down into the long barrier. But not the first time Matty Hurst has been involved in a bit of suspect running today.
Yeah,
he got sent back by Marcus Harris earlier in the piece and was nearly run out. That earlier one would have been out with a direct hit. The big dive came in, definitely wouldn't have saved him.
Would have been 4th ball after a break again, just like after the rain. But Balderson faces up, as there's going to be no slips at all. So now the field really looks as if it's set for short pitch bowling. You've got a fine leg, square leg, deep third back on the boundary as Singdale bowls short. It doesn't get up at all. Balderson has so much time there as the ball really has no venom out of the surface there, and Singdale is in his first over of a spell as well, and all he did was just run the ball off the face of the bat down to that fielder at deep third for a single, so it's 171 for 5.
Yeah, I wonder if that makes them reconsider that ploy. They did get a wicket with the short ball rather earlier, of course, when Marcus Harris top-edged a pull.
Singdale goes in now. He bowls to Hurst, who comes down on that one in the manner of a batter who feels that it's kept a bit low. Don't know quite how much it actually did looking at it from side on. It looked as though Hurst was hanging back for a delivery which was back of a length, and he just got one that was quite full. But anyway, 171 for 5 at the end of that over, and the big man is back on the field.
That is the great mystery of today, is when he's on the field and when he's not off the field, is he going to come back, and why? He's just run on, what, an over after tea?
Yeah, I wonder, because I haven't made a note of how many overs he's been off the field for. Have they calculated it so that he can come back on now, and then does he need to be on for 20 overs, take the new ball, and then he'd be eligible to do that? That's what I'm wondering.
There's probably a little bit of that going on. All right.
Is 20 the number? Don't know.
Maybe.
Anyway, he's doing some stretches, but it didn't look like the easiest when he'd got himself down into a low position to stretch out his back, I think. He got back up and didn't look the easiest.
There's a few lunges that are going on there now. They look a bit easier for him. But anyway, it's left arm spin, and Buren. And that's cut very nicely. Short and wide, and Balderson cuts it through point for his first boundary of this session.
Yeah, they have had a deep point out on the boundary, Gloucestershire, but not with Balderson still fresh to the crease, and Van Buren just trying to warm his hands up a little bit, and certainly hasn't bowled many of those deliveries which could be picked off that way.
Buren in again. This is short again, but straighter. Balderson's on the back foot, punches it back to him. That boundary brings him to 8 of 17. Hurst is not out, 37 down the other end. Driven off the inner half of the bat, no run. Yeah, Hurst has slowed down a bit. When he first came in, I think he reached the 20s more or less at a run of ball, but he's slowed up now. He's faced 71 deliveries for his 37 runs. Forward comes Balderson, defends into the offside, no run.
Yeah, because he looked so fluent when he started his innings, and I mean, it's not as though he's looking out of touch for the fact that he's slowed down, but it has been a really noticeable slowdown from him.
Van Buren over the wicket. Oh, that hasn't missed by much. It didn't miss James Bracey behind the stumps. I'm not sure where he's taken the hit, but he is in some discomfort. He's lying on his back, hands all over his face. His teammates don't look that worried.
Oh, right ankle possibly?
Well, he's not got any sympathy at all from his teammates. I think is that Hammond standing over him at slip, just literally kind of standing over him like Muhammad Ali style in that famous picture, almost as if he's knocked him out. He doesn't look sympathetic at all. But Bracey does look to be in a bit of discomfort. He's just sat up now. He's sat up and kind of leaning on his hands as opposed to lying on his back. It was a full delivery from Van Buren. Balderson played at it, missed the outside edge, and it obviously has hit Bracey on the way through, who of course is standing up to the stumps, to the left arm spinner.
Yeah, it's quite difficult with the batter blocking things to see quite where that's hit, but I think it has hit the ankle, or maybe just the inside of the leg.
I think it might
from the pad.
I think I've just got the umpires are now blocking our side, having convened to check on Bracey, so it's tough to tell where he's getting the treatment. But I think you're right. It might be just the inside of his right knee. Of course, that's very painful. That's right on the bone. But he has put his helmet back on. He's shaking his leg about a little bit. He looks like he's okay to continue.
He's just got a little bit of sympathy from Miles Hammond. Nobody else is particularly interested in going up. And
even then, that was just
really
just a gentle hand on the shoulders to say, "You're all right, mate." Like no one else has come in. They've not even brought on a drink for him. The physio's just come out. Well, I say physio's come out. He's ambled out no particular urgency. Anyway, Bracey has got his helmet back on. He's hands on his knees, in pain or otherwise. Play continues. Van Buren bowls short of a length. Balderson defends off the back foot. Bracey limps slowly to the other end at the end of the over. His helmet is off as he throws his head back in anguish. He's still feeling that blow, but it is the end of the over. He'll get a minute or two to try and run it off. Lancashire 175 for 5. Hurst 37, not out. George Balderson is on 8.
Even that, Ollie Price has waited for Bracey to walk all the way to him before just giving him a gentle pat, and Bancroft presumably asking him, "Are you okay?" But even that, it was, well, we're only going to do that once you've got to us. We're not gonna go surrounding you. Yeah, he's moving a little gingerly into position, but he's in position as Singdale to Hurst, who's behind that one and defending to De Lange at mid-on. So we've got these two fairly close catches on the leg side, particularly Ollie Price at a straight mid-wicket, standing on the pretty much the furthest pitch away from our position in the pavilion. It's just got his toes almost on that cut strip, and then hammered a little bit further back at forward square as Hurst drives. Good looking shot, but straight to Graham Van Buren at mid-off.
That story about unsympathetic teammates has just reminded me, I think last summer or maybe the summer before, playing in a club match, and this poor chap gets hit in the head while fielding. He's not wearing a helmet, he's fielding at mid-on or wherever. He dives to stop the ball, it takes a wicked bobble and it hits him square in the face. Blood goes off, cut above the eye, has to go off and get an ice pack, get some plasters on it, the works.
Singdale in now. Hurst drops the hands on that and rides maybe a little bit of what he feels this time is a bit of extra bounce and plays it to backward point.
It being club cricket, of course, we don't have the concussion checks or the the medical staff running on to check. So he comes back on after a while, bowls again. Clearly is quite dazed.
Gosh.
Turns out, I think I'm right in saying that night with an X-ray, it turned out he had fractured his eye socket. And what did his teammates say at the time when he got hit? Should have used your hands, mate.
I thought you were about to say they went up and patted him on the head, because that's often what. Well, yes, concussion education. I don't think it happens so much now as Hurst runs that off the back foot to De Lange again at mid-on. But you see it in rugby half the time as well, don't you? When somebody's just had a crushing tackle and just gets up really quite gingerly, someone just goes up and delivers this head pat. Come on. Bancroft standing at wide slip. There's two catches on the leg side, fairly standard field otherwise, as Hurst gets into line and plays in defence to mid-off. There is no run. Still not the brightest day you've ever seen, but actually I think we've not done too badly considering what was, I think, the long-term forecast for today not that long ago. The weather site I'm looking at still suggests that there is a chance of some rain about for the rest of the day as Singdale is in and Hurst plays defensively to the bowler, so it's a maiden from Ajit Singdale. But as yet, Singdale yet to get his name in the wickets, as the score is 175 for 5, but it does look as though probably tomorrow and especially Thursday and Friday outlook generally gets a bit better, and also a little bit warmer as well. I can see 26 is projected for Friday, but actually, in terms of keeping the game, I'm not saying it's ever going to peter out, but in terms of keeping a little bit of spice maybe out there, it's not a bad thing, I don't think, to have some cloud cover.
We saw what the rain did earlier this afternoon to the pitch as Van Buren continues left-arm spin over the wicket to the left-handed Balderson, who defends on the front foot. He's bowling quite quick, isn't he? Van Buren. Quick and flat. He's not really tossing it up, asking Balderson to go over the top. He's challenging the stumps, bowling quickly. Well, as soon as I say that, he tosses one up and Balderson gets an inside edge, which is fielded by short leg. Nice athletic tumble there to cut off the single.
Yeah, I think it's been my impression that the spinners have been setting batters up for the slower one rather than it being the other way around.
It's a little bit slower as well. Balderson forward to defend. Good little period of this for Gloucester after tea. They haven't really let Lancashire get away from them. Don't recall too many boundaries. They've been building lots of dots. Singdale just bowled a maiden and Van Buren follows it up. That's a full-blooded drive from Balderson, but not for the first time. A diving stop in the covers cuts off the run. That's the skipper, Cam Bancroft, in there. They've been good in the field today, of Gloucester. Here's Van Buren, shorter this time. Turned off the hip by Balderson, past that man at short leg, and out to deep backward square for a single.
Yeah, they've done well on the inner ring. There was just that one misfield actually from one of the substitute fielders. Other than that, and then of course that drop from Bancroft that didn't prove costly. So I forgot it as I was going through it.
Was that a drop? Because on first viewing, I wasn't sure. I thought it might have been a bump ball. And judging by the lack of reaction of his teammates, no one else seemed to be too perturbed by it as Van Buren goes short. Hurst rocks onto the back foot and cuts it out to deep point for a single. But just based on the bowler didn't react. Bracey, as the wicketkeeper next to him, didn't react. I thought it might have the shot he played as well.
It was a strange one, but I think that it was off the edge. But it was a really weird one in that it was just so full, and he was looking to try and play it leg side. Even though it was a well, yes, it was a bizarre shot and generally an odd bit of cricket. But yeah, I thought that almost the way that Bancroft moved to it, that he thought that it might have bounced, but actually I don't know that it did.
It would have been an interesting one had he caught it and somebody appealed, and who was it? It was Salt at the time, wasn't it? Who to be fair, didn't last much longer. If he turned around and asked the umpire, well, was that a bump ball or not?
Well, I hope in a way I've done Bancroft a massive disservice having called it as a drop if it wasn't. But here comes Singdale now, new over, and Hurst turns this one to mid-on. DeLange is able to get down and field, stalking at mid-on DeLange, but he's going to have to field for quite a long time before he can bowl again. It just looks as if he's just determined to give his skipper something, even if it's only 3-4 overs. Just take a little bit of the weight off, particularly Singdale and Actor, whose workloads have increased enormously. He's back of a length, but again doesn't really get up, and it's played away to mid-off. There was a crying juvenile gull, which I think Hurst looked in slightly accusatory fashion at as he was trying to play that ball. There was sudden screams from behind him, and turned around and gave it a look of disgust as it made its way off into the distance. And we're having a few sprinkles of rain again. Singdale to Hurst, and this is prodded away into the covers where Phillips fields. There's no run. Doesn't look as if it should amount to an enormous amount, but again, it's just that little bit of haze which has appeared in front of the hill in the distance. And it certainly isn't heavy. It's just unless it's a bit of dust on my glasses. Just got the impression of a few fine droplets. I don't think there's too much dust on the balcony. Hurst works that one to backward square. That shot that he played actually a few times when he first came out to the middle and found that gap. At least once, maybe twice, in fact, between backward square and long leg. Picked up a boundary, but just a single that time. 178 for 5. It continues to be slightly stodgy from a Lancashire perspective since tea, but then, you know, really now I think Hurst and Balderson are thinking, well, we don't care actually how we do it, but we've just got to steady things and build a partnership here. Round the wicket goes Singdale, or Balderson has tried to play that shot that he's played before, where he almost just anticipates where the ball's going to be and tries to open the face and guide it away down to deep third. But that one shows the slightly capricious nature of the middle of this pitch, because he then gets thumped on the gloves.
He's ended up playing that quite well, just looking at the replay, because that just did not bounce. It was sharp, but just died on him completely, and he got into an awful tangle between the where he was getting his body, and he's done well just to make sure it hit bat or glove and not him. But it's prompted a change in the field. There's now I think we can call that a silly point.
I don't think Joe Phillips wants Singdale to be pitching it up much here, and he certainly doesn't. It's a bouncer, but loops somewhat over the head of Balderson, who rather saw that coming with only one ball left in the over. And the field change at 178 for 5. Again, Singdale throwing himself at the crease as ever with full commitment, straining every sinew to try and take another wicket, what would be his first, but done for 46. His figures read from 14 overs. As the score remains 178 for 5. And I just hope, with 27 overs still to be bowled in the day, at gone 10 to 5. One of the things about this ground is that it's not a great seeing ground. I just hope that the light doesn't become an issue, even if the rain isn't later on.
Spin to continue. Van Buren. This is his 10th over. Starts with a dot ball. Hurst playing it back. Well, that's an interesting one to consider if we think there's some mathematics going on about when De Lange can bowl again. Because if it gets too dark, obviously somebody like him would be out of the equation. They'd have to bowl spin from both ends. Van Buren round the wicket to the right-hander. That's a lovely looking drive. Through extra cover, but long off does come around to ensure that it's just a single.
I still like that delivery from Van Buren, just to throw in every now and then. It may not have been quite as wide as the one that got Bohannon, but it's just tempting enough as it floats up there that the batters just think, yeah, that's one to hit, and then just lose their bearings a bit.
Back over the wicket to the left-hander, into the pitch. Balderson, he'll be annoyed there. There's an opportunity to hit that into the gap on the leg side for one, but he's hit it too close to mid-wicket as Gloucester continue to be good in the field. That's another single they've cut off. Dot ball played off the back foot, straight to mid-wicket. More conventional stop that time, no dive required.
There's a wasp that keeps buzzing us here. I wouldn't sanction cruelty to animals, of course.
Oh, Balderson takes a risk and goes with the slog sweep over mid-wicket. Brief cry of catch it as mid-wicket leaps to try and stop it, but he's hit it well enough to clear the man and find the boundary. Rare shot in anger.
But I've got a bit of an itch to do to that wasp what George Balderson's just done to that ball, because he had a good go at that. I don't know, there was nothing too obviously risky about it because it went in the gap, but
what, the ball or the wasp?
Well, I don't think there's anything too obviously risky about a wasp unless you don't know where it is.
Well, I don't know where you are. I've just got you in my peripheral vision, just throwing this blue book as Balderson goes over the top again. It's the same shot. It's gone higher, longer. I think that's gone all the way for 6. It has. Balderson is enjoying the slog sweep off Van Buren. He ends the 65th over with back-to-back boundaries, 4 and a 6. It takes him to 19. Lancashire are 189 for 5.
If you try that shot at Old Trafford and hit it just like that, probably wouldn't be caught because there was so far for Murphy, I think it was, to run back. But you're certainly not getting 6 for it, that's for sure. But value for your shots to that sort of a pocket at Cheltenham, and Balderson clearly deciding that he does want to try and counter-attack here.
Well, just speaking of value for shots, you're definitely not getting value with this wasp, because every time I'm trying to describe what's happening, I've just got this flash of blue from your notebook out of the corner of my eye, and I keep worrying.
Yeah,
it's
you
coming
watch
dangerously
it.
close to the back of my head.
Watch it. Watch what you're saying.
It's funny because there was a PA announcement at some point today. Somebody must have nearly got hit in the crowd, because there was a PA announcement that very quickly after a boundary went out saying, please watch the ball in the crowd. But nobody's warned me that I needed to watch you and your notebook while sat up here.
Yeah, just mind what you're saying. Eh? Here comes Singdale to Hurst, who's on 40, so he's just recently become the top scorer in this innings so far, as Singdale to Hurst, and that's played defensively to mid-off. So that flurry from Balderson with the 4 and the 6 has ensured that so far every Lancashire batter has reached double figures. And if I were commentating with Dave Fletcher, he would be getting immensely excited at this point, because every time I commentate with him, he's got this thing about the fact that Derbyshire have never in their history had an innings where everybody's reached double figures. So Scott would then have to try and find out if that were the same with Lancashire, if that continued. Singdale, a shorter ball, it's been pulled. Or what's that come off? Come off glove or bat? It's looped in the air and it's just gone short of Bancroft at slip. I'll have to have a look again and see what that came off. It didn't come off quickly, so just made me wonder whether it was more like either glove or arm or shoulder. I think it may be the shoulder, actually, looking at that replay, possibly. It just didn't come off quickly enough to suggest that it might have been bat, but yeah, difficult to tell. I think he's missed it and it's hit him on the body. Anyway, fell short of the slip, so that's a moot point. Singdale to Hurst, who turns it into the leg side, wide enough of DeLange that he can take one, and Hurst gets to the non-strikers, then 190 for 5. But that's almost been the actual danger with the shorter ball today. It's not been the fact that it's been zipping through, it's the fact that you've got somebody bowling quickly at you in Singdale, but you can't almost retrain the brain to go, you know, I've got to wait that little bit longer. You're almost better off just ducking it, to be honest.
Well, it's the players that have taken it on that have struggled. Marcus Harris tried to hit it up near us. We're kind of a deep backward square for the left-hander.
Singdale in back of a length, Balderson back into his crease and playing down into the ground to safety, short of short leg that's in place now.
But those who have played it like that with a straight bat and either tried to just bunt it into the ground or maybe hit it to fine leg or just open the face to third man for one, they've been okay. But it's the players who tried to pull the ball, given the two-pace nature of this pitch, they've struggled.
So Phillips in front of square at short leg. Ollie Price, who's on square at deep square, and they've got to be, because there's a fine leg. And hard to know how to describe that Hammond position. He's gone into more of what I would have suggested was a leg gully, but he was even wider than that before. It was almost a short backward square. But now Hammond and Charlesworth are almost stood one in front of the other at fine leg and leg gully. Singdale, back of a length, dropped into the offside by Balderson. And he waits for that and plays it with a vertical bat. Keeps it down, trots through for 1, 191 for 5. Balderson on to 20. Well, definitely a few drops of rain in the air. It really is just spits and spots. It's nothing that obviously, from what cloud we can see, looks as if it's going to bring a significant delay. As Hurst will face the last ball of this over. There are still 25 overs to get in this day. As that's jabbed away into the covers. Another really smart piece of fielding. That's Joe Phillips that time. Short extra cover with the shin pads on. Dives across and saves what might have been even a single. So Lancashire at 191 for 5. Hurst 41, Balderson 20. I was looking back through my Cheltenham Bible, which is a work called Lillywhite's Legacy, which details every match at Cheltenham from 1872 until can't remember when it goes up until, because I don't tend to look at the more recent ones. Looking to see whether it was anything particularly exciting anniversary-wise last night. Not like last year, where it was the anniversary of W.G. Grace scoring 35 with a broomstick. But no such excitement, sadly, from 1875, really. Other than a petition from W.G.'s brother E.M. that the town be banned on account of there being too much joviality at the ground.
Oh, sorry, that took me a second to figure out what you were saying there, as in a music band.
Yes.
Right, okay, well, amidst that music band chat, there's been a change of bowling. Actor's back into the attack. He's got 3 wickets today, 3 for 33 off his 12 overs, and he starts with a short ball, which Balderson ducks underneath. So are you saying the band was causing people to have too much fun?
Yes. That was the feeling from some people, including E.M. Grace.
Okay, so we're supposed to be miserable, we're not supposed to be enjoying ourselves.
Why should people be enjoying themselves in Victorian England?
Oh, a short ball got up from Actor. Balderson, he's actually ridden it quite well. He's gotten on top of the bounce, and it's hit the glove, so it wasn't the most convincing shot in the world, but it has gone down and backward a point for a single. That's what I think that's the point I was trying to make earlier. It's playing it like that, playing it with a straight bat, and even if it goes behind square, you're still safe. It's the guys who've played the short ball with a cross bat on this, again, 2-paced pitch is struggling. I mean, speaking of joviality, it doesn't look like it's too much fun playing the short ball on this pitch. No,
Balderson has not had a great deal of fun. Apart from the 4 and the 6 were quite fun for him off Van Buren, but other than that, he's having to work hard, and he's jumping about a bit as well.
Actor in, Hurst on strike, doesn't go to the short ball ploy this time. Back of a length delivery, defended into the leg side. So was that just a case of in Victorian England nobody was allowed to have fun, or was it specifically a cricket, like you don't play cricket?
Well, no, I think it's a general thing, because they had this idea, because they were trying desperately to keep things like betting out of the game, even though of course it was absolutely rife. I think the idea was that if you encourage this sort of fun atmosphere, that it would rub off into betting.
I see.
Maybe encourage the wrong sort of crowd.
That's defended on the back foot by Hurst, into the offside, no run. Interesting then, the connection between music and betting. So if you had music in, you would attract people who they just weren't cricketing purists? Possibly,
I'm not sure. I think either that or it was just this just Victorian irrationality to do with that kind of thing.
Here comes Actor. Over the wicket to the right-hander. That is a shorter delivery. Hurst takes the hand off his bat, rather, as that makes contact. Looks like there's a bit more bounce from this end.
That definitely bounced extra. And a couple of times I think Hurst may be slightly exaggerating what's going on out there, but that's definitely got up a bit extra. Looked like quite a full ball, and Hurst was really looking to get forward and, if not drive it, certainly push drive it. Bounced extra.
And Hurst still on strike. Actor at the top of his mark. Bowls. That's a lovely drive on the front foot. Through the offside. No one back on the boundary. Hurst brings up another 4 runs to his total. Takes him to 45.
And he's done well, actually, given the previous delivery where he looked to drive and got the one that bounced extra. He's obviously put that immediately out of his mind and was in a position to be able to play a fluent drive through the offside. I'm going to take a break, and Scott Reed will be back alongside Nathan Johns.
Well, that Hurst cover drive to the boundary was the final delivery of the 67th over. He's now 45 off 92. Is Hurst. Balderson's still there with him. He had a bit of a flurry when he was last on strike to the spinner, and he's now on 21 off 37.
They're working hard, these two, aren't they? Oh, and it has been hard work, hasn't it, through the course of the day. It has not looked particularly easy. These two have had to really kind of grind it out here for Lancashire. Can Hurst go on and push 45 onto something a little bit bigger? Top scorer in the innings so far. Another partnership which Lancashire have managed to get, but they've not kicked on. Partnerships of 28, 47, 31, 36, 36 again here. So they've had platforms to build on. Can these two try and push it a little bit further on?
New bowler Todd Murphy's back into the attack, and he tosses up his first delivery of his spell. Balderson defends into the offside. Murphy's got a slip in place, a backward point. Deep cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square, and a short fine leg. Ooh, that didn't look to be too far away from off stump as Balderson lets it go, and Murphy just stands there and gives him a look as if to remind him just how close that was. No big reaction from behind the stumps. That one looked to just spin a little bit.
It's a pretty intense spell from Singdale, wasn't it? 4 over spell, 4 overs, 1 maiden for just 5 runs. He bowled beautifully.
Oh, that's taken the outside edge. Murphy took some pace off, but it's beaten slip. It was soft hands from Balderson. Runs away down towards the boundary. Diving stop cuts it off, but it does not prevent Balderson from coming back for a second.
I'm impressed with Singdale today. He's not taken a wicket. I mean, Akhtar's picked up 3 for 38, but maybe 1 or 2 other bowlers just cashing in on the pressure that Singdale's managed to conjure up in his little short bursts. Bowled with some good pace.
I think Cameron Bancroft is just approaching umpire Illingworth, saying he's not too pleased with the shape of the ball. Shrug of the shoulders from the umpire. What do you want me to do? It's fine. Get on with it.
That was pretty emphatic, wasn't it?
I think that's the right reaction. I think players are doing this too much these days, complaining too much about the ball. Well, Murphy has it back in his hands. He's not complaining too much. Short of a length, Balderson flashes outside his off stump, but straight to backward point.
Didn't even get his little rings out, did he, to double check that the ball was still in shape. No, crack on. Nothing wrong with that.
No nonsense umpiring.
He was, wasn't it? Yeah.
Here's Murphy. Tossed up again. Balderson defends. Squirts out into the offside. Dot ball. That's been a big topic with the ongoing test series, hasn't it? The umpires, how much leeway they've given players to moan about the ball. There was no leeway given there. Murphy, that's slow and fight it off. There's a half a chance, is it? Oh, Balderson, he squares it away over the offside. It's landed safely. It's actually a good piece of running in the end. He comes back for a second. That was not a convincing stroke. Trying to go down the ground. Flies away over extra cover. It brings up Lancashire's 200, but not in the most convincing style.
Slightly false shot, wasn't it, from Balderson? Change of pace, bringing Murphy into the attack. 200 up on the board though for Lancashire. Going to try and find one of these partnerships that have started, and there've been a few, gone through them there. Some 20s and 30s, plenty of them. Every partnership so far has got into double figures. Just trying to find one that can try and kick on a little bit, but I suspect maybe at the close of play, when we're chatting to one of the Lancashire batters, it might be a case of actually, you know what, that was quite tricky. That never really felt massively in those types of responses to questions, because it has looked pretty hard going. Hurst has managed to grit through it though and battle on, and he's 45 not out. Akhtar's going to continue from the chapel end. Balls to Hurst. He takes his bottom hand off the bat as he defends it back towards Zaman Akhtar, and there is no run. 200 for 5 Lancashire.
Well, umpire Illingworth has just turned around to face us as we're sat in the pavilion here, a kind of deep forward square. I wonder if he was just looking at, are there some menacing clouds behind us that we can't see? That's not where the weather came in from earlier on when we did have a rain delay. It came from our left-hand side as opposed to behind us, but just had a bit of a nervous glance there.
It's driven away by Hurst. A check drive out towards cover, and there's no run. Plenty of cloud above us. There's barely a breath of wind. Trees are pretty still. Still pleasant enough to watch some cricket. I wandered around the edge of the ground when I was off commentary, and lots of people wearing short sleeves and a few in shorts as well. It's quite a pleasant day Sun's not beating down, so temperatures are quite nice. That's a lovely shot by Hurst. Driving away through mid-off. That'll bring him 4 more runs. He's nudging towards a 50. Fine looking shot. He's played some very nice looking strokes today, Matthew Hurst, and that's another one. He moves on to 49. 204 for 5.
Yeah, not the first time in this spell either that he's driven active through cover. All of a sudden he's looking very confident with that cover drive, punishing anything slightly overpitched.
Partnership moves on to 44. Comes Akhtar in again, 1 slip in place. Ball deflects away towards the leg side. Hammond comes round from mid-wicket to field. He's sliding down, picks the ball up and throws towards the bowler's end, but that single brings Hurst to 50. Coming off 96 deliveries. With 6 fours and a 6 for Hurst. Very nicely put together by Matthew Hurst. Top scorer in the innings. So far, at least. 50 not out, 205 for 5. That is 5th 50 of the season. Zaman in 2 bowlers and he drives, thickish outer half of the bat. The ball is beyond the reach of Charlesworthy, who's at backward point and down towards the wide 3rd boundary. Balderson gets a single, moves on to 26 not out, 206 for 5. 1 ball left at the 69th over. That brings Matthew Hurst back on strike. 22 still to go in the day, so quite a bit of cricket remaining. Here comes Zaman in balls, and that's played off the back foot by Hurst, just worked out through the offside for a single. Ed's Wasp has returned. 207 for 5, Hurst on 51. Balderson's on 26. Doesn't appear to be bothering either me or Nathan, just seems to be bothering Ed, really.
Maybe it's the brightly coloured, what is it, yellow and red stripes he's got on his shoulders at the minute.
Could be, yeah.
It's a poor choice of attire for wasp avoiding.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Yes. Doing his best to attract them wearing those colours. 207 for 5 at the end of the over. Hurst on 51 and Balderson's on 26.
It's a very tidy little knock that from Matty Hurst. We were saying earlier, it's been interestingly paced. When he first came in, he was really looking to score up the ante. He was 25 off 20 something at one point, and he was over a run of ball for the first portion of his innings. But then he was down the other end when there was all that bit of chaos. A few wickets fell in relatively quick succession after the rain break, and he's slowed up significantly. But now that he's come out after tea, he looks to be a bit more positive. Todd Murphy continues bowling to Hurst, and that's just nudged gently into the offside where there's plenty of cover.
Yeah, I mentioned it before when I was on commentary. I was chatting to Marcus Harris about Hurst, and that was one of the points he made about the way he kind of paces his innings.
A bit shorter from Murphy. Hurst flicks that out to deep square. He adds another single to his total.
Seems to have judged it really nicely so far, but Lancashire need this partnership to go on a little bit here, don't they? Balderson is on the back of his top score of the season, actually, in the last game. Derbyshire got 80 odd in that win at Queen's Park in Chesterfield, his best return this season.
He gets a shorter delivery that time from Murphy. He'll feel he's missed out a bit there. Now it's short and wide, and he's cut it hard into the offside, made decent contact, but not for the first time today. Got it too close to a Gloucester fielder, and a good diving stop. I think it might be the skipper in there.
Not many Murphys, just not quite got right this in today, has he? But that one wasn't.
Shorter again, not wide enough to cut. Balderson just pats it gently into the offside.
I tell you, Bancroft's been great in that position as well, hasn't he, for Gloucestershire today? Saved plenty of runs. Extra cover.
Here's Murphy, one slip in play. All the pace taken off that. Tossed right up. Big stride from Balderson. forward defensive shot. No run. Shorter and into the pitch this time from Murphy. Defended for the same result. End of the over. Lancashire are 208 for 5. Balderson is unbeaten on 26, and Matty Hurst, doing the previous over, went through to his half century. He's top scored so far with 52 not out.
Yeah, he's bowled 22 overs today, Tom Murphy, so he's bowled more than anybody else. Still seen just 5 from Delanga, which would suggest he's obviously struggling with something. He bowled 2 overs this morning, then went off, came back, had a little burst after lunch, but only 5 overs from Delanga. So they're doing this Gloucestershire with a bowler who's not fit enough to kind of contribute with the volume of overs that you would expect. Singdale's bowled 15 overs for 48. Zaman Akhtar's bowled 14 overs, 3 for 45. Charlesworth sent down 4. Van Buren's bowled 10. Thought Murphy might have quite a busy day, and he's had a pretty busy day. He shouldered the brunt of the load as the off spinner. Will be Akhtar to continue. Hurst is on strike. He's in and bowling to Hurst, who's neatly off the front foot and driving, but straight to Van Buren at mid-off. There is no addition to the score. Another glance over the top of the pavilion from the umpire.
And there's definitely something behind us that we can't see.
Yeah.
That's the only bit that concerns me. Is he could be looking at absolutely anything,
Yeah,
but because we don't know what it is, it's just making me a little bit anxious.
208 for 5. Akhtar in, balls to Hurst. Take by Bracey down the leg side. And there's no run, just brushing the thigh pad of Matthew Hurst. 52 not out. 208 for 5 in the 71st over, so there will be a second new ball available for Gloucestershire before the day's done. Akhtar shuffles back in again. One slip waiting in and balls. Has cuts that out towards backward point. And jogs through for 1. Moves on to 53, 209 for 5.
Ed had a theory earlier, just after the tea break, that the reason why Marchant Delanga came back out 1 over after tea is because there's some sort of mathematics going on that if he's back on the field at that stage, then he can come back for the new ball.
Okay, right.
We'll find out in a few overs if there's any validity to that theory or otherwise.
Yeah, that's Ed, isn't it? Being kind of just thinking out of the box, you know, being mischievous, trying to work out a way to get Delanga back into the attack. 209 for 5 as Akhtar comes in and balls to Balderson. A short ball, he crouches underneath it. Through to Bracey, and there's no run. Be a 2 over burst from Delanga with the new ball. Wise words. Keep your eye on the ball at all times. 209 for 5. I did on my lap around. I went past in front of the beer tent. I can assure you, there's not many people watching the cricket. So that's probably directed towards those people. Sure that some are aware that the cricket's actually on. Here's Akhtar balls to Balderson and plays it as if that just bounced a little more than he was expecting, and takes his bottom hand off the bat and then comes quizzically down the pitch, as indeed does Hurst, to inspect where that ball pitched and to have a little conversation with each other.
Well, that beer tent is at long on, which is where Balderson was eyeing up Van Buren a couple of overs ago. Yeah. So wise words, although if Akhtar continues to go with the short ball theory, I think for now the beer tent will be safe. So he's doing them a favour, is Akhtar for now.
209 for 5. Here comes Akhtar in, balls to Balderson. Has he been caught down the leg side? He has a short ball which Balderson tries to fend off. And he's fended it off to Bracey, who takes the catch. And sometimes it's just your day, and Zaman Akhtar has picked up his 4th wicket for Gloucestershire, caught by Bracey. Balderson departs for 26, and Lancashire lose their 6th wicket just as another partnership was starting to develop and show signs of of pushing forward for Lancashire. 209 for 6, and Zaman Akhtar gets his 4th of the day.
Yeah, it's actually ended up being quite a well-directed short ball. Looking at the replay, it's right into Balderson's armpit. It's just followed him a little bit as well. And he's played the short ball very well today. I thought Balderson, he didn't take it on with the pull shot, which was what caused the demise of Marcus Harris. He tried to play the ball down into the ground, hit it down to fine leg, and get down the other end. And it worked for him by and large, but that one was just a particularly brutish one. And he just flapped at it. Tried to get his body out of the way, but the result was his bat and or glove was what did the damage down the leg side.
A little extra bounce from time to time from that chapel end. Akhtar's got a couple just to lift a little bit, hasn't he? I mean, Hurst was playing one in a way that looked like it bounced more than he was expecting a few overs ago. Balderson's done the same thing there. The previous delivery was short, and he's defended it and taken his bottom hand off the bat. Spell by Zaman Akhtar. They've bowled really well, Gloucestershire. They have kept going. They've chipped away. They've had some real pace, control from one end, from Murphy, whether it's been at the college end or the chapel end. He's offered a real sense of control for Gloucestershire. And then they've had some kind of fiery bursts, haven't they? Whether it's been Singhdale or it's been Zaman Akhtar. Everyone's kind of all contributed here. It's been a good day for Gloucestershire. They've kept at Lancashire, and they've made life very awkward for Lancashire to get kind of a substantial partnership in the innings.
Well, the wicket has prompted a change of bowling. Ben Charlesworth is going to come on for his 2nd spell of the day. He's only bowled 4 overs, none for 17. He's been the most expensive economically so far of the Gloucester attack, and it looks like there actually will be a change at both ends, because I think Zaman Akhtar's actually gone off for whatever reason at the end of his previous over. But here's Charlesworth back into the attack, goes full, first up to Hurst. He's got 2 men catching on the leg side in front of square, 2 mid-wickets if you like, and he's hit it there along the ground for no run.
49 run partnership between Balderson and Hurst.
I'm doing some quick maths as I look at it in my head. That's the best partnership of the day, is it?
Yeah, it is. I'm pretty sure. Let's have a look at these.
Yeah, it is.
Partnerships.
Yeah.
There was 47 between Jennings and Bohannon.
Flicked off the hip by Hurst. He's tearing down the pitch looking for a second, but he's hit it too well. He's timed it nicely and it's gone straight to fine leg, so he'll have to settle for 1, which will bring the new man, Chris Green, on strike.
Yeah. 28 between Wells and Jennings, 47 between Jennings and Bohannon, 31 Bohannon and Harris, 36 Harris and Hurst, 18 Hurst and Salts, and then 49 between Hurst and Balderson.
Doesn't look like there's any change in the field for Green as he shapes up to his first delivery. 2 men back on the hook, 2 men catching in front of square on the leg side, 1 slip, bang in delivery. Not a lot of venom in it really. This is the end where it hasn't bounced. It has just died when they bowled those heavy lengths, and Green is able to get in behind it comfortably. Here's Charlesworth, Green on strike. Green is sitting very deep in his crease, but he does come forward to defend. Straight back to the bowler.
Yeah, this has been the end where you want kind of your 2 short mid-wickets, short cover in place.
Yeah, but it's interesting, and that was the end that Singhdale was kind of hammering away at length on. I wonder if he's thinking, if only I had to go at the other end, where he had the extra bounce. This is Fuller from Charlesworth, but he does the fielding off his own bowling once again, as Green drives on the front foot.
I think it shows just how well he bowled, Singhdale. I think he's not in the wickets, but I think he's been terrific for Gloucestershire.
Last ball of the 72nd over here. Good length, defended into the offside. So Green faced 4 deliveries in that over. He's yet to get off the mark. And Hurst at the other end is unbeaten, 54. He's faced 104 deliveries. Lancashire 210 for 6 with 19 overs left in the day.
If it is the end of Zaman Akhtar's spell, which it looks like it is, he's back on the field, but it looks like they're going to be a bowling change. It was just a short little burst, wasn't it? 3 overs, 1 for 13. Come in, bowl quickly, try and make something happen, and have a breather. New ball is 8 overs away. If Delanga isn't fit to take it, then Akhtar probably will do with Singdale. It's a little burst. He's managed to break the partnership, offer a breather for Gloucestershire. 210 for 6. Murphy returns. Another over for Todd Murphy. He's 23rd of the day. Matthew Hurst is rocking onto the front foot and pushing back towards Murphy off his own bowling, and there's no addition to the score. 210 for 6, Lancashire. Todd Murphy past the umpire, in and bowls. Forward again goes Hurst in defence, and there's no run. He's on 54, not out. Nathan's up, having a little look over the balcony.
I'm just trying to figure out if there was a fielder there. We've got a very, well, I don't know what the word is, a blocking ledge in front of us, so if there's a fielder deep on the leg side, we can't actually see him.
It's pushed away again by Hurst, and there's no run.
Well, I was just trying to see if they had a deep mid-wicket in, if they're going to give Hurst that option of playing the slug sweep if he wants to, and there is no one there. They've got a long on and a deep square, but there's a big gap at deep mid-wicket. There's kind of like a halfway fielder at mid-wicket, just in case he does want to take it on and top edges it a little bit. Phillips is there, but in terms of fielders on the boundary, the shot is on if Hurst wants it.
Comes Murphy, bowls. Hurst goes back and defends, and Bancroft positioned himself at short straight mid-on. He's only a few inches away from the pitch in front of the non-striking batter. Crouching forward, hands on his knees as he waits for Murphy. He's in again to Hurst. Clipped away off the back foot. Charlesworth comes round from the deep square boundary, scoops it up and throws it in towards the gloves of Bracey. Single for Hurst, takes him to 55, 211 for 6.
Well, the problem is a bit different now with Hurst at the non-strikers, but he needs to be careful in that position, does Bancroft, being that close to Chris Green as the non-striker, because if there's a quick single, Chris Green is going straight through the back of him.
Final ball of the over coming up.
Chris Green is not a small man.
No, he's a big lad, isn't he? If he's getting through, he's getting through. There's Murphy in to Green. Tall man with quite a substantial stride forward to defend. Deflects it back to Murphy. And there's no run. There's lots of Australians involved in all that, with Bancroft and Murphy and Green. 211 for 6 at the end of the over. Hurst on 55, Green on 0. Live here from Cheltenham College via the live stream through Gloucestershire Cricket on the BBC Sport website and app. The opening day of this fixture, the Cricket Festival. Lancashire's first game here since 2019. And both sides, with games running out, they want to try and push towards the top of this second division table. Probably both sides needing to win.
Charlesworth will continue here. He's going to get a second over of this spell. Matty Hurst on strike. Flicked off the pads nicely. Deep square, he's on the fence. Hurst jogs through for a gentle single.
Yeah, Gloucestershire 4th in the Division 2 table. Lancashire in 6th place. Coming into this 10th match of the 14 championship games.
Chris Green on strike, yet to get off the mark. And he won't do so here. Short ball is just fended off into the leg side. There are 2 catchers there at mid-wicket. If Green mistimes that little push off the hip, he was jumping around a little bit there. Charlesworth banging it in, but this is the end where the short ball has just died. hasn't caused as many problems as Actor did at the previous end. Umpire James Treadwell clearly thinks there's going to be some short stuff, because he's moved from deep square to point, which would suggest he wants to get out of harm's way. Well, that one's actually full and straight, and Chris Green defends it into the offside. Not a million miles away from where Treadwell just repositioned himself. And Gloucester did change the field before then, which might have prompted Treadwell to move. They've got a catching backwards square, fine leg back on the hook, a man dead on square on the boundary. That one is short, and Green does get off the mark. Gets in behind it nicely and punches it out to deep point for a single.
Time of the day in the 74th over, new ball round the corner. Probably trying to make the most of this, try and push it on if you can, try and score a little bit quicker and try and capitalise on the older ball before the new one comes. But it doesn't feel like it's that particularly easy to do that. It hasn't been particularly straightforward so far through the course of this opening day.
No, Hurst is probably the only batter who's actually looked close to fluid, and even he's slowed up when, well, he's not slowed up there. He's taken on the short ball. Not sure if that's gone all the way. We look for a signal from umpire Illingworth. It has. That's just a short arm flick off the hip. The ball didn't get up at all as Charlesworth tried to bang it in short, and beautifully timed from Hurst as he picks up a maximum over deep backward square.
It was excellent timing, wasn't it? Because he's not really gone at that hard, Hurst. It's almost kind of flicked it to backward square late for 6.
Well, how does Charlesworth follow up? Goes into the pitch again. Back foot punch, nicely timed. Straight to mid-off.
Just a little sweep around the grounds. What's happening elsewhere in Division 2 of the County Championship? Some runs around for Middlesex. They're 315 for 1 against Northants. Max Holden 133 not out, and Kane Williamson 88 not out. So 315 for 1 Middlesex batting first against Northamptonshire. Kent were bowled out for 155 earlier today. Glamorgan in response of 58 for 3. And Leicestershire are 326 for 3. Centuries for Lewis Hill and Riyad Ahmed today. Peter Hanscom's 81 not out. Leicestershire 326 for 3. Playing Derbyshire. There's Murphy in and bowls. Green forward and defends. And there's no run. 219 for 6. Green on 1. Hurst on 62. Murphy 1 for 44. And a very impressive role for his side today. Green off the back foot. Plays the ball in towards the offside. There's no run. Ed Seaborn's back alongside me. Hello.
Looked so disappointed to turn to your left and see that I was
not at all. You've
with the headset on.
You've misread that as Green's off the back foot, whipping it away towards deep backward square for a single.
Trying to cover it up now.
He moves to 2, 220 for 6. Brings Hurst back on strike. In Division 1, Nottinghamshire 160 for 4. They're taking on Hampshire this week. Notts 160 for 4. Plenty of wickets at Taunton. Forward goes Hurst. That's worked into the onside. There's no run. What on earth are you suggesting with that?
Well, I'm
just said there's plenty of wickets at Taunton.
Just agreeing with you. 60.
No, but it was 60 done in a manner.
2 overs, 16 wickets. Lovely.
Moving the game on. 220 for 6. Here comes Murphy again to Hurst. Jabbed into the onside, no run. Durham 145 all out. Somerset were cock a hoop. And Somerset are 171 for 6.
We're cruising along in their reply. 98 for 1 in the 16th over.
Murphy bowls. Hurst dabs it off the front foot into the offside for no run. End of the over. 220 for 6, Lancashire.
It's a game very much not in keeping with
Yes.
what we've been led to believe.
Indeed.
Happens in every single game with a Kookaburra ball. But I do get the impression that an awful lot of counties have looked at what happened at the end of June and thought, well, we can't have this happen again. Let's just spice up the pitch a little bit.
Overton got 6, I think, didn't he, in that Durham
Yes, he
145?
did, yeah. So it's not been spin, you know, it's not as though
No.
the pitch has been ragging square, but there's just been wickets for basically everybody. We've got a change of bowling. Ben Charlesworth, who I think almost unwittingly has made himself this old ball specialist for, for Gloucestershire, has been taken out of the attack, and Graham van Buren will, you'd guess, have the 3 overs that remain before the second new ball is available from that College lawn end, as he's in round the wicket to Green, who's back and playing a flowing shot but won't get a run to mid-wicket. He's got no sponsor by the looks of things, does Green, using a blade without the maker's name on as he cuts the ball to Charlesworth at deep cover. Ooh, that's a nasty throw. Half volleys in front of Bracey. 221 for 6 though with a single, sends Green to the non-strikers and he's on 3. He's a tall man, is Chris Green. I think I realised quite how tall he was. Bowling now is Van Buren, and Hurst drives, stabs it down to deep mid-off. And another run is added to make it double Nelson for 6. Next on to 63. Wide stance, Green crouching and then going back and playing a studied defence. Back to the bowler. Skies are just darkening a little bit. There's clearly some more rain around, but a lot of it, we've been quite lucky, I think, to dodge some more of it to the north. That's driven by Green past Ollie Price at short extra cover, and as far as Charlesworth in the deep. So another run, 223 for 6. Every now and then we just get these fine sprinkles just blowing on the wind, but it hasn't amounted to very much. Just that one rain break that cost us 5 overs, but still going to finish at a pretty decent time. Van Buren in now to Hurst. He runs this one up towards mid-on, but Bancroft gets the quick steps in and cuts the ball off from short mid-wicket. So 223 for 6. At the end of that over, 4 overs remain until the second new ball's available. The traffic starts to build out on the Sanford Road and the Bath Road, that junction where for some reason they still decide you don't need red and green men to help you cross, and these cars just come hurtling around the corner from the other end of the crossroads. They still haven't put one in there.
Well, I had to negotiate it this morning.
Oh yeah, you're just life in your hands getting to the ground every day with those.
Murphy in and balls to Green, off the front foot he drives to mid-off and no run.
And also, was it last year? I think it was. We looked over early on in the day and saw a billowing cloud of smoke erupting from over there.
Murphy to Green. I'll take a single here. Front foot push through cover. In fact, he'll come back for 2 by the time that Price catches up with it. 2 for Green takes him to 6. 225 for 6.
Yeah, someone had a prang.
Oh dear. Oh right.
So hopefully we don't have any of that.
No, we don't want any of
It's
that.
the wrong kind of excitement.
Yes.
Just as E.M. Grace decided that the Cheltenham Town Band was.
Murphy to Green. Nudged out towards mid-wicket. Van Buren fields, no run. 225 for 6. Hurst, the top scorer for Lancashire at the non-strikers end. He's got Green, century in the last game for Lancashire against Derbyshire at Chesterfield. They're here now as Murphy comes in and bowls again forward in defence, and there's no run. A new ball will be available in 3 overs after this one. I did spot Delanga doing a few very gentle stretches a few moments ago. So even though he's only bowled 5 overs today, it might be okay to have a dart with the new ball. Forward goes Green, enormous stretch of the front foot, striding into it, Chris Green. And pushing away to Price, and there's no addition to the score. Final ball of the over for Murphy. To Green. Let's turn to the onside, and Bancroft fields a short straight mid wicket, and there's no run. So just a couple coming off that over. Murphy continues to offer very little for the batters. 25 overs, 1 for 47. So he's gone under 2 and over on the first day here. It's a terrific effort from Murphy. 225 for 6, Lancashire. Hurst on 63 and Green on 6.
Yeah, Actor's been the one that's got the wickets, but of those that have bowled an appreciable number of overs, everybody has done some kind of a job. Singdale, I think, as Nathan's pointed out, there's been less bounce, really, at least quick bounce from the end that Singdale's bowled at. But both Murphy and Van Buren have had a wicket each and have kept a lid on things, built pressure. And in the end, Gloucestershire have found a breakthrough just pretty much every time so far as Hurst faces up to Van Buren, plays it back to him. Every time it looks as though Lancashire might just start to get away, Gloucestershire have broken through as Hurst defends into the onside. Scurrying across to his left again is Bancroft for no run. When the time comes as well, it's a fairly similarly composed attack for Lancashire in terms of numbers of spinners and seamers, as Hurst gently turns this one behind square on the leg side. There's a one-handed pickup from De Lange, but he's got no chance of arresting his momentum and then turning and throwing. Joe Phillips was thinking, I should be fielding that. But 2 runs, 227 for 6. Hurst continues to be the one that has continued to really apply himself and pace this innings as he swats a drive out through the covers. There's a fielder down below us. Deep cover and another run added, 228 for 6. Green, circumspect start to his innings. He needs to make double figures. Van Buren in, flighted delivery, forward goes Green, plays it off the inner part of the bat, but there's no short leg in place. And it's another run out through square leg. 229 for 6. Balderson, last man to go for 26. He got a brute of a ball there from Actor as Hurst goes back and chops it out through the offside. So a good over there for Lancashire, just keeping the board rotating about. 230 for 6. As Hurst has 67, Green has 7. There are a few batters who I think will be possibly re-examining a few choices, but Balderson, I don't think really one of them. He was given a bit of a working over out there and actually survived a few such deliveries, but ended up getting one that reared up on him. But yeah, I think Wells and Jennings also, the openers, good ones from Actor and from Murphy. Yeah, just a couple of surprising decisions really from Bohannon and from Harris. Bohannon charging past the 4th ball after the rain break, and then Marcus Harris. It wasn't really much of a surprise that he took on the short ball. It was just a surprise that he hit it straight up in the air. That was so out of character from Harris. So, and also, you know, to a certain extent, you see that and you think, well, okay, there's something in the pitch that has caused that. You'd think, as a batter, and Harris's touch and his quality doesn't make a mistake like that for no reason at all. Ollie Price to bowl.
Hurst on strike, and Price with his off spin into Hurst. That's turned into the onside, and there's no run.
It's a little bit taller, Ollie Price, than Todd Murphy. A different type of off spinner, but he may only get the one over.
into Hurst. And that's just dabbed into the onside. There's no run. Yeah, this is over number 79 of the Lancashire first innings. Can't imagine too much hesitation about taking a second new ball in an over or two's time. 230 for 6. There's a goal lands on top of the scoreboard. Perched on the top as Price comes in and bowls to Hurst. Work back towards Price and there's no run.
It's not quite as good as when it lands on the head of a statue, is it?
It's had enough of that position.
Just going to go and buzz everybody in that temporary stand just over their heads.
Hurst, the back foot, clips the ball away through square leg for a single. 230 for 6. Plenty of goals on the prowl, aren't they? Looking for some scraps left over from the food kiosks. Plenty of options too, as well.
Yes, I think that's a black-headed gull over there. Oh, sorry, you were talking about food.
Well,
yes.
we're talking about food, but no.
Yes, it is a black-headed gull, which was being chased off. They don't like those.
Did they not?
No.
Oh, right.
No, they tend to keep themselves to themselves, I think.
Okay.
That's all.
Price in balls. Forward goes Green again. There's no run. 231 for 6. Oh, that's a bit of a Billy No mates. Right, goal. Just looping round by itself.
Well, a couple of them. Black-headed variety.
He's got some friends then.
Yeah.
Okay. 231 for 6. Price bowls Green forward again and defends. And there's no run, just a single coming off the over. 79 overs gone. 231 for 6. Hurst on 68 and Green on 7. Bancroft, captain, Cameron variety, was off the field for a few moments. He's jogged back on. I was going to have a quick chat with a couple of his teammates. So 79 overs gone. There's 1 over left, and then he can have a go with the new ball. In fact, I think he may have brought the new ball out with him.
I think he did. Yeah, he handed something to umpire Illingworth, I think, and now umpire Illingworth has said, "Well, you better have it, Mr. Treadwell. I'm not carrying this in my pocket."
Well, it would be taken at that end, but not before a bit of Miles Hammond.
Yes.
Sponsored by Empire Fighting Chance, number 88, Miles Hammond.
Well, not quite the rapturous reception I thought he might get.
You want some more, didn't you? I could tell, yeah.
I'm excited every time I get to see Miles Hammond bowl, and he is a son of Cheltenham as well. But there we go.
Well, I think Dan should have mentioned that.
Nice soporific.
He's missed out on that, hasn't he?
To the evening, obviously.
Should have given a much better introduction. That son of Cheltenham is what he should have said.
Ollie Price standing at first slip because Hammond's bowling. Here he comes. This will be some slower off spin. It will also be. Oh, he's wide at it. Oh dear. Well, they don't like that. Now that's got them interested. They weren't too interested when Hammond came on to bowl, but they didn't like that being signalled a wide by umpire Illingworth. I think it was perfectly justified in signalling it as a wide. This is a full ball wide and squeezed through a vacant backward point by Matty Hurst for a single. 233 for 6. I think we can pretty safely say that the new ball is definitely going to be back. Bancroft, I'm sure, will have told the umpire that that's what he was going to do, which is why Richard Illingworth has handed the ball to James Treadwell. Hammond jogs up, bowls, and Green drives through extra cover. This may even go to the boundary. Van Buren's desperately trying to get there. Oh, that's a fantastic bit of fielding. Just timed his slide and scoop back to be able to keep the ball in. Did not look as if he was going to catch up with it as quick as this outfield is. 2 runs.
Great effort, yeah. If you're watching on the live stream, you've seen Van Buren hurtling towards the camera.
Slightly disturbing. Just come crashing through the screen into your sitting room.
Yeah.
235 for 6. Hammond bowls another very wide ball, I think. Looks as though Richard Illingworth is going to let him get away with
he's been booed once, hasn't he?
Yes, he doesn't want to draw the ire of spectators. Actually, it wasn't that wide. looking at the replay. Hammond bowls, and Green is forward, and the ball runs down to long on to 36 for 6. He has bowled a little bit more this season, Hammond, than a couple of previous years. I think he's, yeah, this is the 4th time, I'm assuming that hasn't updated yet, the 4th time that he's bowled this season. 16 overs to pick up a wicket as Hurst rolls the wrists on that one, sends it through mid-wicket, and he's on to 70, 237 for 6. But it's just this sort of time, isn't it? You stick on a part-time bowler and you just know that the batters with a new ball on the horizon can't, even though they'd love to try and tonk it out of the ground. Just know they can't really do that. Hammond in, Green reaching for that one. Don't think the ball was meant to go quite there. It'll be picked up at mid-wicket. Hammond's got his hands clasped behind his peroxide blonde hair, and there is no run. So 11 overs left in the day's play, presumably 11 overs with the new ball. Now, having had some concern over Marchant de Lange for most of the day for Gloucestershire, there's a little bit of a concern for Chris Green, who seems to have been given a drink, maybe some painkillers as well, and he's getting, to be honest, a shoulder rub that I think I could do with.
It does look quite nice, doesn't it? That quite nice and relaxing. Yeah. I reckon Sam Byrne, the Lancashire physio there, that is not going to be comfortable, is it? He's digging his thumbs and his fingers right into the shoulders of Chris Green. No, that's going to be quite. That'd be quite painful.
But you need no pain, no gain with that.
No, I'd rather something more gentle.
Well, I don't think you're ordering from a menu here.
Something that looks quite hard work.
It's. I thought to start with it was just his left shoulder, but he was working on the right side and then the upper back a little bit as well. But actually, it does look as if it's mostly the left shoulder that Green is stretching, but also maybe a little bit of upper back. Maybe he's just slept a bit awkwardly or something. Yeah. Hotel pillows. I don't know where Lancashire is staying, and it's probably better that we don't say if you do know. Fear of getting in trouble for accusing said hotel of pillows not being comfortable enough.
Well, the new ball has been taken. And it is Zaman Akhtar. He's going to take the new ball. It was De Lange with the new ball from the chapel end this morning, wasn't it? So whether we'll see him from the college lawn end or whether it will be Singdale, because De Lange is not 100%, we'll see. But here is Zaman Akhtar with the new ball in and balls to Hurst with 2 slips in place. It's defended by Matthew Hurst, and there is no run. Your friendly Wasp is back. He's not doing you any harm. He's just buzzing around, Ed. You've been quite
It's examining those cable ties there, though. I think it really wanted to undo one of those and send our power cord flying.
Well, I'm not blaming it, because all you keep doing is trying to attack it. 237 for 6. Hurst on 70. Here is Akhtar for Gloucestershire. In and bowls to Hurst. Just runs that down towards third man. Cameron Bancroft from second slip will escort it for about 4 or 5 yards and then scoops it up. And this moves on to 71 not out. 238 for 6. Bringing Chris Green on strike. So Green's shoulder issue has been eased thanks to quite a strong looking massage from Sam Byrne. 238 for 6. Second new ball. I bet that was burning. Digging his thumbs and his fingers into your shoulder. 238 for 6. Akhtar striding in past the umpire. Green waits in, bowls. He played it late and almost from this angle like he was close to chopping it back onto his stumps. In the end, it's bouncing away towards third man of maybe a kind of inner half of the bat potentially.
It's a bizarre shot again. I don't even know really how to describe what he was looking to do, really. Well, it's not really a shot, is it? It's a sort of dangle of the bat somewhere in the vague direction of the ball, and I don't know what part of the bat it hit, but anyway, went to safety.
Yeah, moves to 11 as Akhtar bowls again, left this time by Hurst, a ball that's wide of off stump, and through to the keeper, James Bracey, and there's no run.
Marchant de Lange's vocal cords are still working, even if there may be one or two muscles which aren't, but you certainly seem to be particularly interested in a ball that was about 3 feet wide of off stump there.
Now he's helping Akhtar stretch out the back of his calves, or his hamstrings. 239 for 6. Turns and shuffles his way back in again. Hurst on 71. Akhtar in to Hurst. He's on the move there, is Hurst, and just squirts a ball of fullish length off the bottom end of his bat down towards third man. Jogs through for 1, moves on to 72, 240 for 6. Everyone's doing lots of stretches. Chris Green's doing a few stretches now. Seen Akhtar doing plenty of stretches on his way back to his bowling mark. And Green's having a bit of a dance now, bouncing up and down from one foot to the other.
Shaw is on the field for somebody. Mid-on.
Watching Akhtar, who's on his way in again. Left by Green. And through it goes to Bracey. End of the over. 240 for 6. 10 overs remaining on the opening day. Chris Green's on 11. Matthew Hurst is on 72. That's the first over sent down with the second new ball. Will it be de Lange or will it be Singdale?
Definitely won't be de Lange. It definitely will be Singdale. Just looking at de Lange, who wasn't moving whatsoever towards the bowling crease, and Singdale, who never actually had his cap on, I don't think, who is going to come on. It was Murphy who was off the field, but he's back out, and it looks as though the rotation of substitutes is going to happen. So I'm not sure who's rotated off now, but it's Singdale in with this new ball to Matty Hurst, who drops the hands on that and ends up nudging it back to the bowler. So 2 slips, but also 4 back on the boundary. So Gloucestershire are going to put it in Lancashire's minds, at least, that they may bowl some short stuff, and de Lange is now loosening up at fine leg. He's clearly at least intending to try and bowl something at the back end of the day, as Hurst drives this one to mid-off. Van Buren does the fielding. That, you know, cavernous almost marquee over there. It's clearly so big that they're able to actually, some kids have some games of cricket within it, even though it's, as you say, it's partitioned off. The partitions are so big that, that there's a full-on game of cricket going on, and there's several kids involved. Singdale in now, and that's run off a slightly open face from Hurst through backward point out to the sweeper. 241 for 6. Hurst continues on his way, just accumulating, and another partnership that has just started to build towards that stage where Gloucestershire have so far found ways to break it between the 20s and the 50s.
Yeah, 31 they put on.
And this newer ball, Gloucestershire will want to try and use that to not quite do the finishing touches, as there's a late decision to go for a single. There's a direct hit, and the call from Richard Illingworth is not out. I think Green was home, but that was a slightly late decision to come through for the run, and slightly dicey one as well, as Green, I think, just does make his ground. Van Buren, yes, he had 3 stumps to aim at, but he still hit him. And he can't, in the end, stop Green from moving on to 12. 242 for 6. So Lancashire nudging up towards a first batting point. Singdale goes in and bowls, and striking on the pad, Hurst, and not out, says Richard Illingworth. Down on one knee is Singdale. The slip cordon look as though they really fancied it as well, but no, going down from side on would have been my first thought. I've now got the rotating circle, so Nathan Johns, who's back alongside me, will have to tell me if that's correct.
Well, I'm only just basing that off what I saw from umpire Illingworth. He sticks out his right hand, as you see on the replay there, as if just to say, yeah, going down leg. At some point, I promise you, you're skipping through your replay quite quickly, but
yeah, but it does skip, unfortunately.
I promise you, if you stuck with it, he did stick his right hand out to say it was going down leg.
Singdale in. This is whipped away, hit hard, and Josh Shaw's stopped the ball at mid-on, clearly taking a bit of a rap on the fingertips. Then he did a pirouette trying to find where the ball was, and it was actually pretty much where he first looked. But the end of an eventful over from Singdale. Oh, that is very close, that LBW shout, I've got to say, but it was, well, you can see, put it this way, you can see why Gloucestershire would bang up for that appeal, but not out, and 242 for 6 at the end of that over. Still 9 overs remaining in this opening day, which has been a enthralling one, really, without a huge amount of fast-flowing scoring, but always an entertaining contest between bat and ball.
Here comes Actor once again. Chris Green on strike. Banged into the pitch. Green tucks that away underneath his armpit. Out to deep square for 1. Well, I tell you, just as you were discussing the LBW shout, our stream here was showing the run out again. That was also very close. We had a nice slow-mo angle of that. Probably did just make his ground, but that was very tight as well. And not the first time today Matty Hurst has been involved in some suspect running. The first one wasn't his fault. Marcus Harris sent him back late. There was another one as well where direct hit would have had him scrambling as well. Ooh, this could be 2 here. They're going to push hard. He squirted the drive down to third man, and good piece of work in the end. Diving out there to keeps it to 2. Bit of a fumble, but no harm done.
You can see it. It's so noticeable even from side on. In fact, maybe more so from side on. Just how much quicker the newer ball does come through compared with the older one. I don't think that would have flown in exactly that region. You know, probably would have gone in front of square with the older ball off Hurst's bat.
Actor with 2 slips in. Hurst plays it the exact same region as the previous delivery, out to deep point, this time just for a single.
But he's done that really well in the latter part of his innings, just finding the gaps for the 1s and the 2s. And that's really how this partnership's built up. Chris Green's not hit a single boundary in his 13, and I don't think Hurst would have scored many at all since this partnership came together, but they're just building this score up.
It's Green on strike now. Leaves that one alone outside his off stump. They'd actually changed the field for Green after Hurst scored a few with some squirted drives through backward point. That man on the fence came up, but Green didn't trouble him with that delivery.
He's bowling a little bit wider with this newer ball. Actor maybe is thinking that he might just bring those 2 slips into play.
Green thought about taking on that short ball just for a second, but he's pulled his hands out of the way at the last minute and let that bouncer fly through. That's 1 for the over, says umpire Treadwell.
Yeah, I think as you've said, the bounce from that chapel end looks as though it's where you want your quicker bowler to be bowling from. Just been more pace about balls dug into the middle of the pitch.
Half a shout of catch it as that one flew down the leg side. Bracey did have to dive to his left, but I'm not sure it came off bat. I think it might have flicked the thigh pad and it landed well short of Bracey in any case. But he does say 4 leg buys. That's the final delivery of that particular over. There are 8 overs scheduled to be bowled before the close of play. Lancashire are 246 for 6. Yeah, I think that one just flicked the thigh pad. Chris Green throws his head back in anguish. I think he probably feels he missed out on just getting a little glance away to the fine leg boundary. But he's on 13. Matty Hurst is on 76 and now takes strike.
Yeah, there's definitely plenty happening out there with the new ball. It's not doing all sorts, but there's a slightly different feel since it's been taken. It's still 8 overs to go in the day's play. Gloucestershire would, as Singdale is into Hurst, and that's defended to mid-off. I think even, well, I mean, obviously Gloucestershire would love a couple before the close, but if they even just could break this partnership, and then it's another partnership that's got off to a decent start but then not gone on, and just keep chipping away at Lancashire, I think they'll feel really quite pleased with their day's work, especially as Lancashire did make that decision themselves to bat first. Singdale goes in now, bowls back of a length, and Hurst tries to pick that one up over the leg side. He played one shot, was it off Charlesworth, which was about upper thigh high, and he just picked it up over the backward square leg boundary for 6. He was looking for something similar there, but missed it completely.
I wonder if Singdale is a bit frustrated that he's only been given a go from this end. Because even that ball just didn't get up, didn't have any venom in it, and he's been asked to bowl into the pitch all day.
Singdale in now, and that's whipped away through mid-wicket. This could be 4 runs. Deep square, can't get there. Puts in the full-length dive. Did Joe Phillips, but it's in vain. Matty Hurst to 80 and Lancashire to 250 for 6. So that is their first batting point. And Hurst continues to be the glue for this Lancashire middle order.
But even that delivery, like, it wasn't a bang-in delivery, but it wasn't full. But it didn't quite get up high enough. And it was just there. It sat up in the pitch for a nice little clip off the hip. Whereas from the other end, we've seen Actor get lots of extra bounce. We saw DeLange get a little bit in the few overs he bowled. And Singdale has been asked to be that man banging it in for most of the day. And he's been doing so from the end where it's more difficult to do that.
Singdale to Hurst, bangs that one in, and it's clipped away on 2 bounces. Go quickly to Phillips at deep square. They've moved both fielders on the leg side a little bit squarer. DeLange to long leg and Phillips to square leg. 251 for 6. Hurst on to 81. Gone a long way down there to have a bit of a tap at the pitch. When the time comes for Lancashire as well, I'll be always excited to watch Jimmy Anderson bowl at any point. Singdale is in now, and that's left by Green, wide of off. But the 3-pronged seam attack for Lancashire is Anderson, Balderson, Blatherwick. I wonder how they go about trying to take wickets. Hartley and Green are going to be a threat in terms of the spin in tandem, with a bit of Luke Wells as well. Saw Josh Bohannon doing some bowling recently as well, but it's definitely going to be a different pace that Lancashire are going to be bowling when their time comes, as Green watches that one go by as well without playing a shot. And it's 251 for 6 at the end of that over. So it's definitely an obvious contrast between the 2 attacks in that respect, but Lancashire, I'm sure, will be hoping that those footmarks just continue to develop as the game goes along and they get the best of the conditions to be spinning the ball in. But it's looking ahead, quite excited with where this game might go. It's positioned itself well at 251 for 6, lots of different directions it could go in, and same can be said for these last 7 overs.
Well, we saw Gloucester kind of being forced into bowling spin probably earlier than they wanted with the injury to De Lange, and having success. Todd Murphy looked very dangerous as Actor continues and Hurst defends on the front foot into the leg side. I wonder what impact that has on what Lancashire decide, given the spin threat they have with Hartley and Green. Do they say, right, well, you know, Murphy was bowling in the first session and was not only containing but looking threatening. The wicket of Jennings did come in the first session, didn't it? So
yeah, I mean, almost by necessity they're going to have to, because they've only got the 3 frontline seamers.
So that will be interesting. Are Lancashire encouraged by what's happened today to go with spin if the likes of Anderson don't have much success, presumably at some point tomorrow when they take to the field? It's another defensive shot from Hurst, this time on the back foot. Another dot ball.
Yeah, I wonder how long Anderson's spells would be anyway, and yeah, it is an attack that's going to rely heavily on its spinners, but yeah, they'll certainly want a bit more of a weight of runs behind them at this point, Lancashire, but they've got batting remaining.
Hurst just takes a little walk down the track at Actor, and it's worked out beautifully for him. Nothing more than a punch off the front foot, and he's picked out the gap in front of square on the offside beautifully, and the ball is absolutely raced away to the boundary. That's a shot of a man who spent a long time at the crease.
Yeah, it's just everything about that was oozing confidence, wasn't it? Actually, get the replay down and also a little bit of cross as well. So if he'd got a ball that was straight, he was backing himself to hit it, but it wasn't. He got some width.
Takes him to 85. This time he more conventional forward defensive, back to the bowler. Am I right in saying, was it the last 2 rounds were they Kookaburra rounds as well? Yeah, I'm just looking at Anderson's record with the Kookaburra. So he took 2 for 61 and 1 for 30 against Kent in Blackpool, and then in Chesterfield in the last round 2 for 45 and 1 for 59 against Derbyshire. So he hasn't gone wicketless, but he hasn't been dominating games with this Kookaburra ball either. Actor goes short and Hurst takes it on, and well, that could have gone anywhere. Hurst has actually done a double pirouette trying to find where the ball went. He took on the pull shot. I think it's just come flush off the toe of his bat, and it's trickled out into the offside. But we saw earlier with the dismissal of Marcus Harris, if you take on the short ball, it's very difficult on this pitch. It can go absolutely anywhere. And Hurst is probably can count himself fortunate that didn't fly straight back to Actor.
And actually, I'm remembering back at Old Trafford, I think it was very late on the first day, Actor bowled a ball that was actually over the head of Matty Hurst, and he got a touch on it through to the keeper.
We'll see if Actor, does he go short again? Well, he does. This time it's wide of off stump. And Hurst actually wants a second run, but he's timed it so well that even with a misfield at deep point, he can't come back for a second, but he does keep the strike as he finishes the over with a single. That's
2,404.
Oh, I just heard over the tannoy, 2,404 people have made their way into day 1 of the festival. We'll see. I don't know if that number increases with the presence of a certain night bowling tomorrow at some point, presumably. If Jimmy draws in a few more punters tomorrow, but a healthy crowd for the first day.
Yeah, I think so. I think I in my head before the start of play, I was thinking, yeah, about 2,500 would be good. Of course, there's been some very public things said by the powers that be at Gloucestershire as far as the fact that this festival can't continue to go on losing money, so I have no idea whether that's enough in that regard. As Singdale is into Hurst, this is clipped to deep square. They'll take the 1, and that'll be the sum of it, as Hurst is on to 87. But almost in some ways, I think, you know, you can be so focused on the number of hundreds or thousands or whatever it is through the gate, but actually so much of what either makes money or doesn't make money is what's going on in the tents and what is actually being paid for to put the whole thing on, all that sort of stuff. But yeah, it's been a good day's cricket, as Singdale is into Green, who pushes at that one and misses outside the off stump when groping after that one with a drive and does not get a touch to it. Singdale continues to be a little luckless from that College lawn end.
Yeah, rare shot in anger from Green. He's been quite good at leaving the ball outside his off stump in the last couple of overs, particularly from this end. I feel like he's had a lot of strike with Singdale recently. He's left the ball well alone. You can just see he's actually practicing the leave there.
Yes, I love it when batters practice the leave. Singdale in now, drags the length back a bit. Green plays it off the back foot straight into the stumps at the non-striker's end.
I think Singdale might have got a bit of fancy footwork out there. I think he's flicked that through on the way to the stumps. I think he has. Now Hurst is comfortably at home. There's no question of a run out. But
he sort of jumped around near the ball, but yeah.
I think there might have been a spike or something scratching it. Maybe that's another excuse they need to ask for a change of ball if this one's not doing what they want to do. They've asked the question once or twice today.
It does seem to be, it's not much, but it does seem to be moving a little bit, this new ball. Singdale back of a length again. There's a fearsome grunt as he lets go of the ball and digs it into the surface, and it barely gets above Chris Green's knees as he plays it defensively into the offside.
I definitely suspect he'll be going up to Cam Bancroft this evening and saying, Skip, any chance tomorrow morning I can have a go at the other end?
I'm trying to think back in past festivals, Singdale has definitely preferred that College lawn end, but it may be that when he looks at what's gone on tomorrow, he might have a change of mind. He has certainly bowled most of his spells in his Gloucestershire time from that end, as Green is forward and running this one to Charlesworth at backward point. There is no run. Just a few slight and scattered patches of blue in the sky. But whilst we haven't had a great deal of that, it's also again looking filthy off towards the Cotswolds. So it could be worse in terms of the weather that we've had. I think we've more or less got away with too much of a deluge today. Singdale in now, and Green's beaten again. Was sort of waiting a little bit for the nick there, and I think that time, again, looking at his movement and then looking at the replay, I think he's got to play at that. That's not one that he's really gone chasing after. It's just a ball that is on that perfect channel where you just think you've got to play it. Angles in, maybe just slightly nips away and past the edge, but still no wicket for Singdale. 257 for 6. I'm wondering a little bit, De Lange has done some stretching. Which of these two is he going to relieve if he is going to bowl, and maybe he's not going to bowl at all? I don't know. I can't imagine he's going to have more than about 2 overs.
Oh, you'd think it'd be Singdale, just given the workload and the nature of bowling at that end and the difficulty. But Actor continues, and that's another nice looking push off the back foot from Hurst. He is quick between the wickets. He's made that 2 look very, very comfortable as he's punched it through the offside. It brings up the 50 partnership between Matty Hurst and Chris Green. 91 balls. It's taken them just under an hour, 58 minutes that Chris Green has been at the crease alongside Hurst. Hurst is now on to 89. Green 13 of 42. Lancashire 259 for 6.
Of course, you can't have more than 2 overs now. De Lange, another Actor started this one, but yeah, what I mean is I don't think he was ever going to have more than 2.
Hurst has gone after that, and he's had a suspicious look at the pitch after playing and missing outside his off stump. That ball looks like it's just deviated. Might have just left him. Some late movement being extracted by the Gloucester Seamers here as we enter the end game of this first day, and probably the worst shot that Hurst has played throughout his very impressive innings of 89 so far.
I think he's almost gone wafting at that to such an extent that it's gone past the inside edge. But you must get the sense he's played such shots of confidence that just a couple of times, that one and that pull shot, maybe just almost a bit too much confidence.
Well, that's a confident looking flick off the front foot. He wants two, does Hurst. He'll get it comfortably once again. It's not a big boundary on this leg side towards us in the pavilion, but a flick off the pads finds enough of a gap for another two. And it takes Hurst into the 90s.
Yeah, that's the other thing I've just wondered in that moment. Is he itching a bit to get to the three figures before the end of play?
Oh, I don't know. What's your commentary kind of position on that? Are you allowed to mention that? Are you worried about jinxing people?
Well,
as a commentator?
technically I'm sort of the Gloucestershire commentator anyway.
Walks down the track, does Hurst. He looks to pull, but he doesn't actually go at it with a full-blooded stroke. He kind of half pulls out of it, which is not the worst idea on this pitch, based on the evidence of what we've seen throughout the afternoon. No run.
But no, obviously I wouldn't ever dream of doing anything like that. But I think we have to mention it in terms of the fact that he's clearly looking to get on with it with only a few overs remaining and still 9 runs to get.
Well, he's on strike here with 2 deliveries remaining in this over. Ooh, that one looked a bit tricky. He's looking for 2 again, and I think he'll get it. This is fantastic running from Chris Green and Matty Hurst. I tell you what, that's a good bit of work from Marchant de Lange backing up the throw, because if big man didn't get down to that, that was 4 overthrows. The throw from Charlesworth, a deep square, just a little bit awry. It's all happening there.
Did that come off his glove?
I think so. It just looked like it jagged back in and followed Hurst. And I thought my initial reaction was it hit him in the body, but he was running straight away, so it must have been glove or maybe handle of the bat. But it's another 2 to his score. He's on 93. That's prompted a change in the field. Deep square has come up after a couple of occasions where Hurst has hit it in the leg side and come back for a second. Cam Bancroft is a bit frustrated at leaking some runs here in the final stages. And I thought ball to finish that over. So there's 4 left. Hurst is on 93, but he's not on strike. Chris Green will be facing up. And I think he's called for a replacement pair of gloves. So we'll have a brief pause here, but Lancashire are 2-6-3 for 6. God, I nearly called Chris Green Cam Green there.
I have a horrible feeling I'm going to do that at some point.
Tall Australians called Green.
Yes, well, and of course, Cameron Green had that stint with Gloucestershire as well, so sometimes you just look at a board and see Green, and of course not the first time you might have been confused with a Green, these 2 counties, with David Green having played for both Gloucestershire and Lancashire back in the day. But yes, it's a pitfall, I'm sure.
To be honest, I suspect one of us has already done it,
yes,
and the other one,
the
other one hasn't even realised.
Singdale to continue. 4 overs left as he's bowling to Green, who drives and picks out Ben Charlesworth at backward point. There's no run. So a few spectators just starting to wend their way, as happens at this stage, but good number have stayed to the end, hoping perhaps to see one more wicket, maybe see Zaman Akhtar to a 5-foot, 4 for 64. Green faces up, bobs a little bit, goes back into his crease and then nudges the ball through backward square, and this is going to be 4 runs. It didn't really look like anything more than just putting the bat there. There wasn't, I don't think, a really particularly noticeable roll of the wrists on it, but just angled it between backward square and long leg, and there's just no catching it. 267 for 6.
Well, there's no catching it. I think you also have to ask how willing the fielder at fine leg was to catch it, considering who it is and his struggles throughout the afternoon. It's big march on Lange down there, and as we suspect, given his overs are limited.
Singdale in now. This is played slightly in the air, but there's no mid-wicket, and there's going to be more runs for Green through the onside. At least 2, might even be 3 here, as the ball's just picked up from inside the boundary by Phillips, who's still got the shin pads on out at deep square leg as well, and it is 3 more to the total. So Lancashire 270 for 6, and this partnership is taking Lancashire from a position where I think they were definitely behind in the game to certainly around about parity, if it's still there at the close.
So there's one guy in the deep there's one guy in the deep on the leg side who's injured, and he couldn't stop the boundary. And then there's the other bloke who's wearing pads, and he couldn't stop the 3. It's tough out there on the leg side for these Gloucester fielders.
Now again, we've got this field which suggests that Hurst is going to be given a bit of a barrage. There's just one slip. Plenty of fielders back on the boundary as this is clipped away past short mid-wicket. Hurst sprinting the first, but there's no chance of a second run there with Phillips coming off the boundary. So Hurst will be at the non-striker's end on 94, 271 for 6. And it's become a bit of a race for Matty Hurst to see if he can bring up that milestone before the end of the day.
He's quick between the wickets, isn't he?
Yeah.
Every time he's just scurrying off for that first single, and for, let's say, a diminutive man, it doesn't take him that many steps to get down the other end. Whereas Chris Green has a much bigger stride, but seems to be a bit more relaxed, shall we say, with his running speeds.
Second slip goes back in place for Green. Field more set for bowling full. The Australian, as Singdale is bowling more of a back of a length delivery, really, which Green, as we've seen quite a bit really with the bowling from that end, has enough time to hop backwards and play the ball into the offside for no run.
Are we at the stage, do you think, where Chris Green is thinking about farming strike with one eye on getting Matty Hurst through the 3 figures tonight?
I was thinking the same thing, actually, in terms of he actually wouldn't be too bothered about just blocking this one out as well. And he's also got to be thinking a bit, even though he would be rotating the strike, still got to be thinking a bit about being there for tomorrow. Singdale in now, and Green plays that one straight, and there was basically no chance that was going anywhere other than to one of the straight fielders, including the bowler. So another overdone, 271 for 6, and Van Buren just going up to Singdale and Ollie Price as well. I wonder whether that is a bit of just, come on, we've only got 1 over left, or if the decision has been made that they might even finish with spin from both ends, because we're certainly going to get spin from the Chapel end.
Yeah, Todd Murphy back in to the fray. So what, he's going to get 2 overs here for the close, and then we'll see what his Captain Bancroft decides about the other end.
He's chatting to Van Buren, so whether that's the chat of, do you fancy one last over?
Well, what I suspect is going on here is they probably think that spin is going to dot up Hurst slightly more easily than Seamwell, and therefore they can set a field and just say to Hurst, right, you've got 3 overs left, we're going to bowl a lot of dot balls at you. If you want to try and take a risk, go over the top, bring yourself to 100 tonight, go for it. Murphy comes in. He has got long on back, so there is some protection. Hurst is on strike on 94. Make that 95 as he pushes a full delivery down to long on.
Yeah, so again, going back to what's Green thinking as well, because does it get in Green's head a little bit, this 100 at the other end? That pressure to get Hurst back on strike. They are keeping long on back, so they're giving him some singles to take.
Murphy in. He has one slip in place. Green drives firmly on the front foot, but mid-off is saving 1.
It was Joe Root, wasn't it? It was 99
overnight.
Yeah. Lords. Possibly might affect him slightly less.
Here's Murphy. Green squats down at the striker's end. And he flicks that one off his hip out to deep square. So he does get Hurst back on strike.
At this stage, it's still, as long as Green is able to hit the gaps, it's still at the stage where Hurst actually, he can still manoeuvre his way there. He doesn't have to take any extravagant risks. At what point does Bancroft then think, well, okay, just put everybody up here?
Well, the field is still relatively spread here for Murphy. But that's a dot ball defended into the leg side. I think it's now. I think you bring your field up and you say, all right, Matty Hurst, you're on 95. Got a few overs left. You're not going to get there in singles tonight.
Yeah.
Maybe tomorrow morning, that's a different question. But here's Murphy. Tossed up. Hurst goes after that, and that will be 4. So he moves to 99 with a lovely drive through cover. 2 full and wide from Murphy. And for a man who's been batting as long and as well as Matty Hurst has, easy pickings with the drive through cover. So there's 1 ball remaining in this over with Matty Hurst on 99. We'll see if Gloucester captain Bancroft changes the field. Does he bring people in? I think so. He's just motioning. Long on comes up. Deep square stays back, so there will be one there. But deep point has also come in. So unless this is on his pads and is an easy flick out to deep square, Hurst is going to have to find a gap to go through to 100 here. Here's Murphy, tosses it up. Hurst, quicker. Straighter delivery, and Hurst pats it back for a dot ball. He'll have to wait for that moment to bring up 3 figures. End of the over, Lancashire 277 for 6. As we said, Hurst is 99. He's faced 161 deliveries, and he'll be at the non-striker's end. 2 overs left. Chris Green is on 21.
He really fired that last one into Murphy as though that was the trap that he wanted, the deep square back, and Hurst thinks, right, that's the figure I'm going to hit, and then bowl it so quickly that it doesn't quite have time. Well, we are actually going to get spin then for the last over from the College lawn end, but it's not Van Buren, it's Ollie Price, who just had the 1 over before the second new ball. His workload has dramatically decreased with the ball since the signing of Murphy. Got through a lot of bowling in the early part of the season, but since the signing of Murphy, and well, I don't know, I think Ollie Price is somebody that just wants to be involved in the game full stop. But I don't think he's going to think, well, just let Murphy bowl with the kookaburra and that's okay. And he's going to have this penultimate over of the day as he's bowling to Green, who winds up for the big one and wallops it over long on, and I think that's hit the boundary board on the full and gone for 6. It has. So this is just putting a bit of an exclamation mark on the end of the day for Lancashire. There's this partnership which continues to build. It was a mighty hit from Chris Green, which is going to send long on back as well. Score up to 283 for 6. Ollie Price to Green, who drives hard out to cover, and well, Van Buren, he can't field it cleanly at short extra cover, but I don't think many people would really.
No, that was a brutal bounce. It took a skip right off the, well, looks like one of the more recently used strips on the square, and that extra bounce did for him, and he's done well to get a hand on it, but
yeah,
it's not a bad result for Lancashire. Green clearly wants to take on Price here, but to get him off strike, having already hit a boundary, and get Hurst back on strike on 99.
So single on the ricochet, and Hurst will have a deep mid-wicket back, or maybe more of a deep forward square now. Quite a reinforced leg side, just the slip for close company. Actually, now Ollie Price says go back to deep mid-wicket. Hurst faces on 99 as Price bowls to him. He goes for the big one and he gets it well enough down the ground. It's 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 3 bounce. It's going to slow up, but it's over the boundary rope for 4, and that is just his second first-class 100 for Matty Hurst. 10 fours, 2 sixes, and it's been an excellent knock from Hurst, well compiled. He's mixed defence and attack, and he's kept Lancashire together when there was a danger that they might not get to 300. 288 for 6, with now 9 deliveries left in the day's play, and Long On will stay back. Price in now, and Hurst is forward, nudging this one into the onside, where Bancroft will stroll up to pick up. So happy to take on Price in the penultimate over of the day. Bancroft tempted them, they were tempted. Green a 6 and Hurst a 4. Price bowls, going back towards his stumps, Hurst, and then realising that he'd knocked the ball too close to Ollie Price to get a single. Scott's just showing me that he got to his first class 100 with a 6. Now he's got to his second first-class 100 with a 4, so he obviously likes to get there in style. Good on Matty Hurst. That's over-pitched and driven out through the covers. It's not been middled. It'll just be a fairly gentle 2 to Charlesworth at deep extra cover. It's 290 for 6. And that, yes, I thought, I was gradually going through in my mind what those whoops could be for, and it is, because he's just gone past his previous first-class best. So 290 for 6, and Todd Murphy looks as if he'll have the last over.
Yeah, 6 deliveries left in the day. Chris Green is not out on 28. I suspect they won't be taking a similarly aggressive approach to Todd Murphy as they just did to Price. Murphy's going to have his long hand out. Got a deep point. Looks like he's got a deep square as well. And in he comes. One catcher behind the wicket at slip. Tossed up. Big stride from Green. Forward defensive. Back to the bowler.
So Tom Hartley, I assume if it was going to be him who came out, he can remove his pads, because we are now in the last over. Lancashire can only lose one more wicket.
Murphy in, slightly shorter this time. Green rocks onto the back foot and defends once more. That must be a nice feeling, because he's had his pads on for what, about an hour and a half now, this partnership, roughly. Here's Murphy. Tossed up again. Green defends. 2 Australian off-spinners facing off here. Bancroft is going to change the field. He himself was at a short mid-wicket in a catching position. He will still be catching. He's gone into a leg slip position, it looks. So 1 slip, 1 leg slip. Singdale, who was at short fine, is now been sent back to a long leg position. Slow and flighted from Murphy. Green still manages to rock onto the back foot. Pretty full for a back foot defensive, but he's in behind it safely. Just a couple more balls to be negotiated here. And the big Australian. That was quicker. But Green is still in behind it. Another defensive stroke. Last ball of the day. Does Bancroft get funky with any of his fields? No, no change. Here comes Murphy. Final delivery. Slow, tossed up. Green pats it back to the bowler, tucks his bat under his arm and walks briskly off. Handshakes for Matty Hurst. He's finished unbeaten with a century to his name, his best first-class score, and just his second first-class century. He gets a big pat on the head from Chris Green as he will walk off to the applause of Cheltenham here. 290 for 6 is what Lancashire finish up on. Hurst, to be exact, is 105 not out. Chris Green 28, and would suspect advantage Lancashire at the end of day 1.
Yeah, it's been keenly contested, and Matty Hurst will raise his bat to the crowd. His teammates on their feet come down into that dugout area down to our left to congratulate him and applaud him off. Gets a big clap on the back from Luke Wells. Chris Green likewise. And I think, yeah, Lancashire will feel that they've more than rescued that day with that late partnership. At 209 for 6, they were really teetering, and I think, especially with the Kookaburra ball, with it being Cheltenham, I think if they'd fallen shy of that 300 mark, I think they would have possibly, you'd even say, been considerably short in their first innings. Now they've got the chance to not just not be short, but put a total on that will put real pressure on Gloucestershire when they come out to bat, with still Hartley, Blatherwick, and then Captain Anderson to come. But the day has belonged to Matty Hurst with that second first-class ton, and particularly from a Gloucestershire point of view to Zaman Akhtar, who has claimed 4 for 64, bowled with pace, with bounce, with venom at times, and Marchant de Lange only getting through 5 overs. That's a big concern for Gloucestershire. He was out on the field at the end, so I suppose if by some miracle he wakes up tomorrow somehow feeling fine, then he will be able to bowl tomorrow morning. But that looks like a decision that may have, or sorry, I mean a set of circumstances really that may have knock-on effects as the game goes on. That Gloucestershire are basically now down to 2 seamers plus Ben Charlesworth as the third seamer, so there's going to be a lot of spin bowled when it comes to taking the second 10 Lancashire wickets. But it's been an exciting day to watch. It's great to have the Championship back at Cheltenham. Lancashire closed the day on 290 for 6, having won the toss and elected to bat first. Nathan, you'll be back on day 3. Scott Reed and myself, Ed Seaborn, will be back tomorrow just before 11 o'clock for the second day's play. Hopefully you can join us then, but from all of us here, it's goodbye. Enjoy the rest of your evening.